twisted ankles, etc.
I think they are quite big. You know, if you step on them, they do make you sort of very much off balance.
As forward goes, folks, plays this one up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So end of the over from Wheel. 30 for 2 Surrey, Burns 23, folks yet to get off the mark. Some of those sponges look like soft play areas, don't they? They're enormous things.
Absolutely. On Sunday when Kevin and I were walking around to go and see Georgia Adams after the game, and we actually walked across the pitch, and you step over them. Goodness me, they are. Like, you know, you've got to really watch your set, and they're quite wide as well.
Absolutely.
You know, quite a lunge it took to. I've not got the longest legs, but it takes a bit of a challenge to get over them.
Yeah, it took at least with the rope, you can just sort of stick it back where it was. But with the sponges, it always takes a bit of time if someone clatters into them to get them all back into line and turn them the right way round.
Yeah. So Abbott's going to continue his bowling. No shock there from the pavilion end. Quite a nice run at the moment.
Yeah, 50 championship wickets. It's a really good effort again from Carl Abbott this season.
As he's in over the wicket, bowls, and there was a half shout as if someone thought he got a little edge to it, but he got his bat well out of the way, did Rory Burns.
And I suppose the other thing for him this season is his partner in crime has been at Nottinghamshire in Mo Abbas, because obviously those two together, but it hasn't stopped Abbott in any way, shape or form. He is just a terrific cricketer. He really is. Must be a dream to captain, I would have thought.
Yeah, I can imagine so. So he's just receiving the ball, a little shine, and he starts his run up again. Burns on strike, left-hander. Over the wicket comes Abbott, and this is defended, and there's a half shout for LBW, but no interest really there.
Just the scores from elsewhere on this first morning of the final round of championship games. And Somerset are 55 for 1 against Essex. Warwickshire 24 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. Alex Davis went very early there. Worcestershire 51 for 4 against Sussex. I think Ollie Robinson picked up the first 3 wickets, the first 3 Worcestershire wickets.
That's just defended again nicely.
Yorkshire and Durham. Durham 23 for 2. So 23 for 2 Durham. So Yorkshire already 1 wicket away from a bowling point. And Yorkshire of course leading Hampshire going into this by 4 points. In Division 2, Glamorgan and Lancashire. Glamorgan 49 for 3. Derbyshire are 65 without loss against Kent. Middlesex are 67 for 2 against Gloucestershire, and Leicestershire are 72 for 1 against Northamptonshire.
Very nice.
Load all the other scores. But no points as yet at top and bottom to change anything.
Abbott in once more over the wicket. Bowls and just run through for the 1. Folks off the mark. Opens his 6 balls.
Yeah, I think Burns and Abbott would have had a lot of battles, of course, over the years. Interestingly, with that delivery there, Burns was taking a couple of paces down the pitch just to try and knock Abbott off his line of length. And then, folks, he's had a good season. He's had a couple of injuries and a baby, which have sort of stopped his season at times, but 638 championship runs, 100 and 550s, so not a bad season with the bat.
Burns on strike, and that's just defended out. Square of the wicket. Fletcher Middleton do the fielding, no run.
And of course he's been brilliant behind the stumps with the gloves. Surrey have sort of, unlike Hampshire, talking about Hampshire's batting this season, obviously it's all been built around Sibley, and then Dan Lawrence comes into this one with 839 runs, and Burns approaching 800, 630 odd for Ben Folk. So they've had the runs on the board this season. Sorry.
Abbott in again and defended. Making life hard for folks out there.
Which is ironic, really, in the fact that the game against Nottinghamshire last week, it was the bowlers that kept them in it. Mainly Matt Fisher with 11 wickets in the game, but it was the batting that didn't fire. So, yeah, in that second innings as well, they had control of the game at a couple of points. But what was so impressive from Notts on that final day was Josh Tong when he spotted an opportunity. He bowled the speed of light, knocked the tail over. He was terrific, absolutely terrific. Now we're getting our first change in bowling. Brad Wheel comes out, the attack James Fuller comes into the attack. Folks down at the non-strikers end rehearsing some shots. So Wheel will feel he should have had a wicket, but didn't get one. Abbott has a couple. Plenty of options out there for Ben Brown. Got Liam Dawson, Washington Sundar, of course.
We're going to have a change in the commentary. I'm going to make way for Kevin James.
Yes, indeed. Mr. James is making his way back in. So James Fuller this season in the Championship, 30 Championship wickets this season for Fuller. I've written down here. Best of 5. He's had a good all-round season, actually, James Fuller.
It's best Championship season.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer, James Fuller. Big, strong man. Gets it down there at good pace. He's in here to Rory Burns, and Burns is turning this one into the leg side with his wrists, as always, and he'll get a single as Kyle Abbott comes round to do the fielding. But yes, the Utilita Bowl looking lovely. Rob Brownsgrove Pavilion with its umbrellaed roof down there in the distance. And what's the name of that wood?
Telegraph Wood.
Telegraph Wood,
Yes.
yes.
I know you've missed it.
Where people go for walks.
They do.
They do, through Telegraph Wood. Settling himself down over his bat once again is Ben Folks. Over the wicket goes Fuller to him. And this is tucked away down towards long leg off his toes by Ben Folks. He's off the mark with a single. Ben Folks moves on to, and Surrey move on to 33 for 2. Liam Dawson looks as if he's getting warmed up down below us. Interesting thing was, I think it was the T20 game when Mr. Dawson played that test match, and then he came on as 12th man for the final test. Can't remember who it was. He dropped under the lights.
Oh.
But as in over the wicket goes Fuller. Oh, this is driven straight down the ground by Burns. Played a couple of those now as Rory Burns. That's very nicely played. And away for 4. On to 29 goes Burns. Yeah, and there was a game after that where whoever it was fielding in exactly the same spot as Liam Dawson under the lights and dropped an identical catch. And I called it Dawson Corner. Like Amen Corner, just without the trees.
Yeah.
But I think, to be fair, it is quite tricky down in a certain corner with the light. As in over the wicket. Oh, outside edge, gone. Second attempt by Washington Sundar, and Burns looking to force off the back foot. And Washington Sundar, I thought he dropped it. It hit his hands. Went up and he grabbed it on the second attempt, and Surrey have lost 3 now. Sharp catch, just looking to force was Burns, and Sundar, he's done quite well there because he didn't panic, because he looked as if he put it down, but he kept his cool, and Burns goes for 29, and it means that Hampshire have a bowling point, and Surrey are 39 for 3.
Cool, they're certainly keeping us all on our toes in the slips, aren't they? As they always do, Hampshire. And yes, we've had a drop catch in there, we've had a catch in there, and then a catch at the second attempt. So we're getting everything in that slip cordon on a morning which is a very important one for Hampshire, to try and set the tone and the pace of the game and keep themselves in the game. To be fair to Hampshire, they do have a very good record against Surrey here. They have won the last 2 games. Last year in May was a proper game. and Hampshire won that fairly easily. September 23, you guys had already won the championship. It was the last game of the season.
That's right.
And it did feel as though it was a bit after the
Lord Mayor's show.
Yes, that's the phrase.
Yes, indeed, that is the phrase.
Yes. A draw in 21, Hampshire won in 2019, and if you include COVID year down at Arundel, Hampshire won that as well. So they do have a very good record here, but this is the most important one.
Yeah,
from
absolutely.
A Hampshire point of view.
And Hampshire have got off to a good start in the fact that they have a bowling point. So they have a bowling point. Surrey winning the toss, batting first, 3 down. And Dan Lawrence out there in the middle. Lawrence, a couple of hundreds this season, 5 50s. He's had a very good season actually, Dan Lawrence. Got a bit of a job on his hands here this morning. Not even, are we past the first hour of play? We're just about past the first hour of play this morning. James Fuller, over the wicket he comes to Lawrence. Don't bowl there to Dan Lawrence. And he clips it away down to long leg. I would have thought if Dan Lawrence could wish for any first delivery, that would be it. Anything on his pads.
Yep.
He gets a single. Sundar did well there though. Washington Sundar, because he didn't panic. Because it sort of hit his hands, ballooned up. And he gratefully took it at the second attempt, didn't he? So, comes up to strike. Opportunity here for Hampshire. Ollie Sykes due in next. Opportunity for Ollie Sykes as well as Folks plays this one off a goodish length into the leg side. Rolls in towards mid-wicket. There is no run. It's the end of the over. It's a good one from James Fuller. And Hampshire will be pleased with this start. 38 for 3. Surrey. Lawrence 1. Folks 1. Simply gone for 7. Patel without scoring. And the captain Rory Burns for 29.
So the situation near the foot of Division 1 is the live table. Hampshire in 8th on 143 points now, courtesy
I
of
like that.
bonus
The
point.
live table.
The
Very
live.
good from you,
Well,
Kevin James.
just trying to build
Let's
it up a little
cross to our table correspondent for a live update, Kevin James.
Yes. How exciting. Isn't it?
Yes, I know.
143 points Hampshire currently have, and Durham, who were 33 for 2 in their game against Yorkshire, I heard you mention the score earlier, are still on 140. So there is now 3 points behind between the two teams rather than 2.
And we're only an hour and a bit into this.
It's going to get painful,
Oh,
isn't it? There's Abbott's in from the pavilion end. That's outside the off stump to Lawrence, and it is left alone. My first thought on that, though, is thank goodness we batted out the day at Taunton.
yeah,
Because,
that was a good effort.
having not got those 8 points, my word, it would be
Oh, yes.
even more of a worry.
Oh, yes. No, that was a good effort
Yes,
to get through that at Taunton.
that was, yeah. Still 14 points between Surrey and Notts, though, at the top. Nothing's changed there as
Not
yet.
as yet.
No. Abbott into his 8th over here. Bowls, and that's in the air. Oh, it's just wide of the short mid-wicket. It may not quite go for 4, but it was chipped away on the leg side by Dan Lawrence.
That was exactly the way he went in the first innings against Notts. Just clipping one straight into mid-wicket. It's such a strong area of his game, Dan Lawrence. And that was aerial. And Gubbins went to his left. That looked a good innings from Gubbins at Taunton.
Yes. It was many, many balls. I'd have to look that up.
Well, I
actually.
mentioned Hashim Amla, of course.
Yes.
Commentary.
I was thinking of you during his knock. I
Were
was
you?
thinking
Good.
there wouldn't be many people that would be
No, I
enjoying
would love
this,
to that,
but
wouldn't I?
you would be.
Ah, yes.
In fact, I was trying to think of a commentary team that would have loved that, and it would have been you, Dave Allen.
Mm.
Oh, that's nipped back.
Oh,
A good leave.
yeah, it's a good leave.
And yes, I was thinking of 2 commentators that would have absolutely loved
A lovely letter from Dave
poke
Allen.
into the floor.
Yep, I got
Yes.
a lovely letter from Dave Allen.
Did you?
I replied to the great man. Magnificent handwriting, of course, from Mr. Allen, being something of an artiste.
Yes.
Yeah, very nice.
So we started that off. Well, you started that off second game of the season.
Yeah,
when
it was,
Hampshire
it
were there.
was.
You-
And there are a number, and there's a couple of people that got in touch that I did write to them, but their letter never arrived, unfortunately.
Oh dear.
Thanks to the vagaries of the postal system.
Abbott Bowls. That's played out to point by Ben Folks. I did threaten, didn't I, to send you, a postcard,
you
but
did.
it never materialised. I'm
I
sorry.
didn't think it would.
Well, there were times when I thought I should do it.
It's
and
the
then
thought.
something else, other events overtook me.
On it this morning, hasn't he, Carl Abbott?
As he always is.
He's a nightmare, I would have thought, to face. He is testing you every ball, isn't he?
He is. Email here from Paul Williams, who's in Portugal. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It says, someone pointed out to me that since the home match against Derbyshire in the one-day cut back on the 24th of August, Hampshire have played 8 matches across all formats and all were on away grounds. Tell me about it.
Well, JMO is your van.
I was, yes. Yes, a lot of away games. Here's Abbott. That's pushed out to behind point on the offside, and with all the technical problems we've had in the last few days, I'm glad they all were away.
I have to say, it's still, you know, when you used to go to the petrol station and you could collect tokens to get sort of a, I don't know, a wine glass set or
Yes.
something along those lines. Well, you'd have definitely got one of those in the last few weeks, wouldn't you?
I would have been.
The amount of driving you've been doing.
I would have done. I would have. Yes. On those coins you used to collect.
Oh
remember?
yes, I remember
World
those.
Cup coins,
World Cup
and
coins,
astronaut coins, and things like that. I'd have had full sets.
Yes. Wow, I remember my old man. We used to divert to go to his favourite petrol station of choice. He was one of those that always kept an eye on the prices, which was very sensible. But by the time he'd done his detour to get to the cheapest one, he'd added about 150 miles onto his journey, so it wasn't really worth it.
No.
Got to find a bargain. But he used to collect those.
Did he?
And he used to present his wine in a wine glass to people. Yeah, those were
Did
the
you know
days.
it was a Shell garage wine?
I think you could tell it wasn't sort of vintage.
Other garage chains available.
They are, but not doing wine glasses. As in over the wicket comes Fuller. And Lawrence right up on his toes, and Lawrence is pushing this one up towards mid-off. Lawrence has played a couple of innings this season that have been exceptional. The 100 against Glamorgan in the T20 really was a special knock. It really was. And also his 100 against Sussex at Hove, where he's trying to push Surrey into a position where they could declare and get a bowl at Sussex. And he took the game by the absolute scruff of the neck on the third afternoon. He is capable of doing that, Dan Lawrence, sort of taking the game away from me. He's got a bit of work to do this morning as he lets this one go from Fuller. Nice shape on that from James Fuller, and a good carry into the gloves of Ben Brown. Moving away to his right hand side, he's picked up 16 wickets with his off spin as well this season. Dan Lawrence has had to do quite a bit of bowling this season as Dan Lawrence. So yeah, he's had a good summer as Dan Lawrence. Fuller turns down below us once again. 3 slips in there, and that short mid-wicket catching for Lawrence. Lawrence is forward, playing this one out into the offside. And just to mention that Notts game last week, when him and Tom Curran were together, well, they had the game. Absolutely had the game. And it was a great counter punch from them. But then, well, Liam Patterson might only bowl one over in the entire match and got Tom Curran stumped. And then the very next over, Dan Lawrence was LBW to Pennington. And then Josh Tong came back into the attack. As this is turned into the leg side by Lawrence.
Why was Curran playing? He doesn't normally play red ball cricket.
No.
Because he's not playing
well,
today.
Jordan Clark, and not fit for this one either, which has been a real blow for Surrey actually, because he's the integral part really of this 11 in terms of Championship cricket. Holds the whole side together, but hasn't been well, poor fella. So Tom Curran came in for that one. But yeah, Jordan Clark is sorely missed by Surrey. As over the wicket comes Fuller. And that's hitting the thigh guard of Dan Lawrence, makes a thuddy sound as it runs away down towards the long leg boundary. Well, I saw an article this morning on the BBC Sport website, which I understand because it's all anyone's been talking about with the Ashes squad, is that England sending their most hostile pace attack since the 1970s. Which is a lovely article. But as I've sort of said since everyone started talking about the Ashes, my biggest worry is, can England score enough runs? As in over the wicket goes Fuller, solidly forward goes Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over. Good over again from James Fuller, a maiden over from Fuller. And Surrey are 42 for 3.
So those of you who are new to this game today, Hampshire, well, Surrey winning the toss, electing to bat first. Surrey starting the day 14 points behind Nottinghamshire. Hampshire just 2 points above the relegation zone. Well, Surrey are currently still 14 points behind Nottinghamshire, but Hampshire have picked up a bonus point, so there is now 3 points between themselves and the bottom two, and that would be Durham. The 3 wickets that have fallen, Dom Sibley was LBW to a nitbacker from Kyle Abbott for 7. That was after he was dropped in the slips on naught, and that wasn't a difficult chance. Ryan Patel was then caught by Scott Curry in the slips off Kyle Abbott for no score. That gave Kyle Abbott 50 wickets for the season, the 6th time that he's got 50 or more wickets for Hampshire in a campaign. And Rory Burns edging Fuller to Washington Sundar, who took the catch at first slip at the 2nd attempt, and he went for 29. So it's 42 for 3. You are right up to date here at the Utilita Bowl. It's Kevin James and Mark Church currently with you, and Liam Dawson, fresh from Ireland, is into the attack, taking over from Kyle Abbott, and immediately he's hit for a single through the covers. Lawrence moves on to 5, and it's 43 for 3.
Delighted to see Mr. Dawson back in T20 cricket for England, and a bit of one-day stuff. But I must admit, I didn't. That Ireland series did sort of slightly pass me by. It would have passed you by, because you would have either been in the car or at a cricket ground somewhere commentating.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. I know it rained a bit over there.
Did it?
So that's quietly played back to Dawson by Ben Folkes, who's on just the single. And yeah, Liam Dawson featured.
Yeah, no, of
series,
course.
which was important, yeah.
So
and he will feature next month in New Zealand.
Excellent.
Along with Hampshire's
Quite
Sonny
right,
Baker.
yeah.
We assume they're featured. They're in the squad anyway for the White Ball series. Is it 3 T20s, 3 ODIs? I think it's pushed out to extra cover.
No.
Not in the Ashes.
No, it's look. I think Will Jacks surprised a few. It wasn't a name that had really been mentioned.
No.
And he's played a couple of tests. Will
And the
Jacks.
interesting thing is, I heard Brendan McCullum speaking on TMS a couple of weeks ago, as did Michael Carberry, who's to my left. That's hit Fletcher Middleton at City Point, but it bounced first. And he said, well, there'll be no surprises.
I think to him it's probably not a surprise in the fact that I think they really like Will Jacks. I think they like the way he bats, and they like him as a package.
Yes.
I think what he brings.
True. Dawson bowls a quicker one, turned away on the leg side for a single, 44 for 3.
Other than Will Jacks, there aren't any surprises, are there?
No.
It's exactly what you thought it would be.
It is, yeah. Surrey decimated, aren't they, for this game? An important game for them, as they look for their 4th title in a row.
I think they always
Shorn of their England men.
Yeah, I think they always knew that going into they had 2 out of 3 they were allowed, I think.
Let's push that to extra cover, end of the over.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. Same with Josh Tong. And I think quite understandably they went with Pope Atkinson for the last 2.
Yeah.
Try and get it done before they had to get here, really. Jamie Smith's been rested entirely because he was exhausted, I think, after the summer he had. Because I think what people forget is that, Jamie Smith, that's the most he will have ever kept. I think it was the most balls in a series ever, or something along those lines, and he was keeping for it. So yeah, interesting. I'm going to make way, and you are about to be joined by the great Mr. Michael Carberry.
Formerly of Surrey and Hampshire. And England, of course. I probably should have said England first, but it's ideal that he's here because he's played for both these clubs, as that's worked up to mid-on and started a new over from James Fuller. 1 for 7 from 2, and it's Ben Folkes facing. And Carbs, welcome back.
Thank you, mate.
A little bit better situation for Hampshire since you were last on.
Yeah, absolutely. They bowled very well. Fuller's got into his work nicely, got the wicket of Burns. And yeah, this is exactly the start Hampshire would have wanted, not so much the Surrey line-up.
No. And the slip catching has been giving us a few palpitations, as always. That's turned away to short mid wicket. Yes, it is. Well, as a bowler, the worst thing as a bowler is, and I had to probably work a little harder than most for my wickets, is that when you have a slip cordon and it either goes straight to a slipper and it's popped out, one of those where you almost turn away expecting it to be caught before it is caught, those are the worst. And then the next worst when it goes in between slip fielders and either nobody moves, which is usually the case.
Yours.
Yeah, that's right. And it's the most frustrating ever as a bowler. If there's no slip there, it's bad. Oh, that's a huge leg cutter, which I think is the first time we've seen one go that big this morning. So yeah, it's annoying. And then of course, with Sibley having been dropped at second slip, that's a regulation catch.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not a man you want to drop really, because he can hurt you over a long period of time. But yeah, it's it's just those little areas for the Hampshire team. I think it's a team very much transitioning, but these are the little areas of the game you've got to grab at this level.
That's for sure. And Scott Curry redeemed himself. He's bowled! Well, that's the perfect combination to Ben Folkes. A leg cutter, then one that's nipped in, and he's completely castled on that one. That's a beautiful piece of bowling. He goes for 2. Surrey 44 for 4.
Yeah, beautifully described. That was a beautiful setup there from James Fuller. I think Ben Folkes was very much worried by the previous delivery that left him and bounced. And then he followed it up with a one that just clipped the top of off, just ran it back. Ben Folkes' feet still in the crease, didn't really get out to the ball. And that was a peach of a delivery, and Surrey in real trouble now, 44 for 4. So this is the perfect start for Hampshire. And Surrey, you would say for winning the toss and electing to bat, there was you trying to get on the front foot in this game. This is wouldn't have been part of their plans, I would have thought.
32 wickets for James Fuller this season, which, as I mentioned earlier, even on 30, coming into this game, was his best return in a championship season, whether for Gloucestershire, whether for Middlesex, or here at Hampshire. And he certainly played his part with the ball. And for me, the wicket is not doing any more than you would expect in September and with a new ball, is it? Or are you seeing something else that maybe I'm not?
No, I think if Surrey are honest with themselves, I would say maybe Sibley got a good one. It just ran back. I think that's classic High Labut. But Burns played very loosely throughout his innings. I think you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Ryan Patel again, just flat-footed waft outside off stump to a line, and a ball that really should be leaving as a number 3 top order. Ben Folkes again, feet stuck in the crease, not really getting out. You could say it was a perfect setup really from James Fuller. Just say the one that left him the ball before, maybe he was slightly worried about the bounce, and therefore was just sort of hanging back on the back foot when he really should have been forward. I think it's just really down to basically a lack of footwork, no real confidence in getting forward to these Hampshire bowlers. They're not quickest attack going around.
Fuller's in to Jamie Sykes, the left-hander. Let's come back at Sykes. Good leave. Sorry, Ollie Sykes. Jamie Sykes. Jamie Sykes used to play at Middlesex years ago.
You go back some years.
I know, in the early 80s. No relation. It's Ollie Sykes, the left-hander, the 20-year-old who's playing just his second championship game this season. Yes, I know. I wonder why you were looking at me quizzically, and I thought, yes, of course, Jamie Sykes.
That's going back some years. That was even before my time.
Yes, it was way before you, Carls. Yes, but yes, an interesting character in the Middlesex dressing room in the early 80s. 44 for 4. I'm sure Ollie Sykes is more normal, let's put it that way, as it's left alone outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. So we have had an hour and 25 minutes played this morning. A good round of applause from this crowd here on a sunny day on the south coast, and Surrey 44 for 4. Email here from David from Reading, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, watching your excellent live coverage after early gremlins. That's right, there was 1 or 2 problems on the picture feed, but we've always been on the BBC Sport website and app, and we're on Sports Extra right now. However, I need to pull you up on your live table comments, says David. It's not just us and Durham, as you appear to point out. Whilst Durham are 3 points behind us as it stands, Yorkshire are only 3 points ahead. You are totally true. Earlier, when you couldn't hear us, we did actually mention the Yorkshire situation, but I'm trying to keep it simple. There you go. That's my excuse. All yours, Carbs.
Thank you very much. As Liam Dawson begins another over to Dan Lawrence, who sort of inside cruds that one, to is the best way of describing that one, to mid-on for a single. Yeah, good to see Liam Dawson back with his fresh from his call-up for England this summer with the one-day T20 squads.
You surprised he's not in the Ashes squad?
Yeah, a little bit. I'll be honest. So I sat in on that interview with Brendan McCullum the other day. So Liam Dawson begins another delivery past the umpire into bowl to Sykes, who looks to drive, and there's no run. Yeah, quite a little bit surprised he was left out. That they've opted to take two spinners turning the ball the same way. So Liam Dawson comes in again to Ollie Sykes, who again tries another drive, and again not a very good shot. First up, left-hander to left-arm spinner. You know, he's trying to land it, I suppose, in what limited footmarks there'll be, but you know, you've got to be a little bit tighter than that, trying to big expansive drive through the, you know, that's what Liam Dawson's looking for through the gate there. Can he go in there again? Liam Dawson into bowl to Ollie Sykes, who pushes forward and almost goes to short leg there. So he's not looking very comfortable at the moment, the young man. He's only his second championship game, but very good talent. Did very well in the T20s and Metro Bank this year, scoring his first ton.
Dawson is going to get some reinforcements in close by the looks of it.
Absolutely.
Got to, haven't you?
Why wouldn't you at 40 for 4? If you're not going to attack at 40 for 4, when are you going to attack? Should have been in there straight away. Don't wait until the horse is bolted, as they say. This is your chance, Hampshire. Get right on the attack here. You can have them 50 for 6. You're right in it. It's day one of a championship game. Let's see what Liam Dawson can conjure up here. Starts his run up. In past the umpire into Sykes, who's onto the back foot. It's quite a foolish ball, you would say. He's clearly worried about that leg slip that's been brought in. So it's just offering a little bit of turn at the moment. So first impression looks a little bit of a green pitch, but as we know, it's almost a little bit of an optical illusion. So Dawson again. So flatter delivery, and Sykes is on the back foot. Looks a little bit awkward, but manages to squeeze it out on the offside, and that's a maiden to Dawson. Sorry, not a maiden. One run off the over.
Washington Sunder to come with his off spin as well. Watched him bowl really well against Somerset last week and didn't have a lot of luck, I think it has to be said. Giles Cook has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. This is one for both of us here, Carp. Now, I know there was one or two problems on the picture feed, so apologies if one or two didn't pick up the comments we were talking about in the first half an hour or 40 minutes of the game, certainly on the BBC Sport website and app you did. Giles says, so from the issues yourself and Michael are talking about this morning, what is the real legacy of Hampshire's management over the last 7 years? No replacement for James Vince, and youngsters coming through have been around for a number of years now and not producing as James Fuller comes in. Starts a new over to Dan Lawrence and bowls. Lawrence works it away from fairly straight through mid-wicket. There is a fielder out deep, and it's just one. It's 46 for 4. Over-reliance on Carl Abbott, plus Mo Abbas until recently. And where are the wickets going to come from when he retires? Michael acknowledges that these issues have been in place over a few years, so there must be something about the backroom situation. Thanks, guys, and love having the commentary, or have loved having the commentary all summer, says Giles, who's a Hants fan. Carbs.
throw me in the mix.
Well, we'll both have a chat about that. That's flicked away square on the leg side. So, well, it's an interesting point, and clearly
very good point.
One that's shared by some of the Hampshire fans, maybe a few more than that.
And some ex-players as well.
Well,
I mean, look, I don't want to come across as hating or anything like that, but you know, it's Hampshire, my club, and there always will be, and it's where I enjoyed many years, and you want to see them do well even when you're no longer there. But yeah, there's areas for me that have been a concern for a number of years.
Fuller in again. Two fielders on the drive on the leg side. That's pushed up towards the vacant mid-off area. Sykes is off the mark, 47 for 4.
You know, I've always felt, even in my time here as a Red Bull team, we slightly underperformed. I would say, yeah, we underperformed. You look at the great facilities we have here as now a test ground. I always felt, yes, we were doing some great things in white ball cricket, but it was almost like the collateral damage was the red ball. We didn't seemingly have a plan of how we were trying to win red ball games. We had some very good players.
Fuller's in, runs away from us. We've just turned around a bit there, Lawrence. He'll pick up a single as it goes out into the covers, 48 for 4.
And just as we had a philosophy playing white ball cricket in its time, it didn't really cross over to the red ball side. I didn't feel, even sometimes in my time, you'd have chats with the coaches and say, look, you know, these is just from being an experienced guy in the dressing room, these are the areas of players you feel that we need to bring in. You can't, as I said, he was right, very, very good points he made there, but having a good bowling attack, I think you've got to have that. You've got to have at least 2 good bowlers who can dial in for 2 and over.
Fuller into Sykes, just pushes that out to extra cover.
I think Hampshire have a very good left-arm spinner, you know, probably one of the best, if not the best in the country, Liam Dawson. So you feel, though, that Kyle Ablett needs a partner from somewhere. You know, he's not going to be around for much longer. So that's the area, but we touched on it before. It's a lack of runs, isn't it? And who's teaching these guys is the other question I would throw in the mix as well. Is the philosophy too much the same, or you know, you do need a bit of a disruptor to sort of, you know, just chat about different ideas on how to go about things.
There's a drive, but not timed by Sykes as it goes to extra cover. End of the over, 48 for 4.
Yeah, and opening young players' minds up to, you know, understanding that this is a different format. It requires different skills versus just playing the same way you do in, you know, this is the way I play. You know, you've got to understand that to win championships home and away, you've got to understand there's certain key elements of sort of certain parts of the game you've got to win as batsmen. As I touched upon before, you know, you can't have a batting lineup averaging 27. You're not going to win anything doing that. So for me, is it a technical reason? Is it a mental reason? Is the coaching philosophies too much the same, or do you need someone from, you know, a different set of eyes, whatever it might be? As Dawson comes in to begin another over to Lawrence, who dabs that one into mid-wicket. I'm not really sure at this stage why Liam Dawson's got a deep mid-wicket to Dan Lawrence. It's very strange cricket here. I mean, 49 for 4. I think, you know, again, tactically, as I say, that's another area for me. Are they getting the tactics right at certain times to allow them to win games? Say Liam Dawson just setting his field again. He's still going with this deep mid-wicket to young Ollie Sykes into bowl. Pushes that one to mid-off. Very odd cricket here, I have to say, Kev. I mean, as a bowler, would you be pleased with that? I mean, you've got a young man on, he's just playing his second first-class game, and you've got, I'm not really sure what Kyle Abbott's meant to be saving there at mid-off. He's neither back or up saving the one. It's just an easy push up the ground. Dawson in again to Kyle Abbott again for another single. But yeah, I just think, as I said, it's just outsider looking in. I just think you have to be prepared at times to be uncomfortable, listen to some uncomfortable things, both as a player, as a coaching staff as well, to get results. Sykes swings that one away. Dawson a shortest delivery, and that's a boundary. Not a very good delivery. Slightly dragged down. Pulled away nicely for 4.
Yeah, listen, I hear everything you say. I think Hampshire, in a way, to be fair to them, should be applauded for trying to give a lot of youngsters a chance, and there are some good youngsters around. There is no doubt about it. It's just that you're relying on quite a few, and not really any of them have produced, and I think that's the shame. You expect 1 or 2 of them, maybe certainly 1, to come through in the championship, but not really any of them have.
I'll touch on that in a minute as Liam Dawson comes in again to Sykes, who pushes that one to
Closer.
mid-off. Yeah,
Closer
right to
this
say
time.
he's coming closer.
Yeah.
Rightly so. Yeah, I mean, if you look at teams that are in my time who've won county championships, how many have done it with an all-young side? Is the question. You know, I think clubs sometimes. Liam Dawson again. That's a lovely delivery. Beats it out. It's always an appeal. No, not out. Given not out. Sykes pushing out that one outside off stump from Dawson. Thought it was an outside edge. Just ran on with the arm. Take from Ben Brown, but given not out. Yeah, you know, if you think back to like Sussex in their dominant years, if you looked at that team, you know, you had Richard Montgomery, Murray Goodwin, Chris Adams, Mushtaq Ahmed, Yasser Arafat, Martin Jenkins. You think back to Yorkshire, again, you had Bresnan, you had Joe Root, you had Johnny Bairstow, you had experience. Yes, you can then integrate youngsters, drip feed them in, but to go in all young, you don't often see or hear championship winning teams with all young players.
Fuller's into Lawrence, start of a new over. It's good shape on that one, but Lawrence finds mid-wicket. No run.
Because I think sometimes clubs are guilty of being a little bit short-sighted in the value or the holistic value of the 35-year-old plus in a team, both as a batter or as a bowler, because they're your on-field coach, so to speak. They're the guys that young players can lean into for advice on the field. What do you think I should be doing here? Or if you're batting with them, what do you think about this or that? You can exchange ideas, all those kind of things.
Sure. Fuller's in to Dan Lawrence, pulls that away on the leg side, and he pulls that away strongly, and it's going for 4. 59 for 4. Lawrence moves on to 14. Email here from John Stevens, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, why no minute silence for Mr. Bird? Well, there was. Just before the start of the game, which was observed by everybody on the ground, the players, and including us as well. So apologies if you missed that one. We'll just quickly keep an eye on those other games that are affecting both these two teams here as to what they hope will be the outcome come Saturday night. As Fuller's in, bowls, left alone outside. That's a nice carry. Through to Ben Brown. Leaders Nottinghamshire have Warwickshire 49 for 1. That one wicket that has fallen as Alex Davies, he went for no score. That match being played at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire currently with a 14-point gap over Surrey at the top. And Durham, who are now 3 points below Hampshire, and occupy the other relegation spot because Worcestershire are already down. Come to that in a moment as Fuller bowls, and again that's left alone outside of the off stump. And Durham are 53 for 3 against Yorkshire at Headingley. 54 for 3 make that. So Yorkshire have a bonus point which takes them to 147, so they remain 4 points ahead of Hampshire in the live table.
It's all getting very itchy at the moment, isn't it?
It is, Carbs. It is very much so. Were you in the side in 2016? I should have looked this up before the game. Were you still playing 2016?
I played half of it. Unfortunately, I was unwell for the rest of it.
Oh gosh, yes, I do remember. Yeah, because that last game against Durham here,
yeah,
which was technically the last time Hampshire were relegated. So it's pushed out of the covers. Quick single, 61 for 4, but it was found well, about a month or two after the season ended, that Durham were deducted points because of the financial problem, and Hampshire got reinstated in Division 1. They won't have a reprieve this year if they finish in the bottom 2, because as was announced last night, that the will continue as far as the championship's concerned. 2 relegation places confirmed because the counties can still not agree on the way forward for the county game. They can sort out the blast, but they can't sort out the championship. That's flicked away for 4 by Ollie Sykes down through fine leg, 64 for 4.
Yeah, not a particularly good finish to the over there from Fuller. It was a little bit of a drag down, which Ollie Sykes put away nicely, just getting that one fine inside of the fine leg. Kyle Abbott was a little bit wider another boundary. So just the last 2 or 3 overs, Hampshire have been a little bit ragged. Not been at their best with the ball. Few loose deliveries. Not tactically, not sharp enough, I don't think. And these two just sort of play their way to a score at the moment. But, still in the ascendancy, you would say, 64 for 4.
Email here from George Farrow, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I wonder what your take on was England picking a spinner who can't even be picked for their county, yet they can be picked to be a frontline spinner for England, where they have very much better qualified spinners, such as Dawson and Jack Leach, who have a lot more stats to back them up, says George.
You're giving me that evil eye again.
Do you want me to start that one?
Go on then.
Well, I think it's very much well known that Liam Dawson, unless he's going to be a pick, doesn't want to be travelling, and has done in the past, travelling the world and just carrying drinks. He doesn't
mix in power read.
And the England people know that.
Dawson bowls that one to Lawrence, who punches it up the ground. No, I mean, I've come to accept now that it's a much different time to the one I played in, and the game has moved on even in terms of selection, as Dawson bowls to Lawrence again, who drives nicely to extra covers, well picked up for no run. You know, players now being picked on TikTok and various things like that. I mean, you would never would have, if someone said that to you 20 years ago, you would have laughed at them, wouldn't you? Well, he wasn't around 20 years ago. We actually used to get picked on stats, but that's another thing. It's Dawson into bar again, nicely. But you know, well, obviously I joke, but you know, we used to be picked on what you did statistically, and it seemed to have gone slightly away from that. It doesn't seem to matter as much. They're now picking on characteristics and attributes, and you know, as Dawson one of his toes picked at short mid wicket for no run. So it's, for me, it's just a little bit vague at times what you're actually picking players on. I just, if as I've said before, and yes, people say you're Hampshire biased, but no, but you're looking at 2 good cricketers. You know, I'm about to mention in a minute. As Dawson, that's a close one. Lawrence did well there, just to punch that one off the back foot. You know, you look, if you're asking me who some of the best cricketers, or let's say your best left-arm spinners in the country at this moment in time, Jack Leach for me has to come in that conversation. Liam Dawson has to come in that conversation. If you're also looking, if you're talking on a batting front, if someone's telling me James Vince is not in the epsilon best batsman in this country, then there's something seriously wrong. I'm obviously clearly watching a different game. So, but as I said, it's just a sign of the, dare I say, traditional ways of selection. They're now looking at, because I agree with something Churchy said really early on. I think it's more a case of, can we get enough runs in Australia? I think that's going to be key to England winning the Ashes.
64 for 4 here as Fuller starts a new over. He's 6th. He's bowling outside the off stump, and Sykes leaves that one alone.
Yeah, I say the Will Jacks selection. Look, I'm thrilled for him. He's a very good, you know, he's had a great summer. Enjoyed watching him. It is a little odd that someone who doesn't play a lot of red ball cricket is now going to be thrust in there in an Ashes as a second spin. I think his bowling average is something like 42. But then if you look at Shoaib Bashir's bowling average is also 42. So are we taking our best bowlers is the first question. And in Australia, you should be taking you should be taking your best bowlers all the time, shouldn't you?
Fuller to Sykes. Sykes is on 10, the left-hander. He pulls that away on the leg side. That's a nice looking shot. Goes down to fine leg. Moves on to 11, 65 for 4. Yeah, I think yeah, maybe that second spinning selection is very much, well, you're there as backup if we really need you, but you know, you probably won't be required unless one of the pitches is roughed up and cultivated and ploughed. You probably won't be needed, so there's no point in taking Dawson, there's no point in taking Jack Leach. That's my understanding, but yeah.
Yeah, so it looks very pace heavy, doesn't it? I mean, I suppose the only argument is Sydney generally is, or historically is the sort of turner in Australia, sort of as you go to the back end of the summer. But there has been reports that the pitches in Australia have the characteristics have changed a little bit. They've tended to leave a bit more on the pitches. Whether they'll do that for the test matches, I don't know. But they haven't played the same way, and they've actually been quite batter challenging. And Australia themselves have had problems finding a top order, a consistent top order themselves. So, but yeah, sad for Liam Dawson, obviously, but obviously you'll still be involved in the one day stuff as well.
You've still got New Zealand to look forward to next month. That's a lovely shot off the back foot, well fielded at point by Ali Orr, looking for a single as the ball just bounced away out of his hands. It's going to be a double change in a minute, so myself and Michael Carberry will make way for Amelia Clark and Mark Church. But I just want to quickly come to this one. Tim Street, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, do you think Ben Brown should continue as captain of the Red Bull side next season? In my opinion, I think Gubbins is a better option. He did a decent job with a 50-over side. Well, I suppose you could argue that one. I don't know. For the reasons we mentioned earlier, and his top order batters aren't giving him a return. All the batters, including Gubbins, it has to be said, are all averaging less than 30. And I had Tom Preston that, and even Mark Stoneman are all at the top of the order initially. It's down the leg side. Now, what's that come off? It's come off the bat, just flicked away there by Lawrence. Very fine, but the ball was very much leg stumpish. And at it's not quite the end of the over, 69 for 4. It's not helping, is it, when your top order batters, not one of them are averaging 30 or into the 30s.
Yeah, you can't. I don't think that's on the captaincy. I think that's just individuals, as I said, taking responsibility. I think that's team culture. That's what messages are being sent out via the coach or the batting group. Do they have a plan? Are they capable of carrying out those plans? Is the other thing as well. I think you've got to throw that in the mix as well. They've got to, I think, as a collective, sit down and look at overall, how they're going to trying to win games at home. I think more importantly, and then working out how they're going to do it away from home as well.
Michael Carberry, thank you very much. The live table currently has Yorkshire in 7th at 147 points, Hampshire in 8th at 143, and Durham in the second to last place on 140. So Mark Church and Amelia Clark will take you through until lunch.
Thank you, Kevin James. Thank you, Michael Carberry. It's been a very entertaining first session, this. Wickets and runs always makes cricket interesting as Dawson continues, and Ollie Sykes pushing this one off the back foot. Dawson thought he was through him there. Gets a single, does Ollie Sykes. He moves on to 12. Surrey move on to 70 for 4. It's been a good last sort of 20 minutes for Surrey. After that wicket of Ben Folkes, bowled for 2. 2 wickets for Fuller this morning, 2 for Kyle Abbott. Surrey have just ticked along as this is turned by Dan Lawrence up towards a wideish mid-on. They'll stroll another single. And Sykes will come back onto strike on 12. But Hampshire will be delighted here, Amelia. They picked up a bowling point after Surrey won the toss and batted first. They've got rid of Sibley, Patel, Burns and Folkes. And they would dearly love to get rid of one of these two before the lunch break.
Absolutely. Yeah, going to lunch with 5 wickets in hand. That's fantastic.
There's been a little bit of turn there for Liam Dawson, which is interesting, with Surrey having Jahar playing his first game for Surrey. Oh, that goes past the edge, nicely bowled. This is going to be a tester for Ollie Sykes. That's the one that just goes on with the arm from Liam Dawson. They've lost the leg slip now for Sykes. It's just the slip and the short leg. Dawson over the wicket he comes once again. Sykes is driving up towards mid-off. Won't get a run. He's attacking by nature. Ollie Sykes, you just have to look at his setup. Yeah, he's always set up like this. I've always sort of, it reminds me of Owen Morgan, the way he sets up. As down the pitch he comes, picks it up on the full and drives it away through the covers and away for 4. So good use of the feet from Ollie Sykes, coming down the pitch and meeting that on the full, and then all he had to do was get it in a gap, which is what he did. And he moves on to 16, and Surrey move on to 75 for 4.
Yeah, this partnership's been nice. They've sort of stopped the run of wickets that Hampshire were going. I mean, they were almost picking one up, you know, on the 19, on the 25, and you know, sort of every 10 they were losing a wicket. But these two have put a nice partnership together.
Sykes on the back foot this time, just punches up towards Washington Sundar. Stood up there at mid-on. So end of the over. Lawrence 20, Sykes 16. Surrey 75 for 4. 25 overs bowled this morning. Got, what, 10 minutes until lunch?
Yeah,
10 minutes until the lunch break. Bit more cloud cover now. We did have blue skies and sun. There is a, well, it's a Department of the Police conference downstairs today.
Yes.
Put it this way, I parked and drove very slowly into the car park.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Yeah.
So yes.
Although some of the parking in the car park was questionable, which I thought,
And that was probably them.
which I
wasn't
thought
it?
was quite entertaining.
They
I thought-
probably think they can get away with it. But yes, so there's a big conference. Every time you go up and down in the lifts, you're on your best
behaviour. Yes, everyone's very quiet.
Very much so.
Well, Washington Sundar getting a big round of applause as he looks like he's going to be coming in to the bowling attack from the hotel end. He was doing some very interesting stretches. I don't know if you caught them. Just as we were coming on to commentary, just in front of the pavilion, he was sort of laying on his back with his head, with his legs sort of back over his head, touching the floor. He was almost in like, it was almost like a back somersault position. I looked over and I thought, goodness, is he okay? But he was just doing some stretches.
It's the way Kevin James wakes up every morning to get himself ready for comms.
So Sundar in, right arm over, and this is into Lawrence, who drives, but finds Kyle Abbott down at long on, who sort of plays with the ball a little bit as if he's doing his own keepy uppies in his hands. I think just to his own amusement. As Sundar comes in again, wastes no time, right arm over, bowls and a little bit shorter, and this is worked off the hips, but finds the fielder, no run.
It's nice this, because you've got Dawson taking it away from the right hander and then Sundar spinning it back in.
Yeah.
So it's a nice combination.
And he comes again, and this is driven and finds the fielder again. Nice bit of work there for Ali Orn. They're going to take a quick single, but Kyle Abbott, who's now got the ball, is quite happy to let them do so. Yeah, they're not letting the batters rest here at all. So Sundar now to Sykes. Looks like he's going to come round the wicket.
Yeah, he's going to get a short leg in and a leg slip and a slip.
Put the pressure on completely.
And of course, for Sykes with Sundar, he liked bowling at a left-hander because he's now taking the ball away from the left-hander. But Sykes will know with Sundar's height, and he think that he might just from around the wicket on the angle. They're taking the leg slip out now. They're going to leave that area open for Ollie Sykes.
So Sundar happy with the field as he comes in round the wicket to Sykes, the left-hander, and this is just defended out square of the wicket.
I'll have a look at scores elsewhere at the end of this over.
Yeah, sure.
Very important.
A few claps ring around the ground as Sundar comes in again. He's in and bowls and defended again.
It's well played by Ollie Sykes. He's playing that off the
Absolutely.
back foot, give himself a little bit more time. But Sundar's height is an issue when you're batting. Does get bounce.
As he comes in again to Sykes still on strike. Oh, and he's been
bowled it.
bowled. Absolutely brilliant work there from Washington Sundar. Just what you were saying, a little bit of bounce, and he's yeah, absolutely cast them.
He has, and he's tried to play that one off the back foot quicker. Nicely disguised by Washington Sundar. That is the one danger of playing the spinner off the back foot, and it has just skidded on and hit the top of the off stump. And Ollie Sykes bowled for 16, very much Hampshire's morning this. Surrey 5 down now. But that's a nice bit of disguise from Washington Sundar. It wasn't any different to the previous delivery in length, but it was just quicker and skidded on to Sykes. And as he desperately tried to get the bat down on it, just clipped the top of his off stump.
Yeah, I was just actually about to say that in the ball after. I said, he's really playing off the back foot, and I thought there is a little bit of risk he's taking here, but I suppose he was just trying to give himself that bit of time, just try and see the ball, because Washington Sundar, he does sort of bring it in with some pace, but unfortunately Sykes will have to depart on 16, and Hampshire are getting themselves in a nice position this morning.
Certainly are.
Come out with some fire.
They certainly are. Well, sorry, I've got a huge amount of work to do here. Winning the toss, batting first, 76 for 5 on the first morning. And Ralphie Albert, on his championship debut, is making his way out to the middle with 5 minutes until lunch.
No pressure.
Well, he's got Dan Lawrence there with him. So, and the other thing is he will be down at the non-strikers end. So he'll be able to have a little look from the non-strikers end first up. But... yeah, it's a tricky time to come in on your debut, 5 minutes before lunch on day one, batting at 7. That's the other thing as well. So all the very best.
I mean, you'd hope in this sort of situation that Lawrence would actually just try and block every ball and not take a run to make Albert face on this sort of last over before lunch. But, they need some runs.
Yeah, I just think he'll play this normally with Dawson. Because we'll probably get another one in after this with spin going. So Dawson will rattle through this over. But yeah, it's interesting as Dawson will come left arm around the wicket. And this is punched off the back foot by Dan Lawrence. He'll take a single, and that will bring Ralphie Albert on to strike for the first time. Made 90 odd from memory. Did Ralphie Albert in one of the 50 over games. I think it was at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. So he can bat, but this is a little different to that. He's got Liam Dawson bowling at him, right-handed. Ralphie Albert, 17 years of age.
17.
As around the wicket goes Dawson to him, and he's forward.
He should be doing his A-levels, not playing here.
Well, he's playing his first ball very neatly and tidily out towards extra cover. Gubbins doing the fielding there. 3 balls to go at the Dawson over. Dawson's in. Albert's on the back foot, playing this one away into the offside. Gubbins gets round to do the fielding. Out there in his short sleeve sweater, Ralphie Albert. Dawson wearing his sunglasses as always. He's in here, gives this one a little more air, and Ralphie Albert's nicely forward, just pushing this one to Gubbins again.
You don't think Toby's Hampshire Albert and Surrey's Ralphie Albert are any relation, do you?
No, and well, the only thing I can tell you is that Ralphie Albert's granddad is a certain Jimmy White. As forward goes Ralphie Albert, plays this one out into the offside with soft hands. So he plays his first 4 deliveries in Championship cricket very, very nicely indeed. But Surrey in a spot of bother at 77 for 5. Elsewhere, in Division 1, Somerset flying along, 105 for 1 against Essex. Warwickshire 68 for 1 against Nottinghamshire, of course. Worcestershire 86 for 6 against Sussex. So Sussex have picked up a couple of points this morning. So 152 points to the live table, as Sundar will continue from the hotel end.
He will indeed. Right arm around the wicket, and he comes in, and this has just worked away very nicely in the offside. Goes out to Ali or in the deep. They'll go for 1.
Yorkshire have a bowling point because Durham are 63 for 3. So that takes Yorkshire onto 147 points. Hampshire, of course, have a bowling point, and they're 1 wicket away from a second bowling point. Hampshire are now on 143 points. In Division 2, Glamorgan 113 for 6 against Lancashire, but of course we know Glamorgan have been promoted.
Sundar in again, and this is right Right around the wicket to Albert, who is almost in a box. There's only one short leg not there, but they're sort of semi-surrounding him.
Derbyshire 106 for 1 against Kent.
Sundar in again, bowls. Oh, and there's a wrap on the pads, but no interest there.
Bit of turn
Bit of turn indeed.
for Washington Sundar. For Albert, I was just thinking of working that leg side with the turn.
Sundar in again, wastes no time, he's in straight away. And oh, again another, he's getting a little bit trapped on the crease there, a little bit. A turn, just making Albert having to think a lot.
He's just got to be a little careful there. There is a leg slip in the shape of, I think it's Gubbins in there at leg slip.
Another one from Sundar, and he comes just blocked off the bat.
It's quicker as
it's
well.
Quick, isn't it?
He's played that pretty well actually.
He has.
Ralphie Albert, because that got on to him quicker than he was expecting, but he's just got to be careful of the leg slip. I think they want a helmet now. This could be the last over before lunch, because whatever it is they want, and
he's up in the dressing room.
Well, the sort of reserve fielders and 12th men have sensibly brought a couple of chairs down and lots of bits of equipment and bits and pieces, so they haven't got to run all the way back up to the dressing rooms, but whatever it is they want is in the dressing rooms. That's the one thing they've forgotten. So there is a bit of a delay now. Scott Curry's wandering across to help out and sort of meet halfway. I'd have thought it's something along the lines of a helmet.
I think it is, yeah.
I'm not sure. I can't see what.
Yeah,
it is
a helmet.
So the one thing they didn't bring down was a helmet. So they've got it now, but Surrey won't mind that, because this will now definitely be the last over before lunch.
So it looks as though
Al Dawson's going under the lid. He's in that leg slip position now, and they're having two in there, and Dawson is very close. So they've got two leg slips now for Ralphie Albert.
Sundar is in, and this is defended. Oh, up into the offside.
He's got his first run.
He has indeed.
There we go, just before lunch. He's got his first run off the last ball before lunch. Ralphie Albert has opened his account, but starting this game, well, basically knowing they need to win and pick up bonus points and hope that Nottinghamshire don't pick up another 10.
As Abbott comes in, and that wasn't beat the bat, and it carried through to the keeper, but it was tantalisingly close to Albert's bat. Just watch that on the replay there, and that really was very close. Nice line from Kyle Abbott then.
Yeah, that's a nice bit of bowling. Just getting Ralphie Albert pushing at that away from his body a touch outside the off stump. Bit more cloud cover now as well than we had this morning. We had bright blue skies and sun this morning. There's a bit of cloud cover above us now, and of course the ball only in its 29th over.
Abbott in once more from the pavilion end, right arm over, in. Oh, and he's absolutely castled him. Albert's gone, he got the ball just moving a touch, and well, Ralphie Albert on his county debut will have to depart for 5.
Yeah, it's a good bit of bowling, cracking length, just bringing it back and beating it. Ralphie Albert's inside edge and knocks back his leg stump, so that's a second bowling point now for Hampshire. So in the live table, Hampshire move on to 144 points and Surrey are 83 for 6, but Ralphie Albert doesn't do a lot wrong here. It's just a great line, great length. It nips back and it just hits the top of his leg stump. We're seeing it again now from behind Ralphie Albert, and you'll see the movement here. That has come back and just hit his leg stump. So it's a nice bit of bowling, but it's the perfect start from a Hampshire point of view. Straight away after lunch, second bowling point, and now they're in control of the game. 83 for 6, they're in control of the game at the moment, and there's every chance that they could be out there batting in an hour's time. It could happen even quicker than that. But yeah, nice bit of bowling from Kyle Abbott, and that'll bring Tom Laws out to the middle, who did his very best last week to get Surrey over the line, did Tom Laws, and he was eventually the last one to go for 33. Wasn't his fault. As I say, he was doing his level best to get Surrey over the line. Got them to within 20. And then he was caught. He didn't play a bad shot off Josh Tong, actually. Big drive over extra cover and just picked out the one man stood on the boundary rope. And that was the end of the game last week. And now he's going to have to face up to Kyle Abbott after Ralphie Albert bowled with a good one from Kyle Abbott. 83 for 6, Surrey, in the 29th over.
Well, Abbott in again. 2 balls left of this over. He's in and bowls, and Laws works that off the hips, and it's not quite going to go for 4 because there's a roving fielder coming round, but they'll get 2 off of it. Much needed runs for Surrey. 85 for 6 they move to.
Yeah, and again, just nipping that one back, Kyle Abbott, but nicely played by Tom Laws. So yeah, Laws also in the first innings came out as night watch and played very nicely for his 22 runs, and a very warm welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra joining us in this first over after lunch. So we've already lost a wicket.
Abbott in again, and this is defended by Laws. Yes, you join myself, Amelia Clark, and Mark Church taking you through. Big round of applause there for Kyle Abbott as he finishes his over. 6 went from it, and a wicket. Sorry, 85 for 6.
Yeah, that wicket, Ralphie Albert on his championship debut. First ball after lunch, Ralphie Albert, lovely shot, just guided the ball away down through third man for 4. And then, well, Abbott nipping one back. And Albert pushing forward, and it just clipped his leg stump. So it was a very nice piece of bowling, but Surrey needs something here. 85 for 6, Surrey. From a Hampshire perspective, in the live table, as Kevin James has christened it, and he is our live table correspondent, but he's been very busy during the lunch break, as Kevin James. The live table, that moves Hampshire on to 144 points, because they now have 2 bowling points, of course, and we're going to have Brad Wheel getting us started after lunch from the hotel end. Dan Lawrence, the man on strike, on 23, as Wheel is in and Lawrence is up on his toes, playing this one up towards mid-off, and there is Liam Dawson to do the fielding. a smattering of spectators, I think it's fair to say, around the ground. They were sitting in quite nice weather this morning.
They were.
Sky and sun. This afternoon there's a big dark cloud above us going off towards Telegraph Wood, Kevin James's favourite wood. Turning once more is Bradwell. Comes in over the wicket to Lawrence. Good length delivery. Lawrence is forward, playing this one up the ground, and there is Mr. Abbott doing the fielding. 51 championship wickets this season now for Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, it's a similar sized crowd that we had on Sunday for the women's final Metro Bank One Day Cup. If you're watching on the live stream, you might be able to see there's sort of some big black stands that were left over from the internationals. But they are roped off. It's not just that no one wants to sit there.
No,
They're just waiting for them to be removed.
yeah, they're not very popular, those stands. As Wheels in, and this is turned by Lawrence into the leg side. He'll get a single, and that will bring Tom Laws onto strike for the first time here to Bradwell. Lawrence moves on to 24. There are some brave souls who've come in shorts today to watch. Brave. I think this morning I can sort of understand that, but now it would be very chilly. I would have thought.
In true September fashion, it's ever changing, the weather, but the sun is trying to break through, so a little bit of a sun sort of slice on the pitch at the moment.
I think we're all right for the weather this week. As over the wicket comes Wheel, and that just turns Tom Laws around a touch as it's straightened on him. It rolls up towards Liam Dawson at mid-off. There's a huge sign saying members over there in the Shane Warne stand. There's also one in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. And I think if you are a member here, you know where you can sit with that huge sign.
Absolutely. 3
slips in there. As over the wicket goes Bradwell. And that's on the hip of Tom Laws. Just turns his wrists on this. We'll get a single down towards long leg. Golf course busy today.
Very busy.
Ryder Cup week.
Everyone inspired.
Well, yeah. I think a lot of people thinking they are Rory McIlroy from what I saw this morning, until they actually swing the club on the first tee, and then it doesn't quite go.
I walked past some guys that were coming down on the buggy, and they were being held up, so they were going quite slowly, and one of the gentlemen driving it went, well, on the 14th, if you go left, that's always your best bet. And I thought,
yeah, well, he probably meant on the buggy. As over the wicket comes Wheel, and this is turned by Lawrence into short mid-wicket, and there is no run into the over. 87 for 6 then Surrey. Lawrence 24, Laws has 3 here on 5 Sports Extra. This, of course, the last game of the summer, the last round of the summer in the first and the second division. It has absolutely flown by this summer. It really has. It only seems like yesterday that I was sat with Kevin James back in South London discussing cricket life, and Kevin James saying to me, well, the good news is this year I don't think I'll have as many miles to do. He regrets that now.
He does. Yes. Kyle Abbott coming in again from the pavilion end. Laws on strike, and this is bowled and driven, an absolutely great shot, and that's going to go for 4. Yeah, that's just been driven away, and Laws meant business with that one.
That's a great shot. It's just back of a length, and he stayed on that back foot and just punched it perfectly away through the covers for 4. Really good looking shot that from Tom Laws. Looked in fine form last week with the bat. And as I say, did his level best to get Surrey over the line with Dan Worrell at the other end. And then he played that big shot off Josh Tong. He got quite a lot of it. Picked out Ben Slater on the cover boundary rope, and quite rightly cue pandemonium for Nottinghamshire. At that point there were players running all over Kennington.
As Abbott comes in again. Sorry, on 91 for 6. Bowls as Abbott, and this is driven, but I think it was given a no ball.
Yep, just overstepped the mark.
Yeah, umpire very quick to give that, and Abbott just looks, he knows where he's gone wrong there. A rare miss bowl there from Kyle Abbott, but top of his mark. I'm sure it's already forgotten. 93 for 6. Lawrence on 24. He's faced 41 deliveries, and Laws already faced 6. He's on 7. On rate about 3, so they've knocked it up a little bit with this new partnership as Abbott comes in again. In bowls, and this is driven back, and it looked like to get an inside edge, and that one could have ricocheted anywhere.
Yeah, looking to be positive is Tom Laws. Looking to drive that one away through the covers on the up. I noticed, I mentioned it earlier that there is the, I think it's called the, it's something like the Police Federation Traffic Management.
It was a very long title, wasn't it?
Conference going on downstairs.
Oh, I've got a story about that in a moment. Kyle Abbott comes in again. In bowls, and it's just driven, defended. Yes, so as I was bringing your plowmans back up, I was waiting on one of the and a couple of the people for the conference were getting in to go down, and the lifts, I don't know quite what was going on, but they got in and they kept the lift kept saying up. They couldn't work out why, and it's because I'd pressed up, but I thought, well, you know, they'd know it was going down. And then they went, oh, it's okay, we'll go down. And the lit doors closed. They said, give us a moment. So I waited and watched it, then pressed it again. Ding, the doors opened.
And they were still stood there.
They were still
Excellent.
stood there. And
yes.
this guy was starting to look at me like, I was like, I promise it's not my fault.
No.
As Kyle Abbott comes in again. And this is, oh, a big rap on the pads there. Umpire remains unmoved.
Good shout. I would have thought it's possibly even done a bit too much, this one. Because Kyle Abbott is getting that ball to nip at height as well. Yeah, there's enough in there for a bit of doubt for the umpire. Just to articulate to everybody listening on 5 Sports Extra, when Amelia says, I brought ploughmans back, I didn't order her to go and get my ploughmans. She very kindly, because I was holding the fort for Mr. James during lunch, and very kindly you brought me back my magnificent ploughmans.
I did. As Abbott comes in again, and this is driven back to him, and he'll do his own fielding. Yes, no, you
Very
would
kind
never
of you.
order me to do anything like that.
No, and then it is a magnificent ploughman's, I have to say. It's got everything that you need in a ploughman's. Very nice indeed. Bit of cheddar there, pork pie, lovely bit of ham. Lovely bit of ham in there as well. Pate as well.
Bit of chutney.
You can tell that Kevin James is here an awful lot. You can tell that Kevin James is back in his, yeah, that's why the pate's in there today.
Abbott in again. Defended by Laws.
Yeah, good bowling again from Abbott. He's just probing away, as always is Kyle Abbott. Seen him do this for years and years and years. 93 for 6, Surrey. 31 overs gone today. And just a reminder, Surrey won the toss and decided to bat. Dan Lawrence on 24, Tom Laws on 7. Sun's just beginning to come out again. Michael Carberry, of course, is with us today as well. Always great to see Mr. Carberry. He always looks at the cutting edge of style, but today he really is. As Lawrence waiting for Bradwell from the hotel end, and Lawrence covers up, plays this one into the leg side, rolls up towards mid-on, and Kyle Abbott starts shining the ball up. So I thought now it's very pleasant with the sun out, watching all of this going on out there in the middle.
We've had an email at Hampshire. Actually, I've completely. Kev, what's the email address again? Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It changed recently.
I'm sure it
not
did.
Just completely incompetent.
This one's pushed away again by Lawrence off a good length from Bradwell.
Yeah, had an email. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, afternoon all. Just turned on the match and can't believe the score. I'm playing golf on Saturday and was hoping to enjoy a nice beer after the round whilst watching us win on the last day. Or if it carries on like this, then I doubt we'll get past lunch on day 3. Alex, thank you very much for your email. He's praying for a win and another top tier season. Thank you, Alex, for getting in touch.
As Wheel comes in over the wicket to Lawrence. Lawrence is solidly in behind this one. Plays this one up towards mid-on. Well, if that were to happen, Alex, of course, that would mean that you able to sit and watch the foursomes live on Friday afternoon, because it'll be 4 balls in the morning and foursomes in the afternoon in the old Ryder Cup. I always think that like Ashes tours in Australia, Lions tours and a Ryder Cup, there aren't that many sporting things that are hugely unique anymore, as wheel is in and forward goes the right-handed Lawrence and plays this one up towards mid-off. And the other thing is, with the Lions tour and a Ryder Cup tour, it's the only time it ever happens that you put a load of players together. And so with the Lions, you know, it's players that try and knock 7 bails out of each other most of the time, and then they all have to come together. And with the Ryder Cup, it's obviously individuals who are always trying to, and they have to come together. I find it fascinating. I really do. As Wheel over the wicket he comes, and this one's clipped away into the leg side by Dan Lawrence out there towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single.
Yeah, that's what I love about any of those kind of competitions. Sort of, you know, the Billie Jean King Cup, the Laver Cup. You know, in tennis, it's such an individual sport, and then all of a sudden you're in this big team, and it's one of those that you suddenly think, oh, this is magnificent. We're all playing together, and it's a nice moment, as you say, very unique. But yes, the Ryder Cup is one of those.
Well, the build-up to it now is like it's like the Oscars.
It's
absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
As over the wicket again comes Wheel, length delivery, good looking shot from Tom Laws, brilliantly fielded by Gubbins at extra cover, because he timed that quite beautifully off the front foot, but Gubbins flung himself to his right, got a hand on it, end of the over, 94 for 6.
Yeah, the way that came off the bat, that should have been running away for 4, but good bit of fielding there by Gubbins. As you say, 94 for 6. Lawrence on 25 off 46. Laws on 7 off 12. And it looks as though Carl Abbott isn't quite ready to hand over the bowling yet at the pavilion end. He's going to have another spell. Having a quick chat with Dawson there. Just shines the ball up for him.
Elsewhere, Somerset still ticking along very nicely against Essex. 127 for 1. Somerset.
So 2 slips in place for Abbott as he comes in, right arm over the wicket and bowls, and this is driven. Nice, again, a good stop there. Gubbins putting a big diving stop in. And
well, Gubbins is +8 at the moment for runs in profit.
Absolutely.
Saved a couple of boundaries there. That was an even better stop because Lawrence, that was firmly struck from Dan Lawrence, but Gubbins again away to his right hand side. Warwickshire 70 for 1 at Trent Bridge, but it's raining. Now Nottinghamshire will not mind that at all. In fact, Nottinghamshire will be thinking to themselves, ooh, keep going, the rain.
As Kyle Abbott comes in again, and that's just helped down the leg side.
Yeah, they don't want it to rain for all 4 days, because if they get to 10 points, they've done it. So they need to get out there and pick up, well, at the moment, another 5 wickets, and then they'd have their 2 bowling points. Then they'd be happy for it to absolutely hose down for the next 3 days.
Yeah.
But at the moment it's raining, and Warwickshire 70 for 1. That of course, because Nottinghamshire beating Surrey last week and have complete and utter control now of the championship table.
So Abbott in again. 2 balls of this over gone already. Dots. Abbott bowls, and this is defended off the front foot. And Lawrence was very much on the charge already, but he did pick out. I think that's who is that?
James Fuller up there.
It is James Fuller. Yeah, in an unusual position for him actually. He's normally out on the boundary, so.
Well, Washington Sundar as well has gone in at leg slip now.
Yes.
So Sundar in at leg slip. 2 slips a leg slip. They have got a man out at deep backward square for Lawrence. Long leg, mid off, extra cover, and then it's not really a third man. It's a deepish backward point, really.
As Abbott comes in again and bowls, and this is well left and carries through to the keeper by Lawrence.
Worcestershire and Sussex. Well, Worcestershire didn't have a great morning, and I think they've lost another one since lunch. 111 for 7 against Sussex. And Worcestershire, as we know, will already relegated. And Yorkshire and Durham, that's an interesting one. Those two playing each other. Durham 78 for 3, so Yorkshire have picked up a bowling point, and on the live table that means they're on 147 points.
Abbott in again, bowls, and this is defended, and they'll take the single into the offside.
In Division 2, Glamorgan 143 for 6 against Lancashire, but we know that Glamorgan have been promoted already. Kent and Derbyshire, Derbyshire 135 for 1. Middlesex 161 for 3 against Gloucestershire, and Leicestershire 156 for 4 against Northamptonshire, but we already know that Leicestershire have won Division 2.
There you go.
So Division 2 is sorted. What we need to know is who wins Division 1 and who is relegated with Worcestershire to Division 2.
Abbott in again. Oh, nice swipe at that, but carries through to the keeper with nothing on it. 95 for 6 brings up the end of the over, just the one from it. Kyle Abbott's 3 for 26 off 11 overs. He's got some fantastic stats today. But yes, it's all still to sort of play for.
It is, it really is, and I think actually you sort of get to this last round of games, and this is what you want. You want it coming down to the last round of games, and as we said this morning, at least everybody knows what's happening next season now.
Yes.
You know, the structure's not changing, whether you agree with it or not. At least more really, I think for Glamorgan and Leicestershire to know that they're going to be playing First Division cricket next season.
Absolutely.
Bradwell will come over the wicket here to Dan Lawrence, and that's short and punched away by Lawrence out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. It'll just be a single, and that'll be one more to the total. Lawrence on to 27, 96 for 6, Surrey. Laws comes back on to strike. Laws sporting his short sleeve sweater today. Dan Lawrence in shirt sleeves. Bradwell did have Dominic Sibley dropped on naught by Scott Curry in the slip cordon, but then he certainly made up for it with a brilliant catch to get rid of Ryan Patel, as that's a length ball that's hammered off the front foot by Tom Laws. But again, it's Nick Gubbins doing the fielding. This time he's used the inside of his left knee to do the fielding, which isn't exactly what he wanted, Nick Gubbins, and that's hurt him actually. Gubbins is slowly getting to his feet again. Yeah, it missed his hands, unfortunately, and smashed him on his left knee, but he's okay. But he'll have a bruise there in the morning, I would have thought. 3 slips for Tom Laws. As Bradwell right arm over the wicket he comes, and Laws is forward and plays a good length ball straight back up the pitch. Bradwell does the fielding off his own bowling, and then lobs it up to James Fuller, stood up there at mid-off. Tom Laws coming into this game, 138 championship runs this summer. In his 9th championship game, high score of 37, not out. Waits again. As over the wicket goes Wheel to him, and this, well, it's a good shot. It's a checked pull for 4. There was a cry of catch it, but he's just checked that with the pull shot. Hasn't gone all the way through with it. And it has whistled off to the boundary rope for 4, and that's the 100 up eventually for Surrey. 100 for 6 they are. And Tom Laws, very controlled pull shot that. He's on to 11. I don't mind seeing that again on the old replay, because it was very well played by Tom Laws. But it was a checked pull, really. They got the long leg there. They're getting a deep backward square out now as well after that for Tom Laws. Kevin James is up there. He's redoing his rotor. He's redoing his rotor. As forward goes Laws. Plays this one back up the pitch towards mid-off, and there's no run. Oh no, he's not happy with it now, look. He's changed it, but then muddled himself up, I think. It's that time of the season. He's pointing to the other end of the ground. He'll have to go and do something else down that end at some point today. He's very busy today. He is, of course, the correspondent for the live table as well.
Yep.
Sort of
Big role.
He gave himself that role this morning.
I think you've become
in
that correspondent
dramatic fashion. As forward goes Laws, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So I'm just looking not only at the live table but the live rotary from Kevin James here. I'm going to vacate after one more over, JMO. And yes, and that's right. Hand signals as well from Mr. James there. It's all go. It's all go for Mr. James at the moment. As I was saying, Amelia, you're too young to remember this, but in the old days of driving, Kevin James would have collected enough tokens from petrol stations. There used to be, like I said earlier, you could get a sort of a nice wine glass set.
Oh, right.
Yes, or I think you could, the big prize was a push bike. I think as long as you collected enough tokens, yeah, so he'd have definitely got one of those in the last month as well.
Gosh.
With the miles he's done.
That's quite cool. Why don't they do that anymore?
Oh, I don't know. It's always made it more interesting.
Abbott in, and that's taken on the full toss. Just driven out to a fielder who's stood waiting.
It was here last year. Was it the year before last? No, it was this year actually, where I got shouted at the petrol station round the corner.
Do you?
But I didn't know where it was coming from, because they can shout at you from the kiosk where you pay while you're outside. And I'd parked in the wrong one where I couldn't go in and pay for it. I had to do it on the machine.
Abbott in again. This on bowls and driven. Fuller could stop, and they'll only get the one for it.
And then all of a sudden I heard a voice. Would the gentleman on pump 12 please press the button, because that's self-payment. And I was like, I don't want to pay, but I didn't know who I was talking to.
Yeah.
Because it was sort of just a voice from the gods at me. Press, and then all I got was press the button as well. That was all I got.
Yeah.
And then I realised, and I got in the car and had to drive all the way around again to go in the right pump.
Abbott in again. Bowls and defended. And the thing with those self-pay ones is, as a fairly young person, I would like to use them. I don't mind using them, but you have to have a physical card with you. And often I don't have a physical card. I only have my phone. I want to pay contactless. So then I have to. I don't mind going into the kiosk. It's fine. You get to look at what's on sale. But you go in and it's fine. But it's like, well, actually, why is there not some contactless?
Yep, and I'm so old that I like to pay with cash. So I would definitely not be able to use the self-service. So there you are. There's the major generational differences there.
As Abbott comes in and it's just defended by Laws.
Well, you can virtually do your weekly shop now in a petrol station, can't you?
Yeah, it's huge.
And get everything in there.
Especially if you get a good one, like a posh supermarket, let's say.
Well, I got these glasses.
Did you?
I sat on my proper ones on transit a few weeks ago. I haven't been to get them fixed yet, so I had to get these from the petrol station.
Were you here when
they
that
do
happened?
a job, I think it was, and that
Yes.
shows you how long ago it was that I sat on my proper glasses.
Abbott in past the umpire, and this is pulled away, but it's landed safely. And a few shouts for catch, but the fielder wasn't quite near enough. Ali Yorgo scampering after it. Yes, you were here the last time. I remember you telling me you'd sat
I sat on my glasses.
on a train, wasn't it?
I think it was,
Yeah.
yes. So I had to stop at a petrol station and buy these ones, and I haven't actually got around to going and getting proper glasses as yet. But these are doing a job, and well, you imagine a few years ago, you'd never have thought you could buy glasses in a petrol station.
Not at all. But one ball left of the over. 101 for 6 for Surrey. Lawrence on strike on 11. He's faced 21 balls. There's Abbott in again. Balls, and it's well left alone. Carries through to the keeper and brings up the end of the over. Just the one from it.
I'll keep chatting for 2 seconds to bring Mr. James in. Then I will vacate from this side because he's in charge of all the bits and pieces. Welcome back, Kevin James.
Thank you very much. Fascinating stuff about petrol stations. Mark Church. He's always interesting chat, isn't he, Mark Church? You never know what he's going to come out with.
You don't.
He's very varied, very knowledgeable.
Very random.
Very random, he says.
Completely random.
But
But
I like
we love working with him. As your live table correspondent, I feel it's time to bring us up to date if you haven't already.
Please do.
Because Hampshire have 2 points in this game currently, which means they have 144. And in the Durham game at Yorkshire, which we're of course keeping an eye on near the foot of the table, as Fuller was running, Bradwell was just running in and Dan Lawrence wasn't quite ready. Durham are 93 against Yorkshire, so they've yet to pick up a point. It will be quite a while before they do so, as they've batted first. 250 is the first time they can pick up a point. At the other end of the table, and I did hear Mr. Church mention that they were off for rain, which they are at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 70 for 1. So Nottinghamshire have not added to their 203 tally, and Surrey have not added to their 189 tally in second, as that's turned away square on the leg side. So you're bang up to date.
And Yorkshire aren't able to pick up any bowling points yet.
Correct. Oh, they picked up one.
Yeah.
Correct. Sorry. Yes, you're right. Sorry. So they now have 147. Thank you very much, Amelia.
That's all right.
Perhaps you should be my co-live table.
No, do you know what, it was Mark who noticed it earlier, and I heard him say it, and yeah, it was merely just checking. We'll work as it's a team effort.
It is.
It's a team effort.
Yes.
But no, you're as ever head of the team.
Well, no,
you're in charge.
No, not at all. No,
yes.
It's a collective effort, and it's very important that we keep up to date with that, because it is very nervy down here. It's a nervy time. As Bradwell turns, he's into his 10th over here, none for 30. He's bowling to Laws, who's pushing that out on the offside. He's on 11. Dan Lawrence is 29. Just that one wicket that's fallen since lunch. Ralphie Albert bowled by Kyle Abbott for 5. Kyle Abbott on 51 wickets for the season.
Yeah, he bowled very well today. But to be fair, credit where it's due. Wheel is he's bowling really, solid lines. He's bowling well. He's bowling tight. He's not leaking boundaries or anything. So he might not have picked up a wicket yet, but I think Hampshire will be happy with the way he's bowling.
Definitely. As Wheel turns, runs away from us once more. And bowls. Just good length ball, which is played out square on the offside. Should we get through a couple of these emails?
Yes.
Darian Boyd has emailed under the heading of County Championship Restructure. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the place to get your emails in for what is the last week of the English domestic season. So it's the only email we're using, so everybody that's listening, watching, however you're picking this game up, then you can email us on that address, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As Wheel bowls, that's turned away on the leg side. Laws will pick up 1, and the total moves on to 103 for 6. For the last few seasons, says Darren, we've heard plenty of counties bleating about freezing cold April, wet Septembers, staggered fixtures, lack of integrity by not always playing each other home and away, and too many dead rubbers. Presumably we will hear no more in that respect, having mainly voted to keep things exactly the same. Very innovative. Would be interested in their reasoning and indeed what Hampshire's view was. Terrific stuff so far from the Hawks. Wonder if Surrey will try and sign another test player purely for their second innings. That's in reference to Surrey just signing one player for this game. That's Chahar. That's played out mid-wicket by Lawrence. Picks up 2, moves on to 31, 105 for 6. So things are as in the championship for next year. So 2 definitely going down.
Well, this partnership already starting to put a nice little group together. They've got about, I think they've got about 13, 14 together so far.
They came together at 83, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. 83, was that 17? 23.
23.
22? Yep. 22. Lovely shot back with a point. That's going for 4. Just a little bit of width there from Brad Wheel. And that over. And Surrey move on to 109 for 6 and Lawrence on to 35.
Yeah, 109 for 6 now, Surrey. So maybe a little bit of calm after the break in play for that wicket of Albert, bowled by Abbott. These two just starting to build a partnership of 56 together. They've had 45 balls. And it's been about half an hour since the last wicket fell. Probably, compared to this morning, the longest time period that a wicket has fallen today. We had the loss of 5 this morning. We had Sibley, LBW to Abbott, Patel, bowled by Abbott, caught by Curry, Burns, bowled by Fuller, caught by Sundar in the slips, Folkes, bowled by Fuller, Sykes, bowled by Washington, and Albert, bowled by Abbott. It's a bit of a tongue twister there.
It is. Albert by Abbott.
Yeah.
Yes. So how many bowls? That's 3, 4 that have been bowled out of the 6 wickets to fall. Yeah.
So it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling at the pavilion end. It's going to be Liam Dawson to come in. He had a few this morning. He had 6 overs, 17 for no loss. As he comes in, and Laws is on strike. Bowls, and this is pushed back to him, and I think he's been caught. Absolutely. That was fantastic. Sorry, I genuinely thought it was a bit of a bum ball. It took a moment for me to appreciate that. Wow. Just as I said, there'd been a bit of a gap since the last wicket. Laws is caught on ball by Dawson. It just shows the difference in a bit of a bowling. So just watching that on the replay, and yeah, it was just struck straight back to him. A fairly easy catch. Dawson was able to get his hands on it in very typical Dawson fashion. There was no celebration at all. Even he looked a bit confused. I think it wasn't the cleanest take in the world, but yeah, just watching that again on the replay. Nice easy catch. But yeah, there's not much of a celebration really. But
I think he's trying to force that away on the onside, and he's just got a little too early on it. Played it back to the bowler. You know, as a batter, you look into, there's a big gap between the bowler and mid-wicket. I think he's trying to force it away through there, but the bat's just going through too quickly for the pace of the ball, and he's just ended up playing it back to the bowler. It's not a great shot, let's be honest.
So we've got the next batter to come in. We're just waiting to see, but I think it might be Fisher. We'll just make sure that is the case. Surrey are 109 for 7. Dawson picks up his first wicket of the day. An easy caught and bowled. Yes, it is going to be Matt Fisher coming in to join Dan Lawrence in the middle.
Well, I bet up at Trent Bridge, well, not so much Trent Bridge, although actually, when I think about it, I'm sure they are at Trent Bridge looking at this game thinking, we're halfway to the title.
Yes.
Nottinghamshire. I'm sure they're looking at things thinking, oh, this is good news. This is good news for us. Meanwhile, at Headingley, I'm sure both Yorkshire and Durham, but mainly Durham, are looking at events here and thinking, oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear, especially Durham.
So, first ball of the over was a wicket. Dawson just waiting for Fisher to take his guard from the umpire. One slip in place. Keeper Ben Brown is up the stump of the lid. Short leg in place. Dawson in. Bowls. And this is just defended into the ground. Not taking any risks on the first ball of Fisher.
No, well, they've got to eke out as many runs as they can. I mean, they've come here basically needing a victory here, Surrey, to give themselves a chance. They are miles behind that at the moment.
I mean, the run rate is just 3 and over. As Dawson comes in, and again, this is defended out and bowled.
I think this pitch is doing a little bit. I don't think it's certainly not 109 for 7 pitch. Not by any stretch of the imagination. But there's a little bit of help there, but it's not extravagant by any stretch of the imagination.
Dawson in again. This is defended. No, I think Mark Church was saying earlier, I think, you know, Hampshire have bowled well, but they have been helped out really by the Surrey batsmen. Maybe a couple just making silly mistakes, maybe just not reading the balls as they were coming in. Yeah, I don't think they can, the pitch can't take the full blame here.
No.
As Dawson in and Fisher defends.
Oh, no, it's, you know, for once I feel a little bit sorry for Surrey. I can't believe I'm saying that. because they are shorn of an awful lot of England players, and they're short because of injuries and illnesses, so they are well down on what they would want to put out, the sort of team they'd want to put out.
Dawson and Fisher defends. Indeed, so end of the over. That was a wicket maiden from Dawson. He'll walk off with a little bit of pride there. I think almost a smile on his face. 109 for 7.
Almost.
Almost.
Being the operative word, yes, that's for sure. I've got an email here, Nigel Ashton, about petrol stations.
Oh, right.
Mr. Church is here. Nigel says, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It says, good afternoon all, and great to have you on Sports Extra currently. Please tell Mr. Church I haven't filled a car with fuel since February 2020. I have been driving an electric car since then.
Ah, I see.
There we are.
Still got to go to a petrol station to fill those up sometimes if you're on a long if you're on a long drive. You've got to sit there for a lot longer.
That's the thing. That's why I kind of avoid that we have a electric car at work. That I've avoided it most of the time. It does get me to Brighton and back.
Yes.
And I still had about 40%.
Yeah, that's the thing. The thing is, if you knew where you were going and the electric points you knew were working and you knew were fine, but we've got family friends who go there and then all of they're either broken or they're taken.
Is that right?
And, you know, you might have to wait 2 hours before you can even start charging yours.
James Fuller is taking over from Brad Wheel, and that's worked out to extra cover by Lawrence, and there is no run. That was my one fear, and I was going to actually charge it because I've never charged an electric car up in my life. I know you have.
Don't talk to me about that.
So I bottled it actually
Yeah.
because I thought, hang on, I've got to Brighton and I've still got 60% on the car, so it's going to get me back, even though I'm down there for 4 days. So, yeah, I bottled it.
Well, I had to take that work car and I had to charge it up and I had to sit in a car park for an hour and a half, wait for it to charge. And that's the thing, you know, if you're doing that, if you're going up to Newcastle, it's going to take you an awful long time.
There you go. Full of bowls. That's worked away down to deep mid-wicket by Lawrence. Moves on to 36, 110 for 7. So that's, yes, so I've basically shown it. But that is the sort of email from Nigel that you wouldn't, that's the sort of email you wouldn't have had 4 or 5 years ago doing cricket commentary. That would have never, ever have been written down. So how times are changing. Mind you, if you listen to Mark Church, you would think that we're still stuck in the 1960s. But yeah, that's a bit naughty, mate. But it's lovely to hear him reminisce. This one is from Simon in Cromer in Norfolk, this email. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, please could you recommend which websites gives the best county championship cricket averages? I've looked on the BBC, I've looked on a couple of others without so much luck. Oh, that's off the pad, past a diving Ben Brown, and that will be 4 leg byes. Sorry, move on to 114 for 7. Well, I would have used the BBC website, I'll be honest with you. I would have used the other one he mentions, but there are a couple of others that are paid for websites. So if I'm honest, I can't recommend those. It's purely and simply because they're paid for. And I'm not really allowed to be recommending things where you have to shell out some money. So apologies. 114 for 7, full of bowls. It's on the line of leg stump. There'll be a single out on the leg side. And Fisher. Oh, it's a leg bye. Oh, I thought there was an inside edge onto that.
And Kevin, you were here on Sunday when the women were playing in the Metro Back One Day Cup, and I was saying it's a similar sized crowd actually today. I would say maybe a few less than Sunday, but it's a good crowd nonetheless. It's nice to see that someone's in sort of every spot around the ground. Good coverage.
Yeah.
Nice to have almost, you know, a good crowd in.
It was a record crowd, wasn't it, for a women's domestic game on Sunday? About 2,500. Purely and solely for a single women's game. Oh, that's flicked up in the air. This could be caught at cover. Joe, and Gubbins is underneath it and takes it. Well, Lawrence has got to pull that away on the leg side. He's got underneath it, and it's a top edge straight up in the air. Gubbins hardly moved at cover. Waited and waited. And this is a sorry tale from Surrey, who came here, I guess, with a lot of hope, even though they wouldn't have liked coming here in second place. But they would have come here, you would think, with the sort of mindset that said, we have to give it everything here, because nothing short of a win, and a good win, will do. But they've kind of played, or they've had one of the days, the sort of day where it suggests that they've looked at their side, They've looked at the players who are missing and thought, this has just got a lot tougher. And I guess with the events this morning as well, they don't look like a side who are determined to put the pressure on Notts.
No, and interestingly, we've got Chadar coming on just a little bit earlier than he was. Obviously, James Taylor is coming in before, but Dan Lawrence was just the man they didn't need to lose. You know, now we're very much into the tail end. We've got two very new batters at the crease, and you know, Lawrence, he just had that few more balls sort of experience, and he was settled, and it was a silly sort of shot to give away, really, and a shame for Surrey.
Mark Jersey still picking at his ploughmans. Can't leave it alone. Yes, Dan Lawrence was really their last big wicket. The last man that really can hurt you. He says famous last words, which there might be some rearguard action. You would hope there's some rearguard action from Surrey, because they are 8 down now, and Hampshire are 1 wicket away from another bonus point. And these are very, very valuable points indeed. Martin Stiles has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, another wonderful season of commentary, thank you. I just wish I had 2 or 3 heads so I could follow more commentaries at the same time. Please apologise to Mr. Church. Now, that's a full delivery, which Chahar works out to point. Now, he was tucking into a bit more ploughmans, and as soon as I said the word the phrase apologise to Mr. Church, a round of applause for James Fuller, who's picked up 3 for 25 from 7.
It's pork pie poised. He's waiting.
He is, yes. He's stopped munching for a minute. Please apologise to Mr. Church for having failed to send him a letter this summer. Oh, no problem, he says. I even forgot to drop him a postcard when I popped into the Oval after tea last Tuesday. Last week, Surrey announced their county championship attendance for the year, over 80,000. With just over half being members. Do we know the Hampshire figures? I don't, but hopefully if somebody's listening to this, or I might ask the question over the next couple of days. Enjoy the winter, looking forward to next March already, says Martin. I do know when we were up there, Amelia, a second game of the season, I think it was the first or second day's crowd, it was about 5,000 or 6,000. It was ridiculous for a day's.
Dawson in from the pavilion end, and this is defended by Fisher, yet to get off the mark, yet to open his account. I'll go through some of the other scores as well around the grounds. I'll try and fit them in, but Dawson is very quick in between his balls. It's a matter of steps, and then he's away again. As he's in again, and bowls, and this is defended, and they look for one, but they don't take it. So Essex and Somerset. Somerset are 142 for 2. Notts and Warwickshire. Warwickshire were 70 for 1, but they're still off for rain. And I'll just pause as Dawson's at the top of his mark. I mean, the bowl is imminent as he's in, and this is defended back to him. Warwickshire and Sussex. Worcestershire, sorry, I can never say that. Worcestershire leads Sussex by 123 runs. And Yorkshire and Durham. Durham are 122 for 3. And I'll do tier 2 in a moment. As Dawson is in. And this is defended out to him. They think about a run, but they don't get it, because Sundar is very much on top of that. Glamorgan and Lancashire. Glamorgan are 157 for 7. Kent and Derbyshire. Derbyshire are 158 for 2. As Dawson comes in for the last ball of his over. And this is again defended. There's a big rap on the pads. There's a half shout, but the umpire remains unmoved. And now, interestingly, the scoreboard says that is it, but Dawson looks as if he's going to have another bowl. So it was 1 and no ball. Slightly confused.
0.6, isn't it? 38.6, you're right. Yeah.
Slightly confused by that. As Dawson in and bowls and defends. And that does bring up the end of the over, and that was a maiden for Dawson. So Kent and Derbyshire. Derbyshire are 159 for 2. Middlesex and Gloucestershire are 189 for 4. And Northampton and Leicestershire are 192 for 4.
Thank you very much, Amelia.
Thank you. I shall make way.
Great effort from you either side of lunch, doing a bit extra. I was waylaid with several projects during the lunch and break. One is to attend the very nice projects. Well, I'm trying to beef them up, Mr. Church. One of them was to attend the very nice. I'll come back to that as Fuller comes in. 1:15 for 8 here, Surrey. Gone into Chahar. He works it away on the leg side. There's one. And runs back behind the square leg umpire. There's two. 117 for 8. One was to attend the presentations to Keith
They
Barker.
look very nice.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Keith Barker for his efforts at the club since he joined for the start of the 2019 season, and one is for A.D. Birrell for his magnificent efforts. 7 years. So I had to be there. I managed to get a word with Keith Barker, which I've wanted to do for a couple of weeks now. So I managed to get a quick interview with him whilst he was holding his nice Hampshire cap in a frame, nicely framed, as that's turned away down to the fine leg, 118 for 8. I then, well, in between, before that, I had to do a Zoom call for somebody who's putting together a project.
Yes, yeah, a project. Yeah.
So this is all in the lunch break, and then I had to go to the other side, like you do, and see also who's popped over from Australia, Paul Terry, former Hampshire opening batter and a former head coach. So there was rather a lot going on, and Paul Terry said he might actually pop over here this afternoon and join us for a few minutes. Always wrapped on the pad, but I think that's going down the next time. So yeah, so thank you for holding the fort, you and Amelia.
It was a great honour, and well, that sounds like 3 of your projects went very, very well. A project-filled luncheon for Kevin James. So that'll be nice. So how is Mr. Terry? Is he well?
Looks well, yes. He's over here with his wife Bernadette. Yeah,
lovely.
From Australia, they live in Perth.
And it looked like Mr. Birrell got a framed something
from
this distance.
I think it was
pictures.
a cap.
Oh, lovely.
I must admit, I didn't look that hard.
Ah.
So apologies if I've got that wrong. But very nice.
Lovely.
Lots of all the team and the staff, as that's played out to extra cover by Matt Fisher. All the staff and the players and a few of the crowd sort of made it onto the outfield as well. So
what I would say about A.D. Birrell, and I've only met him once and he was lovely, but every player I've ever spoken to that has worked with A.D. Birrell absolutely swears by him. Absolutely swears by him.
Yeah.
And that, I think that's the best compliment you can get really as a coach, isn't it?
100%, yes. And lots of the Hampshire players have come out in public and said one of the best coaches, if not the best coach they've worked with. Fuller bowls again. Nice shot on the up from Fisher, but he finds Gubbins at extra cover. So yeah, so that's where we're at. Email here from Simon Dipper, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I'd just like to say thank you to Nick Brown of Essex, who announced his retirement from the game yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Good player, Nick Brown.
Did a bit of commentary with him earlier in the season in the championship game. I don't know if he joined you guys when you were
No,
there.
but I've seen most of his career, as have you probably.
Yeah.
I would have thought I am good opener, Nick Brown.
Good solid.
On his day,
left-hander,
really
yes.
good.
Nice guy as well. The commentary he was on was brilliant. It's not timed by Fisher as he drives that up towards mid-on. He has been a fantastic servant to Essex, and my second thanks is to the legendary Kevin Howes.
Ah, yes, quite
he may
right.
just
Too.
be
The captain
listening.
might be listening at the moment, I think.
Yeah. Kevin Howes and the team for yet another brilliant year of county cricket coverage. You are such an important part of many a cricket enthusiast's summer. Best wishes, says Simon. That's a nice email.
Here, Simon.
Yeah.
Simon Dipper. Nickname, I'm sure, at some point was big. So it's going to be Liam Dawson down there from the Rob Bramsgrove Pavilion end. I'm glad that Simon has mentioned Mr. Kevin Howes there because he's had another magnificent season. He's done as many, if not more, miles than you, which is saying something this year. As Dawson is in and Chahar is forward and playing this one straight back up the pitch to Liam Dawson. In his sunglasses, as always, is Mr. Dawson. So thank you for that, Simon. And quite right about Nick Brown as well. Fine player, Nick Brown. Good career as this is punched off the back foot by Chahar on his Surrey debut, of course. It's not been the best batting performance this by Surrey today, taking nothing away from Hampshire. But this is certainly not a 118 for 8 wicket on day one. As Chahar is forward, pushes this one straight back up the pitch. Dawson does the fielding off his own bowling, and of course Surrey are a long way away from the batting point region at the moment as Dawson's in. That's quicker. Chahar punches out into the offside, but our live table correspondent, if another wicket goes now, he will be adding another point to Hampshire's tally. Now 1 wicket away from a third and final bowling point. worth reminding everybody, Surrey won the toss and decided to bat this morning. As Dawson is in, Chahar is forward. Plays this one out into the offside. Batting in his long sleeve sweater is Chahar. Fisher at the non-striker's end in a short sleeve cable knit. He's got a slip and a short leg in there, has Dawson. Chahar is forward once again. Plays this very neatly and tidily, straight back up the pitch. It's a maiden over from Liam Dawson, who's got very tidy figures today. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 17. Kyle Abbott has undoubtedly been the pick of the bowlers today. From a Hampshire perspective, has gone past 50 championship wickets for the season. Today is Kyle Abbott.
I was just looking up Nick Brown's figures actually as we're talking about him. It'd be nice to sort of put.
I remember seeing him at
figures.
Colchester on an absolute Bunsen against Surrey, get 150. Played brilliantly.
Right, I've got his figures up. 100 and... I'll come back to that. It's full of bowls. And he's playing a missing. There's a shout behind the stumps, mainly for a call behind. Not out, says the umpire. Score remains at 118 for 8. He played 143 first-class matches for Essex. Nearly 8,000 runs with a high score of 255.
May I try and guess what his batting average was?
Yes.
I reckon he probably averaged 34 to 35.
36.
36, there you go.
Which is a healthy average to finish
Steady.
your career on.
Yeah. No, a good player.
Yes, he was.
There was a little time there where sort of England Lions were looking and all that good stuff with Nick Brown.
Mm. Fuller in the sunshine here at the Utilita. It's just played late and threw backward a point by Matt Fisher, who's finally off the mark in his 19th delivery that he's faced.
Yep. And Fisher is, you know, he's got a good technique. He can hold up an end without a shadow of a doubt.
So are you disappointed with the showing here? As I say, I did say earlier, well, you were still finishing off your ploughmans. And
very good it was too.
Yeah, that I think Surrey will obviously be very disappointed with the showing this morning. It's put them really on the back foot. But we haven't seen Hampshire back yet, of course. But as Fuller comes in and bowls, and that's played to backward a point. But I don't think it's helped when you come into such an important figure match. That when you're shorn of so many players, that doesn't help the mentality, does it?
Yeah, I think actually they were disappointed with the bat last week as well. The bowlers got them back into it last week, and they're going to have to again this week. I think they'll be disappointed today, mind, because as I say, this is certainly not a 119 for 8 surface, and it is going to have to be the bowlers that get back into the game.
Sure. There's a cut shot, lovely cut shot down towards the vacant third man area, and that's 4 runs for Chahar. He moves on to 7, 127 for 8.
I completely get the game plan. That was win the toss, bat, attempt to get to 450, and then try and put Hampshire under some pressure. The problem is it's completely backfired at the moment. The fact they're 123 for 8, so the bowlers are going to have to pull something out the bag here from a Surrey perspective, because unless, well, Messrs Fisher, Chahar and Taylor bat out of their skins, I think you could kiss goodbye to any batting points for Surrey.
Matt Fisher's the one I'd worry about the most, I think.
Oh, he's bowling beautifully at the moment.
He's class. That's more runs there as it's off the outside half of Chahar's bat as the ball works its way down to deep backward a point, 124 for 8.
It's interesting, isn't it, that look, with the Ashes squad, I wasn't that interested in, but I am interested in the England Lions squad that will be out there at the same time. And I'm going to be very interested to see what names are in that England Lions squad. And it would not surprise me in the slightest to see Matt Fisher's name in there, because he was Surrey's pick of the bowlers with that Kookaburra, and then he picked up 11 wickets last week.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's been brilliant for Surrey this season.
It's been a great signing for you guys, I have to say. Always had a little nibble at that one and nipped away from Fuller. Fuller's completed 9 overs, 3 for 34. Terrific stuff from him today, as it has been from all of the Hampshire bowlers. They've really kept the pressure on Surrey, haven't allowed them to settle at all. One or two of the Surrey batters have has to be said, contributed to their own downfall at the same time. 124 for 8.
Yes, they haven't now put their hands up and say that, no doubt whatsoever. But yeah, Fisher 11 wickets last week, and I think also from a Matt Fisher point of view, you know, this is 11th championship game of the season, so he stayed fit. He's he was rested during the T20s. He did have a little niggle with his ankle during the 50 over comp, but he was able to get that right, and it's shown in the championship. As Dawson continues from the pavilion end, and this is a short ball tugged into the leg side by Chahar, and there is no run. And his figures actually, probably until last week, didn't show how well he bowled because he hadn't got his rewards, but he was certainly helping others pick up wickets. As forward goes Chahar, and he was the pick of the bowlers with the Kookaburra as well,
yeah,
without a doubt.
To get that ball to do anything, you've got to be a good bowler.
Yeah. But yeah, that Lions squad's going to be fascinating, I think. As Dawson is in, that's nicely bowled.
Who else would you like to see in it?
Well, I think what it will be is those players that England want there in case there's anything blows up with anybody who's in that 16 that are going to Australia. As forward goes Chahar, plays this one out into the offside. So, you know, Jordan Cox will be in it without a doubt. It'd be interesting to see who they take as openers, in case that doesn't quite work out for England. As forward goes the right-handed Chahar. I've said to you before, but unfortunately now he's ill.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark, I wouldn't, you know, he never even gets a mention.
He doesn't, and he's been a superb player for you guys for a number of years.
This one's turned away into the leg side. But there's a number of the younger ones, I think, that will be, because England are playing the England Lions in a warm-up game, aren't they?
They are.
End of the over. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 17. Thank you very much indeed to Kevin James. I am making way for one of England's finest exponents of opening the batting in Australia, Mr. Michael Carberry.
That's for sure.
I think he thought I was going to say him there for a second.
I've played in Australia, but I wasn't. It wasn't anything like that. This email has already made Michael Carberry chuckle before I've even read it out. This is from Peter Collins, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he's still chuckling this, Mr. Carberry. As a Hampshire fan, says Peter, I've noticed this season that the team tends to do better when I'm not watching your feed on YouTube as Fuller comes in. It's a perfectly valid point. That's a lovely shot through the covers off the back foot, Matt Fisher. We've been talking about his bowling. Well, there's a beautiful shot. And that takes the Surrey total on to 128 for 8. I tend to have it on in the background as I work from home. Today is a case in point. I turned it on a bit late to find 5 wickets had already gone down. As I watched and listened, no wickets fell. So I put some music on instead. I resumed watching just seconds, and I think after the 6th wicket fell. I turned it off again and it worked. The 7th wicket went down, and as I rewound to see how they were out, the 8th wicket went down. As Fuller comes in. Oh, that's a horrible pull shot on the leg side by Fisher, who ducked into it, took his eye off it and sort of helped it away on the leg side. He's got a single, but not a particularly great watch, that one. I'm obviously a jinx on Hampshire, says Peter, but the bind is that I love your entertaining commentary. What should I do to help the team avoid relegation? He says, question mark. Well, what a question, and what an introduction for your next stint of commentary, Mr. Carberry. What should he do?
It did make me chuckle, that, I've got to say. I've heard some things in cricket, but that's right up there. Salute you, sir.
What do I do to help the team avoid relegation? Wow. But just not watch. Turn everything off.
Yeah.
Go in a darkened room.
Yes.
Lock the door. That's a pull shot, and that will be runs through mid-wicket. Chahar played that down. He isn't quite reaching the rope, but picks it up just inside. Chahar picks up 3, moves on to 11, 132 for 8.
Yeah, I would suggest as well. As you know, he used to have these little changing room superstitions, would you like, if you call it that? You know, feet off the floor, all that stuff. Make sure you don't go to the loo when someone's on 99. You know, so we are quite superstitious creatures. I would say, yeah, we'll just keep the music running, dark room, close the curtains.
That's right. I just forget you like cricket. Here's Fuller. It's a length ball to Matt Fisher. Yes, it's not an easy one, that one, let's be honest. I've been saving this one for you from when you came back on, Mr. Carberry.
Thank you.
This one's from Matthew Hunt. Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk is the place to get in touch. Afternoon, gents, says Matthew. Great to be listening to one of my idols. Hang on. Great to be listening to one of my idols from watching Hampshire cricket growing up in Carbs. Question, do you think, Carbs, your style of batting would have proved more fruitful in today's Bazball era for England's test side? Such an aggressively destructive batter. Match made in heaven, says Matt Hunt. So, there's a lovely shot on the up. That's a great shot from Fisher. Played two glorious shots, hasn't he, through that area.
Tall man, isn't he? So he's got stands on top of the bounce. Wasn't really a bad ball from Fuller. Would say maybe on the touch on the wide side. But yeah, it was a beautiful shot.
So the question is then, would your style of batting prove more fruitful in today's Bazball era?
Yeah, be honest with you, I don't think I'd get a game in this modern era. I don't think I'd get a game. Leave too many balls, I think.
Here's Fuller again to Fisher, who's on 10. Fisher is forward.
I mean, all jokes aside, look, I think Brendan McCullum's done a lot of good things for English cricket in terms of creating a better changing room atmosphere. It would appear from the outside looking in. I think players are coming in, they can relax, be themselves, and what you're seeing is a lot of, I don't think it's any coincidence that a lot of players coming in within their first couple of tests tend to do quite well, either score their first 100 or take a fifer. Rightly or wrongly, whether I agree with it or you agree with it, certain players are getting stuck with, which wasn't so much the case in years gone by. It was a bit of a revolving door for a while. So kudos to that. But I suppose what we're getting at is the style of cricket at times, and I've always believed, look, I'll always lean towards the fact that cricket is a game of strategy. So yes, it's nice to bludgeon 4s and 6s all the time, but you've got to recognise the when sometimes is when to do it. There's times you've got to sit in and play an ugly knock, and there's times where you can put the foot down, and I think England still struggle to find that balance between the two, hence where they've had some unbelievable run chases, haven't they, in the last year or so, but equally have capitulated when they've got their noses in front. So when you're trying to be the best test team in the world, I think it's an area they have to address. I listened to Brendan McCullum's interview last week. Some interesting stuff in there. I mean, then there's bits that I agreed with, certain things I didn't agree with. He talked about wanting players to focus more on the process than worrying about keeping a high top elbow and all these things. But my question would always be, well, what if the technique is bad and it's not allowing you to carry off the process? You're asking people to go out and play a very high risk process of cricket. If the techniques, the starting position is not in a great place anyway, you're on a consistent basis, you're going to struggle to carry off those high risk processes. It's like a golfer with a bad swing. You're asking them to hit a hole in one every time. It's very difficult to do. And even with a good technique. So that would be my question to the whole thing around Bazball and the way I played. Yes, as I said, look, attacking batting is not a new phenomenon. I can list 20 players before my time who always used to move the game forward quickly. But I think why I admired those players, because they could also recognise what was a good ball and defend it or leave it. They could build an innings if needed to. You're seeing less and less of that now, Joe Root aside.
There's a ball change. Well, Michael Carberry's been talking. 136 for 8, 44 overs. We've got another ball in Liam Dawson's hand.
Yeah, so let's see what Liam Dawson can do. Into bowl to Chahar. He turns that around the corner for no run. Fielded by, can't see who that is.
Is it Alior?
Alior.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Dawson begins his approach into the stumps. It's a flatter delivery. Chahar drives up to extra cover. Just feel Liam Dawson can just, work on his pace a little bit here. Just try the odd slow one, try and see if the odd one will grip. Just feel at times he's got a little bit too flat, too quick. Try and utilise some of those rough patches. Just like that. A little bit slower. You can just see there's almost like a little puff of dust there, isn't it? Something, a little bit of grip. I think there's not usually a lot of turn here day one, so you've got to be quite clever with your pace. Dawson waits the top of his mark. Into bolt. To Chahar. Tries to late cut that one and does it brilliantly. Actually takes that literally off the stumps, and it's going to beat Brad Wild or James Fuller to the fence, and that's 4 more to Surrey. Score goes on to 140 for 8. It's a lovely piece of timing. So late cut off middle stump.
Bright sunshine all of a sudden. That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a difference.
Might have overclubbed here, I think, mate. Chachi likes that one. There's Dawson into another delivery. That one just holds a little bit. By a backward point. Again, no run. And again, another delivery from Dawson into Chahar. Squeezes that one. So if he didn't get back on it, I think there would have been a mighty appeal there. It was the homing in on the shin, front shin. That's a good over. Just a 4 from it. 140 for 8.
Now, Mark Church's chat earlier about petrol stations has clearly resonated with 1 or 2 people.
That's it.
Because I have another email here. Cubs, you might have been having lunch, so you might not have heard this fascinating chat with Mark Church about petrol stations and what they can do and what they can't do. So Martin Bailey has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who says, great start for the boys, needing to win this week to put behind the 2 finals losses. Been following you all summer out here in Cyprus. With regards to filling up, I can't believe I'm reading this out. Over here, you just drive into the petrol station, and as soon as you stop and open the filler cap, someone is there to fill up for you. No need to get out of your seat, just hand the money over to him or her at the end, and then you just drive off. Service with a smile, says Martin. Well, isn't that lovely? Paul Terry has just come into the room.
Hey.
Should we get you on for 10 minutes? Would you like to come on? Come and talk to us on air. Yes? Yes, come on. Cubs, do you mind if I just grab Paul Terry? Is that right?
Make way for the legend.
Because Paul Terry was Cubs' head coach for a while here. I played with Paul Terry at Hampshire. A lot of you will remember the name. He now lives in Australia. He's over here, I think, for the first time for quite a while. Let's just wait for this delivery from Washington Sunder as he bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. Paul Terry, how are you?
It's been good.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
It's taken a while to find you here as well.
It's a long way away from where you've been enjoying lunch.
Yes, it is.
Yes. You probably would have needed a map, or certainly some help to get this far.
Well, I thought I was going to someone's bedroom for one point there.
Well, believe it or not, I actually have done commentaries here from bedrooms.
Yeah.
Would you believe?
That's a great setup you got here.
Well,
Great.
it's a good view, but it does tend to get either very hot or very cold. At the moment, we're in between. As fortunately in September, it doesn't get too hot. Oh, there's an edge, and he falls just short. Oh, is it bowling? No, it's hit the top of off. Correct, your eyes are still good, Mr. Terry. Still better than mine. Fisher goes for 10, and Sundar has picked up his 2nd wicket, and Surrey are 140 for 9 here. So, first of all, honestly, I can't remember the last time I saw you. What are you doing over here?
Well, we came over to bit of a Europe trip. We had a wedding to go to in Kent on the weekend, and we caught up with Dimmy's brother, Shannon, who now lives in Lithuania.
Okay.
And an old acquaintance, actually, of the chairman, Rod Bransco's here. He used to be his legal man, Saul, who we caught up, and an old friend of mine from school. So we caught up with him in Norway. So we made a bit of a trip of it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so it's been good.
How's Perth?
Perth's great, yeah. It's just coming out of winter now, but winters are quite pleasant in comparison to what your winters are over here. A lot of rain, but it's copable. It's pretty easy, really. No, but it's good. It's good to be back and to see how good this ground looks now. It's fabulous.
So just remind us, you were head coach here.
Finished in 2008.
2008.
So that's a long time ago now.
It is. And
Yeah.
what is new about the ground that wasn't here when you were head coach?
I think where we are now, I don't think the hotel was built at that stage. And a lot of these grounds, I'm not sure who's that. Is that the Shane Warne stand?
Yeah, on the right, yeah.
Yeah, Shane Warne stand, and it was just the main. Where the players are. That was the only stand that was here at the time. Obviously had the open stands on the side here, but it's really enclosed. And I mean, I've watched it from when they played a test match or one day here from Australia, and just looks fantastic.
Wow, yes. So the last man in is James Taylor for Surrey. Can't believe this, 140 for 9. You'll know the predicament that Hampshire are in, just above the relegation zone.
Oh, they've had quite a week, haven't they?
They have, yes. Well, it hasn't been quite good in one-day finals, unfortunately, but this is obviously now this is the important one in terms of making sure they stay in Division 1, and they've just picked up another bonus point, which is important because they are now 5 points ahead of Durham. Having started the day 2 points ahead of Durham, so that's just creating a little bit more.
It's going to come down
daylight.
to win or loss, really, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. Durham are playing Yorkshire currently up at Headingley. I'll just bring you up to date with that one. The game up there, Durham are 151 for 3. So they need another 100 runs to register a point. So at the moment, so far, so good.
So some things have never changed.
No.
You're still here.
I'm still talking.
You're still talking away. And
Unfortunately, some people will say, really. Because I remember, even when you were head coach, you'd come and join me and do some commentary from time to time, didn't
lots
you?
of it. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Yeah, it's always good.
Yeah. Now, the other thing
It's
as well
a bit
is...
far away now, though, isn't it?
I know,
To
it
get
was,
here.
we were over the pavilion
Yeah.
end, I know. It's, yeah, you get used to it, I think.
Yeah, but
Now, the other thing as well is, of course, being out in Perth, there are several other former Hampshire players that are out there, always playing a missing outside the off-stump. Sunder is around the wickets here. So let's just go through one or two. The main one, and I'm sure everybody's very, very keen to hear, what is the latest with Robin Smith?
No, Robin's pretty good. He's the last sort of 6 months. He's I'd say he's really picked up, and he's in good spirits. He's saw him out socially not so long ago, and looking really good. Obviously, unfortunately, his father passed away about 2 or 3 weeks ago. But yeah, he seems to have dealt with that as well as he might, and no, he's in pretty good spirits.
That's really good to hear. Yeah,
he was obviously he was struggling for a little bit, but he's certainly come through it a lot better now.
yeah, that's really good news, because the news has been very mixed over the last few years about where he's at.
Yeah, yeah. No, he's you know, he's obviously had a pretty troubled time of it, but fortunately he seems to have got through it all, and touch wood, he's pretty good now.
Good news. Right, end of the over from Washington Sunder. He has 3 overs, 2 for 5. Surrey are 142 for 9 here at a sunny Utilita Bowl. Paul Terry, former Hampshire player, former England player. And your name came up a little while ago, actually, because somebody in the test match batted with one arm. I can't remember who it was.
Well, funny enough you should say that, Chris Wokes.
Chris Wokes, that's right.
And my phone was buzzing, because as you know, we're on the Hampshire chat line, and Jimmy Boville, who, as you know, everyone knows, was a former Hampshire quick, and he got in touch with me and said, Radio 5, we're trying to get hold of you. Do you mind if I give him your number? So I did. And then the next day they contacted me and had an interview with, I can't remember the names of the two people that were running the interview at the time, but no, so that sort of brought back a few memories.
Yeah, I remember that. You, Malcolm Marshall, Chris Wokes all batted with one arm in Test matches.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Go on.
No, I was going to say some successfully, some not.
Well, I don't think it's the easiest. It's not the easiest play. I don't know. It's not the easiest playing Test cricket, but with one arm, it must be absolutely horrendous. And you were facing the West Indies.
Joel Garner at the time. Yeah, that was pleasant.
Now, another former Hampshire player, Robin's brother, Chris Smith, who actually was over here a couple of years ago with his wife Julie, and we all actually went out for dinner, which was really nice. But how's he? Because I haven't seen him for a couple of years.
Well, you know, Chris, his empire is growing bigger and bigger as we speak. So he's going very well. I do a bit of work with him, actually. I go and work part-time with him for 3 or 4 times a week, and he's in great form. I think he's looking to... He says it a lot, but I think he's looking to retire fairly soon. He's built up a very good embroidery business in Perth and become very successful. So he's just become a granddad for the first time. So yeah, he's enjoying himself.
Fantastic.
You always used to have a love-hate relationship with Kippy, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yeah, but I mean, on the whole, love, fortunately.
Lots of love, yeah.
No, I admire him.
Very hard to hate him.
Well, exactly, and I admired him for a lot of the reasons you've just outlined. He's a very successful guy, wasn't he, both cricketer and outside. And there's a drive through extra cover. That's going for 4. That's a nice shot there from James Taylor. He moves on to 5, 147 for 9 as Liam Dawson is currently bowling from that pavilion end. And every time I see him, I've seen him twice over here in probably about the last 6 or 7 years, and each time he reminds me about our record that we've got, which I think still stands, is the record for 200s in one game, and it's the lowest ever score.
Derby, wasn't it?
Derby, yeah, in a rain-affected game.
Yeah, he talks about that quite a lot.
I can't believe that.
Over dinner.
Yeah, I can't believe he brings up all the things that he's done. And he goes on about this one record, 200s. I think we were bowled out for 230. Did you play in that game?
Probably not, because you probably wouldn't have been opening, or one of us wouldn't have been opening.
Oh, that's true. I can look up the game.
I think it was at
Chesterfield,
which is quite a quick wicket as well, which Kippy didn't normally like those quick wickets.
I think there's a few edges. Yeah, it's the first thing he mentions to me about that. It's nice, but I think all the other things you've done is a bit bizarre, really.
Yeah, with the average, wasn't it? It was a percentage of runs scored or whatever.
Yeah, it was. And well, funny enough, I've been up to.
It brings up another one of you as well. There was another game when I think you got 100 out of a very small total. I can't remember what that one was, but
I didn't get that many. I should remember that, really, shouldn't I? So, listen, your time at Hampshire.
But as I say, we've now got someone else. John Stevenson's over there now. He's now the chief executive of the WACA.
Yes, I saw him in the lift here a few weeks ago, just before he left. Yes.
Well, he'd be watching this. Well, he'd probably have gone to bed now. But Dan Lawrence is his daughter's fiance.
Yes, that's what he mentioned. That. Yes.
So he watches all the games. If the 100's on, he'll be listening in and watching the streaming all the time. So I don't know if he's getting this commentary or not.
Well, he might be, because he might not be getting any more in a minute, because that is the end of the Surrey innings, as Chahar was trying to cut Sunder away and got caught at first slip. And he goes for 17, and Surrey have been bowled out for 147 here. And Chahar goes for 17. Scott Curry in the slips there has taken his second slip catch. And the whole of the Surrey innings has lasted around 47 overs. We're into the 48th over here, and Surrey bowled out. Quite incredible.
Well, I got here fairly early, and I mean the ball was certainly beating the bat, but you'd expect that a little bit. It's an early start, isn't it? I don't know if it's the first early start of the
No, it's September.
Yeah, September. So it's going to do a little bit, but it's saw a few indifferent shots early on. But it's a great effort.
Well, let's keep talking, because I think this break is an absolute.
As I said, so it stands. John Stevenson's now with the WACA, it's chief executive. So he's been there about a year now.
Oh, something's just gone. We're still on the picture feed, so don't worry, everybody. I've just lost the BBC online feed, So as we're talking, you'll just hear a dial tone like that. Let's try this again. 4, 3, 7, 6. Right, that should be all right in a minute. No. Right, okay. Right, I'll have to do that for the moment. We'll come back to that. Just let me quickly run through this. 147 all out then. Surrey, the top scorer in the Surrey innings was Dan Lawrence with 36. And 3 wickets apiece for Kyle Abbott, also for James Fuller and Washington Sunder. Paul Terry, the former head coach and Hampshire player, is with me as we just watch the Hampshire players make their way up the steps to the dressing room. So a little bit more about your time at Hampshire, Paul, because it was the sort of start of a quite a good era, wasn't it, for the club when you were playing?
When I was playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's we had some great successes, mainly and obviously in the one-day competitions. Got to Lords a few times after a number of semi-finals losses, but we eventually got there and had some great success. And it's good to see over the last, obviously, few years there's been a heap of one-day successes for the club. So, yeah, they just can't get that elusive championship. That would be the next one to get.
1973. That was just before you,
yeah,
wasn't it?
I started in 78 was my first game. And, yeah, so it's a long time, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
50 odd years.
It is a long time, and as you know, they've come very close.
Very close.
Yeah,
I
since
remember coming
COVID.
second.
Yeah.
Um,
Second last year. Fourth in 21, which we often think is the closest because they were actually up at Egbert. They were 1 wicket and 2 balls away from winning the championship. They finished fourth because other teams afterwards got more points, but that was the closest they came. If they picked up that 1 wicket and 2 balls, they would have got it. And I think it was Mason Crane bowling to Callum Parkinson, the number 11, and one of the 2 balls he actually did spin past the outside edge. It's that close. It's such a shame. So this is your first time back for how long?
my daughter got married here in 2016, so 9 years.
Right.
Yeah, it's a long time. So it's nice. It's, as I said, a lot's changed. Lots changed with this ground, and it's been great just to come back and have a look.
Yeah, because you spent a bit of time in Ireland as well, couldn't you? Because your wife Bernadette.
Yeah, no, well, we're not this time. We're actually heading up to Scotland. My brother lives in Scotland now, so we're heading up there next week to spend a week there, and then we head home.
Right.
For the summer in Perth.
Yeah. Are you doing a bit of coaching over there?
I do a little bit, nothing team-wise anymore. I do a little bit of private coaching. I've had a few issues with knees and stuff like that, which makes it a bit hard to sort of really dive into that sort of stuff. So, but other than that, yeah, just a little bit. But really doing a bit of work with Chris and just the odd bit of private stuff, but sort of backed off that a little bit now.
Yeah. We talked about some. You mentioned Dimmy there, Dimmy Mascarenhas. Is he in Perth?
No, he's now in Melbourne.
Melbourne.
He's been in Melbourne for pretty much since he finished playing here, other than obviously when he went to New Zealand and did a bit of coaching over there for a bit. But no, he's got a couple of kids. He now lives in a nice part of Melbourne, down on the coast, Mornington Peninsula, which is a nice part of the world. But he was over there this year. He was playing for the Masters.
Oh right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He played in that series that was over Masters. I don't know how well it was televised over here, but we certainly got it in Australia.
Yeah, it probably was. I mean, I do so much of this commentary that if there's anything else going on, I never really get a chance.
Are you doing much during the winter with the football and stuff?
No, I used to do that. Now that's it. It's just cricket now, and then I just sort of hide away in the corner of the office for the winter and just keep my head down, and then resurface come April. So yeah, I should be retiring really.
Sure, they'd let you go to Australia and do.
Well, you say that. I mean, I have done a few trips. I was in Guyana for the Global Super League last winter, which Hampshire were involved in. Oh gosh, a while ago I did. I'm in Hampshire, out in the Caribbean, playing T20 along with Somerset. I did that. I regularly just have a holiday in the Caribbean or whatever with Debs, but no, I don't do loads of cricket in the winter. No, it's because I was doing the football show for a while, but yeah, it's too much. I'm getting old to do all that.
Younger than me.
Well, it's not much in it, Paul. Let's be honest. yeah, you've got a nice life out in Perth, bit of sun, barbecuing whenever you feel like it, and what have
Well, I
you.
was talking to Carbs earlier. I think he wants to get back over there for the winter. So
Does he?
any commentary? He's very keen to get over there. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very good, Carbs. He's been doing TMS for a while now, and now he's joined us, so he's part of the Hampshire commentary team.
Well, I was saying there's so many different outlets now, aren't there, with all the franchises, and obviously I don't watch that much because it usually zooms in fairly late at night in Perth, but the 100, you're getting a lot of the ex-players doing a bit, Corky and Croft and Goff and Butcher and loads of them.
Well, I see Butch and I see Corky quite a lot on the circuit around here. So yeah, there's a lot of gigs now, and then especially now with the county streams, which of course that would have been a development since you were here. There's a lot of that going on around the country now. Some, the BBC and the county streams are joined together, others they're separate, so even at games now you get two separate commentary teams. So there are an awful lot of outlets, and the women's game as well now is starting to take off, and again there's a
you cover all that?
I'm involved in most of the women's games as well, yeah, on top of the men's, which is great fun. And the final here last Sunday, unfortunately, which they missed out on, didn't beat Lancashire.
Well, I saw the scores, it was pretty high scoring.
Yeah, the women's games come on loads.
Yeah, that was an Irish girl that...
Gabby Lewis.
Yeah.
Played for the Vipers actually about 4 years ago for the last few games of that season, and played in the 21 Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy for the Vipers up at Northampton. So yeah, she's been a good player now for a while.
I think there's a few Lewises actually. I think it's a big cricketing family in Ireland. Because as you know, Sean played a little bit in Ireland.
Is he still playing, your boy?
No, he's a policeman now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's been there 2 years now. He's working out in Kalgoorlie, which is a mining town about 6 hours out of Perth.
Wow.
Quite a rough sort of, it's a pretty full-on sort of job.
Yeah.
But no, he's loving it.
Good. Right, Paul Terry, the former Hampshire and player and head coach, we're having a chat with during this break between the innings, where Surrey have been bowled out for 147 in the 48th over. It gives Hampshire 3 bonus points to just increase that gap between themselves and Durham, who occupy the last, or the only relegation place, because Worcestershire's place in Division 2 has already been confirmed going into these last round of matches. 36 for Dan Lawrence of 60 deliveries was the top score for Surrey, and for Hampshire 3 wickets for Kyle Abbott, which has taken him over 50 wickets for the 6th season since he's been a Hampshire player. 3 for James Fuller, and also 3 for Washington Sunder. Right, I'm just going to do another dial here because we're on the live picture feed, no problem. You've got the pictures, you've got our commentary, but I'm afraid as far as Hampshire, as far as the BBC are concerned, I've got to do another dial here, because actually I don't think I've got the right number, thinking about it. So as I look it up, Paul Terry's still with us for a moment. Right, here we go. So you're going to hear a dialing tone. Right, hopefully that will all be good. Please tell me that's good. Yeah, look at that. Look, we're back up. We're back up and running as soon as that light goes on. Yes, there we go. We're back on the BBC Sport website and app.
How technical you've become, eh?
Well, unfortunately, not technical enough. But we've had a few issues over the last few weeks. I must admit, in the T20 finals day, there was a problem up at Edgbaston, but these things happen, unfortunately. But anyway, did you have a nice lunch?
Had a very nice lunch actually in the Robin Smith Lounge there. Yeah, very nice.
Chief Exec, I noticed.
You look very jealous when you
well,
get
I am. Yeah. Well, because every time up here, I'm always working. But no, to be fair, I've had 1 or 2 lunches up there. In fact, I was a guest for the Women's International here actually, which was nice. So I was up there earlier on in the season with Debs, and yeah, so we're all good. Yeah, we're all good. The 2 umpires are leading the teams out. Do you want to stay for another 5 minutes or 10 minutes or so?
5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Right, Paul Terry is going to stay with us. I was going to say the 2 umpires who are leading the teams out are as follows, and they are Rob White and James Middlebrook. You would have played against James Middlebrook?
When I had my academy running in Australia, he came out one year, and had a season with me. So yeah, know pretty well.
So Hampshire, sorry.
He's quite a young umpire now.
I think he's one of the younger ones.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. Rob White, I'm just trying to think.
Was he Northants?
Yes, he was. Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Yes, that's where I remember him from.
Yeah.
So if you're watching on the picture feed, there's the match summary. Surrey winning the toss and electing to bat first this morning. In the end, probably not a great choice. But I'm not sure the wicket's done lots. I know you've been eating lunch and probably haven't looked out the window too often, but I'm not sure it's certainly not been a 147 all-out pitch.
Well, Abbott's obviously a very good bowler, isn't he? He doesn't give it. I haven't seen a lot of him, but his record is unbelievable, really. And he's always at you. So he's one of those guys that if there is something in the wicket, you think if anyone's going to get it out of it, it'll be someone like him.
Yeah, he's been terrific this year.
He's been terrific every year.
He has, yeah. 38. He'll be 39 next year when his extended contract runs out. That's just nipped back a fraction.
Well,
Ali Orr, Matt Fisher.
Just doesn't get injured, does he? Or touch wood, he
No.
doesn't seem to.
Well, he looks fitter than ever.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those, Paul, where he's got to an age where he thinks unless I really sort of put in extra work, then things might just sort of fizzle out, and he's determined to play as long as he can.
Does he go back and play in South Africa?
Not anymore.
No.
No, he's got a little one now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's another
But
dad.
lives there, or?
No, he's got a place, I'm not exactly sure, somewhere between here and London, I think.
Right.
It might be nearer London than here, I'm not sure. Fisher's around the wicket, or works that away square on the leg side. Now, I don't know how much you've seen on Matt Fisher, but this guy is a good bowler.
Well, I saw he got a few wickets in the last game, didn't he?
Yeah.
But bit of a shame that so many of the Test players aren't here today. Well, not a shame probably for Hampshire
No, it's just
from
as
their
well.
point of view, but it's I'm not sure when their next game is, but getting a rest now.
They are. Well, the ECB centrally contracted players for Surrey, Gus Atkinson, Ollie Pope, who actually averages 90 against Hampshire, so it's just as well he's not playing in this game. That's left alone outside the off-stump by Orr. Jamie Smith, Sam Curran, Will Jack, so they aren't available. Cameron Steele, the leg spinner, is injured. Jordan Clark, who is a very influential all-rounder for Surrey, he's also ill, so they are missing, even for Surrey.
And
They're missing a lot.
Worrell's
Worrell's, not selected for this game.
Yeah.
Tom Curran, who played in the last championship game, no.
No. Yeah. They've got
So
a
there's
lot of depth, haven't they?
They have. But that's a lot of good players. And in a game that's as important as this one is for Surrey,
Yeah.
that's a lot of players to be missing. So here's Fisher again from the pavilion end. Bowling to Ali Orr. Length ball. Pushes it up to mid-on. You probably won't have seen much of Ali Orr. Was at Sussex before he joined Hampshire for the start of last year.
No, and obviously Tony Middleton's young lad.
Fletcher at the non-striker's end, that's right. Plays a few more shots. than
Does
Tony.
he?
Yes. But yeah, not having quite the season, either of these two, that they would have liked. In fact, Ali Orr's averaging 20 this year, but he's only played 4 games. This is his 5th. Fletcher has played 13 games this year, averaging 27. It just needs to be a little higher from both of them. So they don't need me to say that. Zor has a little flick at that one, goes through to the keeper. He's got a long floor through there, Matt Fisher. He's only a couple of yards away from Ali Orr.
Was he the Fisher that came from Yorkshire?
Yes.
See, they've got a lot of talent from everywhere, haven't they? Well, I suppose everyone does that a bit more than they did in our day.
Yeah.
You've sort of stuck it, generally, although you obviously move for different reasons, but they do seem to move around a bit. I guess that's the thing with the Division 1 and Division 2, I guess.
Yeah, I think once you had 2 divisions, there was a much more movement, wasn't it? Players wanted to play in Division 1, felt that if they weren't going to get an England chance if they played in Division 2. Ali Orr works that wider mid on. The Hampshire reply, they're going to get 2 actually. There's a misfield up there. In fact, they might even get 3. Well, that's a bonus couple. Big round of applause there for that 3 runs from Ali Orr.
Well, I was at a wedding of a guy who played at Glamorgan, and he was a local Perth lad. Played at my club in Perth for a few seasons, so came across, and one of the guys that was over with the club Melville this year was Ollie Price, the Gloucester lad.
Yes.
Batter.
Yeah.
He was telling me at the wedding that 6 or 7 of their quick bowlers are leaving.
Yes, they are.
roster.
Yeah, there's a few going.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
his brother's going, I think, who's they're going to first division. I think in the main going to first division clubs. So
Yeah. I think I can tell you exactly actually if I quickly look it up. I know Don Goodman is going to Sussex.
yeah, and I think Price is as well.
Right.
His brother Tom, is it Tom?
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a bit of movement away from Gloucestershire in recent times. I can only find it. He signed a contract extension, but that's only until this year. Here's we got Tom Laws. Now this guy's a good bowler as well. He sort of burst on the scene a couple of years ago. Tom Laws. Ollie Price. I've just typed in Ollie Price leaves Gloucestershire, and all I'm getting is Ollie Price has signed a contract extension.
Is it?
But you're right. I have read somewhere that he's going.
Maybe I shouldn't be saying that.
Well, maybe it's not been announced. Paul Terry, everybody, who will be leaving the country shortly. So it'll be too late. Oh, it's flicked away, and that has gone down to fine leg. Has that gone for 6? The umpires are looking at each other, and they signal 6 to the scorers. And Ali Orr has just picked up Laws and just flicked that away for a maximum.
He was a bit worried for a while because there's a guy on the boundary that's just gone over his head. So I think he was a bit worried for a split second that he might have just hit it straight down his throat, but no, it went for 6.
Let's try something else.
don't get me into trouble. I better leave the country even earlier.
That's
I'll have Gloucester on the.
dear.
Don't give him my number.
I've got Gloucestershire Rugby here now, so gosh, this is not turning out very well. I'm trying to do this as well as keeping an eye on the. Of course, Ajit Singh Dale's going to Lancashire. Here's Laws again. Oh, picks up more runs through mid-wicket. That's nicely timed as well. This time along the floor. And he moves on to 13, and that's Hampshire's total as well. Terrific stuff here from Ali Orr.
Did he just get 100 in one of the one-day games?
Yeah, he got 100 in the final
Yeah.
of the One Day Cup last week up at Trent Bridge, and had picked up 200s in the competition previous.
Looks like he's taking on where he left off.
Well, yeah, it certainly is. Well, that would be nice, actually. It's trying to sort of hold down a place in the championship, really. He joined last year and unfortunately broke his arm about 5 or 6 weeks into the season, as that's flicked away. More runs here, and that's going to be 4 more. Well, if we're honest, it's a little bit too straight from Tom Laws, but it's been nicely.
You like that as a left-hander, wouldn't you?
Gosh,
Early on
that's
in your innings.
beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. Nicely over the top of that one. Don't bowl there to Mr. Orr.
Our bats in our day, that would have been 2.
That's right. The old rulers.
Yeah.
17 without loss. Ali Orr has all of those. Already 17 of the 147 has been knocked off. Fast start here from Hampshire as Laws runs away from us and bowls. It's a better line. Laws as Orr pushes that out into the covers. So anything else planned on your trip?
Not really, other than obviously catch up with a few people. I've got to go to London a couple of times this week to see some school friends, and fortunately got a ticket to the Tottenham game on Saturday night.
Have you? At the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium?
Yeah.
Have you been there before?
No.
Oh.
So it's an 8 o'clock start, unfortunately, so I'm a bit worried about catching the train back, the last train back, 4 more.
Well, through extra cover this time, showing his full array of shots here, Ali Orr. And that's a beautiful extra cover drive. And at the end of the over, there, Hampshire are 21 without loss. That's 2 overs of their reply gone. This is turning into not a very good day for Surrey.
Yeah.
Looking at that, they need to drag something back.
Yeah, so up there would probably make you a little bit jealous, but
it is making me very jealous. I haven't been there for a while, actually. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it. I was just ashamed it originally was on the Sunday at a good time, and then they changed it because of the Champions League draw on, I think they're playing on the Tuesday. So I've got to somehow get back on the last train at Waterloo on Saturday night, which getting across London might be a bit of a stretch.
No, you'll be all right. It's quite quick. You should be all right. Should we go up to 3 o'clock? And then we'll get Amelia and Mark Church on? Is that all right? Happy with that?
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Yeah, a few minutes. We'll do this over, if that's all right. Should we do Amelia and Mark Church? Should we do that for now, and then we'll get Carbs on straight after that as well? As that's, I thought you might want a quick chat with Carbs before you go. That's why I'm sort of allowing. Let's play that quietly on the offside. So yeah, it's great to have you over. It really is. That WhatsApp chat you're talking about of the ex-Hampshire players is an interesting WhatsApp group, to say the least. Because I know you're a relatively new recruit on that, aren't you? Relatively.
Yeah, very.
I was talked into joining it about 2 years ago, and as you probably know, I don't look at it that often.
Well, I guess at the time of day, normally when I'm asleep, the thing just keeps on clicking, and when those boys get going, they keep going, and it just keeps on clicking, and then you wake up in the morning and it's over some absolutely nonsensical stuff that's on there. And we know who normally starts it all. And,
Rupert Cox.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I was sold the idea because they said, oh, it'd be nice. It's a nice way to keep in touch with a few ex-Hampshire players, but also you'll learn a few things. If I'm honest, in the 2 years I've been on it, have I learned anything? Absolutely not.
Not that you didn't know anyway.
Here's Fisher again from the pavilion end. Ball just comes back in a fraction to Middleton, who works it back down the pitch. The score remains on 21 without loss. But it's nice to sort of hear from a few of the guys and like yourself. Richard Hayward was also out in he's out in New Zealand.
Yeah.
He's on it.
Yeah. No, I got shots onto it about 2 or 3 months ago, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's a regular. I didn't realise, I'd forgotten that he had actually coached when he left. He obviously coached the second team for a period of time. So all those guys, he knows I say intimately, but he knows what they would get up to on an away trip and all sorts.
Yeah. It's left alone outside of the off stump. But I think it says something about the group when people like Mark Nicholas aren't on it, and one or two like that. I saw Mark Nicholas actually a couple of weeks ago up at Lord's for the 100 game, when we were invited up there for the Brave Spirit fixture. And in fact, we had a great day. It wasn't so good, but the Brave women won, the Brave men lost, which was about the norm for that tournament, really. But we were able to get into the Lord's Tavern about is that Edgestall very nearly as Middleton was trying to drive through the covers, and we were able to catch the last 20 minutes of the Tottenham Man City game in the tavern before we went into the ground. Of course, Tottenham winning that game 2-0.
Yeah. Well, so Mark always, when he comes over to Perth, we always have some sort of get-together. The three, Robin, Chris, myself and him, we normally have a get-together at some stage. So, and he'll be over for the test match.
Yeah.
I think he's already requested his box with John Stevenson. So now he's, what is he, chairman of the MCC or president?
I think he's going to become president or something like that. Has played into the ground and fielded at third slip. End of the over, 21 without loss. PT, it's been great.
Lovely.
Great
Kev,
having a chat
great
with
to
you.
see you. Say hello to Deb.
Yeah, will do. Yeah, she wanted to come today. Unfortunately, she's got a course at work. Otherwise, she would have been here. Yeah. She couldn't swap it, so which is a real shame. But I forgot to say that she did want me to give you and Bernie the best. So fantastic, Paul Terry. Right, we're going to have a double change. It's going to be Amelia Clark, and it's going to be Mark Church to take you through the next period of play here at the Utilita Bowl with Hampshire 21 without loss, replying to that Surrey all-out total of 147.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and pleasure to hear the both of you speaking. So Hampshire 21 without loss, Ali Orr 21, Fletcher Middleton yet to open his account. Hello, Mark Church.
Well, good afternoon, and well, Ali Orr's been in lovely touch in the one-day stuff, hasn't he? And you could see that the way he played that first over from Tom Laws.
Absolutely.
Remarkable shot for 6, and then a couple of other shots in there. And well, it's been a very good day so far for Hampshire. Surrey all out for 147. So for Surrey to get back into this, the bowlers have got to do a job, which they did against Nottinghamshire last week, as Laws over the wicket from the hotel end, and oh my goodness, that's a good looking shot again from Orr. It's
great stop.
driven straight to the cover fielder. But it was a lovely looking shot from the left-handed Orr. He, as I say, he scored a lot of runs in the one-day stuff, didn't he? And he's attacking by nature, and he's got a start here. 21 of 14. As Lords is over the wicket to him, and he's forward. Good looking defensive shot, that. Very solidly forward, and playing that one out towards extra cover once again. So the bowling options for Surrey in this game: James Taylor, of course. We've seen Matt Fisher and Tom Laws. Chahar with the leg spin, and then of course young Mr. Albert on his debut as well. So it'll be very interesting to see how Rory Burns uses a new look attack for Surrey as Laws is in and Orr pushes away into the offside. And there is no run because there's no Dan Worrell today or in this final game of the season. So no Worrell to call on, and obviously Gus Atkinson played the last game. But it's an opportunity for James Taylor again. He's had a couple of championship games this season. Fisher's been outstanding and picked up 11 wickets in the last game, and started with a couple of maidens here. As Laws is in, and Orr's that short and wide, and Orr's just putting this away down towards the third man boundary rope for 4. Just waited for it. Ali Orr opened the face, and that's whistled off down to that third man boundary rope for 4 runs. So, well, if it continues like this, and Hampshire 100 without loss, Orr will be exactly 100 not out, because he's just scoring all the runs at the moment.
Yes.
And it's allowing Fletcher Middleton just to get himself in. But he's already in this 25 runs played some memorable shots so far. He really has. Ooh, and Surrey think the ball's got a bit damaged here. So Dan Lawrence has taken the ball over. So Messrs Middleton and White are having a chat about the ball already after 3.5 overs.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, Orr's been putting it to all parts, so it may well have taken a little bit of damage already. But yeah, they're going to get it changed
They
there,
are.
I think. And that's after 3.5 overs.
Gosh. I mean, it has, as you say, it's clattered into the advertising boards and some of the seat stands and sort of all over, because Orr's been punishing that.
Well, this is fair enough, actually. They've left all the balls down there by the boundary rope because they probably weren't expecting a change after 3.5, so they've had to run all the way back towards, I think that's Rob White's had to run all the way down to the briefcase, I think it is, of balls there, and he's bringing a couple back now. So
I don't know why you wouldn't just bring the whole briefcase out.
well, yeah, but then he's got to run it all the way back.
But he's got to run it all the way back anyway, because he's brought a few balls out.
Well, he's going to put a couple in his pocket, I would have thought.
True.
Yeah, so there you go. I think they've got it changed. Sorry. So after 3.5 overs, what would be marvellous is if he brought the briefcase back with him and just placed it behind the stumps and then carried it with him for the rest of the afternoon, off towards square leg with his briefcase as well. Over the wicket once again then comes Tom Laws. Oh, this new ball's going away through mid-wicket as it was banged in by Laws and pulled away, and Ollie Sykes has gone round to do the retrieval work at deep backward square. So Ali Orr has 27 out of 27 and Hampshire, quick start, 27 without loss, and this all in response to Surrey's first innings total of 147.
Yeah, Fletcher Middleton's got a box office seat really there. He's faced 6 balls, but yet to actually open his account. Orr's faced 18 and has scored 27, so he's seeing it a bit like a beach ball out there, I think. Partnership, well, it's 27 because Ali Orr scored 27. So
Oh, now Rory Burns is over to have a chat with the umpires about the ball as well.
it's brand new.
Burns isn't happy with this one, I don't think. So he's having a word with both umpires, Middleton and White. He's sort of holding it up.
Yes, I think it might be misshapen, almost as if he's
That's what
saying,
he's
well,
sort of saying, isn't
you've
it?
just given me a brand new one and it's worse than the first one.
Yeah.
Because he looks quite dejected.
Well,
he
does.
really is quite
Yeah,
dejected.
he's fed up, Rory Burns, with that from umpires Middleton and White.
Big shake of the head.
Yep. So his discussion's continuing with umpire Middleton. He's not happy.
Not at all.
He's not happy with the change. Rory Burns. He's still continuing his discussion with umpire Middleton from a distance. Now, here we go. Here's the start. Get over there. That's the standard cry around cricket.
That was right below us because our FX mic picked that up very
Yes,
clearly.
It is the standard cry.
Yes.
At cricket.
As Fisher comes in, and this is defended by Middleton.
Yeah, Fletcher Middleton here. I would like to find a single and get up the other end, because he's just seen Fisher so far. War has cashed in against Laws, whereas Fletcher Middleton has had to face Surrey's form bowler at the moment.
Fisher also having a bit of a word, so they're very much not happy.
I don't think that was about the ball from Fisher. I think he was just checking where his front foot was laying. I can tell you one thing, Rory Burns is not happy
No.
at second slip. I've seen enough of Burns over the years to know he's not at his best at the moment at the second slip.
Fisher in and defended by Middleton.
He's probably
Oh,
a
he's
bit
really
fed up with the batting display. He's probably a bit fed up with where Surrey find themselves at the moment, and he's a bit fed up now that the ball has been changed. So
he stood at second slip. with
he's
his arms
laughing now.
royally crossed.
I think Ryan Patel and Tom Sibley have said something to
Cheer
make
him up.
giggle a little bit at
Yeah.
second slip.
Oh, Fisher, so far 2 dots on the opening 2 balls of this over. He's gone for just 3 of 2 overs so far, as he's in and bowls, and Middleton defends, and he's going to find a single and get off the mark and open his account.
And get up the other end as well. I think that's the other key thing here
Yep.
for Middleton, because Fisher is in a lovely vein of form at the moment. He's been really good all season, but then his first 10 wicket haul and 11 in that key game against Nottinghamshire, and was the pick of the bowlers for Surrey. So his confidence is sky high at the moment.
So Ali Orr is going to have to face him, the left-handed batter. Looks like Fisher's going to come around the wicket for this one. 3 slips in place. As he's in and bowls, and this is defended. Oh, it's just feathered past the slips, and that's going to run away for 4, and it has done.
Yeah, Fisher won't mind that, and the slips won't mind that too much. That's more a thickish outside edge from Orr. It's gone all along the carpet. But what we've seen from Ali Orr so far is every shot he's played has been middled, hasn't it? That one a little more circumspect, but he picks up a boundary. It's off to an absolute flyer here. 31 off 19 now.
Hampshire trail by just 115. Orr still on strike. Fisher starts his run up from the pavilion end. In, past the umpire and bowls, and this is defended, and it's just gone help down the leg side. It did miss the wicket keeper as they run through for 2.
Yeah, he's got a glove to that, has Ben Folks. I think just slightly more for Ali Orr. Doesn't look quite as comfy already against Fisher than he does against Laws.
Yeah, absolutely. Fisher putting the pressure on here. He's going to come over the wicket to Middleton, who's back on strike. And, that was beat the bat, and it carried through to Folks in the gloves. It looked close. That brings up the end of the over. Fisher looks like he's the one to watch out for, as they would expect.
Yeah, and I think as well from a Surrey point of view, as I say, James Taylor got that option, and then Ralphie Albert on his championship debut, and then Chahar. Be interested to see how early he gets Chahar into the attack as well. He's going on the defensive here for Ali Orr. He's Rory Burns. He's not hanging around now, so he's going more defensive. So that field now for Tom Laws has turned into a long leg, a deep backward square, a sweeper on the cover point boundary, an extra cover, a mid off, a mid on, and a short straight mid wicket. So he's getting a bit of protection in for Tom Laws, who's been given the new ball. None for 24 off his 2 so far. As around the wicket he goes to Orr, and that swung a touch, fuller length, and Orr's playing it up towards James Taylor at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, they've really opened off that offside, so Laws has to be, you know, really pinpoint with his accuracy here. If he's a touch wide, Orr's going to punish it, but that was a great bit of bowling, and, you know, as you say, it just got to swung a little bit right into the pads.
Anything with width on, Orr's going to climb into. Absolutely climb into it. As around the wicket goes Laws, like that, driving, but straight to extra cover. And there is no run. Laws, we can't afford now to get this even slightly wrong to Ali Orr, because Orr 31 off 22 deliveries, so he's just got to hit a length and bang away at that length as Tom Laws is in here. That's better, and that beats the edge. That's nicely bowled from Tom Laws, and it's the first time Ali Orr has looked uncomfortable. Now, he's down to do some gardening. Tom Laws will be computing where he's just landed that one, and then we'll be looking to land the next 3 in exactly the same spot.
Replicate it, copy and paste that, please.
Control, or what is it? Control C.
Control C, yes.
This is Control V, and it's turned away by Orr into the leg side for a single, but it was nicely bowled by Tom Laws as well, getting it up there on a good length, roll of the wrists. But it's better from Laws this over with a bit of protection. Looks a bit more comfy with the ball now. Paul Terry's making his way back around the ground. Coach Michael Carberry, of course, and played with Kevin James, Paul Terry. 3 slips. As in over the wicket comes Laws, and that one's left alone by Middleton. Outside his off stump. I think Mr. James is discussing his pre-season tours now. Commentary pre-season tours in Barbados.
Oh, I think he's hoping, yeah.
I think he'll be hoping for another one.
Yeah.
He tends to manage to get himself somewhere in the Caribbean pre-season for a bit of commentary.
Last year it was Guyana.
Guyana, that's right. Yes,
Yeah.
He got himself there last year. Over the wicket once again goes Laws to Middleton, and Middleton's on driving, and round comes James Taylor to do the fielding up at mid-on. So better over from Tom Laws, just the 3 runs off it. That'll settle him down a bit. 8 overs till tea. This game is moving on at a pace. Hampshire 34 without loss, trail Surrey now by just 130.
It's felt like it's flown by, hasn't it? It really has sped by. Yes, as you say, just a matter of overs before tea. We're 3:15 here. Myself, Amelia Clark, and Mark Church. Sorry, not Church. Taking you through.
Many things. Just to say, Nottinghamshire have their first point of the day and the game. They have Warwickshire 104 for 3. So Nottinghamshire move on to 204 points. And they will have seen that Surrey didn't pick up any batting points. So they will have seen that.
And that's probably what spurred them on for
to get
their point.
Their third wicket, yes.
So 34 for no loss. Fisher is into bowl. There's 2 slips. Orr on strike. Come in round the wicket. Orr, this is defended. Got some real pace on that. I'd love to have a shotgun, see how fast they are coming. You know, speed gun. Not a shotgun, a speed gun. Just to see how fast they're coming in at him, because it really is getting them to move.
Well, I think with Fisher, they'd all say he's one of those that bowls a heavy ball. They describe it as a heavy ball. When it hits the bat, it feels heavy. But he also has this lovely delivery, which no change in his action, it will just kick off a length. And when he gets it right, it's absolutely deadly.
Fisher in again, and it's defended by Orr.
The other thing that Fisher will do is just bang away at a good line at a good length. It's not rocket science.
No.
He is just running in, hitting a good length on or around that off stump, looking for any movement to alley-or.
Keep the stumps in play, make you play.
Absolutely. I remember speaking with Graham Onions about this, and I was saying, what's your coaching philosophy? And he says, can you bowl me 6 balls on a length, hitting the top of the off stump? That's what I want to see first up.
Fisher wants more, or manages to just turn this into the leg side, but no run.
And from there, we'll do all the clever stuff. But if you can't do that, then we're going to have a
do the clever stuff.
We're going to have a problem, because you'll go for runs and you won't be on top of the batsman the whole time.
Yeah.
So
do the simple stuff first, and
it's a slightly old-fashioned way of looking at it, but it does work. So Fisher is, I'll hit that length, and I will hit it 6 balls out of 6. And
yeah.
I've also got some skills as well.
Fisher comes in again, past the umpires, round the wickets, and he bowls, and that's well left alone, but carries through. I mean, in a different sport, but same sort of league. I do a lot of tennis coaching. I have done in past life, and I get so many people that, you know, especially sort of the adults, when they kind of know how to serve and stuff. It's always on the serve. My serve isn't hard enough, it's not fast enough, and I said, like, get it in first.
Yeah,
let's practice. Let's
practice
practice on doing that first. Let's do 100 hitting it in, and then I'll teach you how to hit it hard. Because if you try and hit it hard, you're never getting it in.
Yes.
And it really does. Some people go, yeah, fair enough, and some people go, no, and it's sort of a wrestling match with them. As Fisher comes in again, and this is pole nips a little bit high, this one, and it's pushed into the offside square of the wicket.
Well, look, I understand. Genuinely fast bowling gets people off their seats, and it's fantastic to watch. Seeing Josh Tongue last week, but they're few and far between.
Absolutely.
So you got to mould yourself into. Look at Jimmy Anderson. I know he was exceptionally good at all this stuff, but he wasn't quick. He was when he was younger. He wasn't express, but he was so skillful.
Yeah.
So skillful.
Fisher, last ball of the over, is in, and this has just worked onto the leg side, but no run. Maiden for him, 34 for no loss.
Yeah, good over from Fisher, and he's on all there, every ball, every single ball. And the one that Orr did leave, it was a good leave, but it wasn't too far away from his off stump actually. So that's what Fisher does, and that's why he's had an outstanding first season for Surrey. He really has. Plus, the other thing is he's been able to have a bit of a rest. Whereas at Yorkshire, he was playing every game in every competition and wasn't getting a rest and was getting injured. Whereas this is now his 11th championship game of 14. So it sort of sums it up, really.
Yeah.
Middleton didn't really time that first ball from Laws. Made a strange old noise off his bat, that one.
Did at that. It made a really kind of like hollow sounding noise.
Yeah. Didn't time that at all. Hampshire Middleton. Funny old looking scoreboard at the moment. It's better from Laws again, isn't it? Now, interesting. He just got a bit of protection for Orr there. Now he's settled. So Roy's quite happy with the right hander on strike. Just to go back to the 3 slips in there in a pretty orthodox field.
Yeah, I think it was that one that just got to beat the bat, and it maybe just gave him that bit of confidence. And just said, okay, yeah, I can find that.
And I think it was because he thought he had a bit of protection as well.
Yeah.
It's the first time he's taken the new ball this season. Tom Laws, as this is a good length delivery, and Middleton's playing this one back up the ground, and James Taylor will do the fielding. There is a patch of blue sky above us, and a few clouds around. Lovely to hear Mr. Paul Terry there, with Mr. Kevin James. Looks in very good form, Paul Terry. It's very well. This one's way down the leg side from Laws. Middleton gets nothing on that, and that's taken by a tumbling Ben Folkes away to his left-hand side. So yes, Nottinghamshire have a bowling point. 1 point now. 1 point closer towards the title. And our live table correspondent, way to my left, is filling in the live table. But it means that Nottinghamshire now move on to 204 points. And make up that point that they got taken away from them last week, because this is punched into the offside by Middleton. So that's really where we should have been at the end of the game last week. They should have been on 204, but then they lost a point for a slow over 8, which none of us knew about until basically we were on the train going home, having done all our updates and interviews, and then somebody decided to tell us, oh, yeah, they oh, really? Ah, that'd have been handy to know that before we started doing interviews and things. As in over the wicket once again goes Laws. Ooh, that's an inside edge onto the front pad. End of the over, 34 without loss. I'm making way, Michael Carberry.
Yeah.
Emilio is making way for Mr. Carberry. And Fletcher Middleton. He'll be all right with this. Fletcher Middleton. He's on 1. All's on 32. Without loss. Good afternoon, Michael Carberry.
Good afternoon, my good friend. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I'm enjoying this from Ali Orr so far. 32
good.
off there. He does look very good. He's played some lovely shots so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Been very dominant, hasn't he? Eye catching, particularly off the front foot. That flick for 6 first over. Hell of a shot. As Fisher comes in again. Nice delivery. Again, adopting that round the wicket ploy from very early on.
He normally does this with left-handers for sure. He goes very early around the wicket.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, being a former left-handed batter myself, it seems to be the nouveau thing, doesn't it? Straight away round the wicket, trying to get the ball to leave the left-hander, and less bowlers now using that natural angle of coming in and pushing the other one across. It's interesting. Fisher comes in again, past the umpire to Orr and nicely forward. I think this is what Ali Orr's done well in this innings so far. He's found that balance between defence and attack. At times I've seen him, he's looked a little frenetic, looked to, he's settled in now to, just
what
get
I like about this is Orr is playing Fisher on Fisher's merits. If that makes sense. So Fisher is hitting a good line and a good length, and that's what he does. And Orr hasn't tried to go after him at all. He's just playing him on his merits at the moment.
Fisher in again to Orr, just as we said that.
He's trying to pull off the back foot.
Larrup one off a good length.
But it's interesting. It really is. I sort of thought, because he was predominantly facing Laws, wasn't he? And Laws took a little bit of time to get it right. And I thought this will be interesting when he gets up Fisher's in, because Fisher's going to test him. He's going to work on his technique. But up until then, actually, he played him with great respect, didn't he?
Yeah, he played very well. He picked off the bad ball, didn't he? And so Fisher comes in again, round the wicket to Orr. Again, just probing away on that top of off, back of a length line. It's a good test for someone like Ali Orr. So he's up against a good seamer in Fisher. He's had a bit of a go at test level, so knows what knows his game fairly well.
Well, it was interesting when we went to Scarborough. The number of Yorkshire fans who were like, "Well, how's Fisher played this many games of Championship cricket? He'd only played 3 for us a season and then get injured." And I think the reason being he didn't have to play every game in every competition. He could have a break due to the depth of the Surrey squad.
Absolutely, it is Orr who again tries that forcing shot off the back foot,
which was one of his main reasons, obviously, of coming to Surrey. I think he'd already earmarked the fact that when Surrey were interested in him, he looked at the Surrey squad and thought to himself, well, I'm not going to play 2020, and I'll play the one-day stuff, but in terms of Championship, I'm not going to probably play every game in the Championship, but I will get a break, and every game I do play, I'll be fully fit and ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. In he comes again, past the umpire into Orr. Bowls up on outside of stump, nicely left by Orr.
Yeah, it's not been a great day this from Surrey so far. So I think that the bowl it's going to be the bowlers that have to get them back into this game. We were both having a chat over there, weren't we? Saying actually a low score might play into Surrey's hands in terms of needing a positive result in this game. But they'll be disappointed with the way they batted today. They really will.
Yeah, it was very, like I said, it was very un-Surrey-like, wasn't it? I mean, I think you don't become three-time world champion. You don't become three-time county champions not having to, get dragged into your dogfight in that time. So it was rare to see them not stand up or someone not stand up to be counted.
As Laws continues from the hotel end into Fletcher Middleton, who's solidly playing this one out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was exceptional Hampshire bowling, or the pitch did a lot, heaps with the new ball. It just looked like the batters weren't really keyed in.
Yeah.
I didn't see that doggedness. I didn't see that. Everyone it was all a bit loose and disappointing.
Yeah, so it is the bowlers that have to get back into this, as it was last week against Nottinghamshire, as Middleton's looking to drive here.
Well, I think they've got to set their stall out. They've got to try and rock and roll Hampshire for about, 180.
Yeah.
And then they've just got to put up a better fight with the bat, give themselves a chance to do it again second dig. But for now, they've just got to focus on, really taking 10 wickets as quickly as possible.
Laws over the wicket he goes once more. Middleton's turning into the leg side, and Shah does the fielding in there at mid-wicket on his Surrey debut. If you're just tuning in for not turning in, tuning in, you might be turning in if you were doing an early shift this morning, but tuning in for the first time today. Surrey won the toss and decided to bat, and all out for 147. So Dan Lawrence making 36 and Rory Burns making 29. That was about it from a batting point of view. Here's a good shot from Fletcher Middleton. Just over pitch from Tom Laws, and Middleton's climbed into that. Very patient stuff from Middleton. It's the first one he's had, and he has driven it away handsomely for 4 runs. His first boundary, he's on to 5, and Hampshire move on to 38 without loss.
Yep, value of patience. He's been very quiet, Middleton. He's had to sit at the other end watching or tuck into all the juicy stuff. Finally gets one away himself.
That's a bit like Christmas lunch, isn't it? Waiting. Middleton once more. Still the 3 slips. Sibley, Burns and Patel. And Laws is on the hip this time of Middleton, and that's turned away down there towards Ralphie Albert. He does the fielding. You'll see a bit of him as well with his spin. Now Shah is already getting warmed up.
Oh yeah.
So we saw Surrey have said, and I think everybody knew, they would have loved to have got Sai Kishore back because he was outstanding in the games he played for Surrey, but he's injured. So they registered Chahar in early September, and this is the game they're playing him in. As Laws is in, that's down the leg side. Is there something on that? Oh, Ali Orr is strangled down the leg side. Oh, and Tom Laws there, is a bit of a bonus, that one, for Tom Laws, because Ali Orr, it was not a great delivery at all, but Ali Orr's got a little nibble on it, and that isn't one of these, I keep hearing this about teams now bowling deliberately for that. That wasn't that at all. It was Tom Laws got that one wrong, and Ali Orr has just got a bit of a nibble on it down the leg side, and he'll feel. They often talk, Michael Carberry, and new players often talk about leaving runs out there. Ali Orr will feel he has left a huge amount of runs out there because he was looking so good, but that's a horrible way to get out, isn't it?
Yeah. As a former batter, your heart goes out for Ali Orr. I mean, opening the batting is a hard enough job as it is. I mean, when you get ones like that, I mean, what can you say? I mean, it was a pretty innocuous delivery which really should have gone to the fence, and he's just managed to get a scratch on it through to the keeper. But I'll tell you now, Surrey wouldn't care.
No,
one iota.
Tom Laws will take that as well.
Absolutely. Scorebook has no pictures, as they said.
Yeah, and as Alex Stewart was saying, most of the players be colouring those pictures in rather than reading the book. That was his great quote, wasn't it, when Zappa retired? Zappa Ansari was sat in the corner reading his book, while the rest of the players were colouring theirs in. That was his great quote. But look, it happens. But for Ali Orr, looked in such good nick there that he'll be devastated. And it's not one of these that you hear about these days. Oh, they've left it open and they're going. And sometimes, that is the case. But that one, it was just Law's got it wrong. Ali Orr saw it and thought, I'll just clip this away for 4. And a little brush of the bat and a low catch from Ben Folkes. Now, Chahar is into the attack with his leg breaks. So he's actually interesting. He's got 87 wickets in 24 first-class matches. So he hasn't played a huge amount of first-class cricket. And he's played 7 white ball games for India. But he's sort of made his name in the IPL.
A bit different, this crowd, isn't it?
I know, this is a different one for him.
So starts off nicely though with a nicely flighted leg break to Middleton, who drives to extra cover for no run. Comes in again, slightly quicker delivery. But Middleton just crudding that one to extra.
We've both seen quite a bit of him in the IPL. I wonder what because sometimes he goes in behind the keeper, in behind the umpire and comes out again.
Yeah, coming again to Middleton. That one a bit shorter in length, just turned a little bit, but Middleton good enough to tuck that one to backward square leg for an easy 2. Yeah, it'll be interesting how he adjusts to county cricket, isn't it? It's very different away from the IPL where he's made his name and he can come with those variations. Here now it's the role's slightly different. Comes in again to Middleton, bowls a flatter one, just punches up the ground for 1.
He's had a haircut as well, because he used to sport magnificent long hair.
A bit much like yourself.
Well, mine's just laziness, but I think his was more fashionable, obviously. He's had a bit of a trim now. Dan Lawrence has spotted something. Dan Lawrence has wandered over for a chat about Nick Gubbins. So, Gubbins hasn't had probably the season he would have wanted in terms of runs in the championship, but he did score a magnificent 100 against Surrey back in South London. And I've always say this: A, he likes batting at the Oval, and B, he likes batting against Surrey.
So Chahal coming into Gubbins. I mean, he's gone a long way over there as well, isn't he? He's batting right on, as you say, over off stump, which might have been some of the lead into some of the problems for Gubbins. There's an appeal. I think that one's just striking him outside. Way outside.
Optimistic. But just clearing his throat there, I think. Chahar. But tidy your first over from him. But Gubbins, he loves batting, like a lot of people do. But actually, the wickets are a bit different now these days. And he did make a very, very good 100 against Surrey at the beginning of the season. And he likes batting against Surrey. He always seems to score runs in terms of championship cricket against Surrey.
I mean, he's been around a while now. What is he, 34 years old? He was talked about at one point as being a potential future England opener.
It's going to be Tom Laws from the hotel end into Middleton. Just clipped away off about middle leg by Middleton. And he'll get a single down to Ralphie Albert. Seems a long way away at the moment, does Ralphie Albert?
Yeah, and then he sort of had a few quiet years towards the end of Middlesex, and then he obviously made the move down here, which I think's been, met his dad last week and real nice to chat with him, and he seems, he's really enjoying his time down here. He likes the environment, playing with the younger players and helping bring them through. But yeah, I mean, just watching him over the last, it seems to have been a few changes technique-wise. He looks like he's a lot further over than I remember when I first watched him as a younger man. And as I said, there's been talk of that, isn't it, recently, with batsmen going way across to off stump to negate the ball on off stump. But I always think it's an interesting one because you, as a left-hander in particular, you limit your strengths. And I remember Gubbins being a very good square the wicket player, cut well, And I think if you're not scoring,
He's digging out this delivery from Tom Laws into the offside.
yeah, with being that far over, you're taking away the natural width of your arms to be able to score through there. And I think even though wickets are difficult, you still have to have that mindset of how am I going to score, and just accept that the odd one, you might nick off.
He was when he was first in the Middlesex side, he was a very free
Free-scoring player, wasn't he?
player, free-flowing player. As Laws is in and gets right in behind this, does Gubbins.
Little things that you get a great view. I was a cover point fielder most of my life, so you get a good view of sometimes how in touch players are or not, and the things that they do. And I just general being a cricket badger and like to watch and study techniques. And I remember Gubbins being very fluent sort of player. You would throw his hands at width and things like that, and now it looks all a little bit tucked and cramped. That bat flow doesn't really seem to, it seems a little bit pokey at the ball at times. I would like to see a bit more, just let the hands go free, pick those hands up, flow through the ball. But that, I suppose that's confidence. When you're shorter runs, all these things.
Well, and also when I suppose everybody around you short of runs as well. That sort of responsibility of I've got to score runs.
I had the same chat with Giles White, a couple of months ago, and he was saying the same to me. That
Laws around the wicket to Gubbins. That's a good looking shot. Won't get a run. Drives straight into Chahar, and he'll probably keep the ball. End of the over.
Yeah, he said to me, I always felt you were a better player when you went on the aggressive. And I said, well, yeah, look, no doubt about it, as we all are. But when you've got a young team, and at the time, the Vinces, the Dawsons, the Bates, these guys, kids really were coming in, Chris Wood. We couldn't afford to get, you never felt you could afford to get, if we got out early, you're exposing a lot of young kids, so you almost had to drop down a gear at times for your own sake, for the team's sake, to say, well, look, I've got to make sure that one of us is here to kind of get these young kids through it. And I suppose Gubbins has maybe found that this season where runs have been a struggle for the Hampshire top order, he's had to try and stick around and try and be one of the mainstays.
It's obviously it's an obvious thing to say, but they've missed Vince in the championship, haven't they?
Yeah, very much so. Chahar comes in for another over, again bowls a flatter delivery. Middleton punches it up to mid-on for no run. Yeah, absolutely. I think he's been a huge loss, which he's going to be. You can't replace 12.5, 13,000 runs. That's Chahar comes in again to Middleton, who tries to play that one off the back foot, but slightly edgy to backward point, and no run again. James Eads will be a loss to most sides. Charles floats that one up nicely, and
that's well bowled.
That's very well bowled. They bowled that one a lot slower, a little bit wider. Middleton just having a bit of a casual waft outside off stump. So gets the slips excited and comes in again to Middleton. Again, like that one flattened. Looked like the googly, that one. Middleton negating that one, negotiating that one nicely to wide mid-on for another single.
Yeah, what I meant by that was it's obviously a huge loss to Hampshire, but what you're hoping is you're never going to replace him. But you're hoping a couple of the youngsters might combine to get somewhere near the runs that Vince would get. But that maybe hasn't happened this season, and they're massive boots to fill. They really are.
Yeah, to put that expectation on youngsters, I think that's something that that's taken James Vince 15 years to do. To expect that. I think maybe those conversations, if they didn't take place early, and I kind of thought that would have been a just off the cuff decision. Maybe stuff that James Vince would have been talking about maybe before he actually did it, and maybe the club should have then got on the front foot and perhaps looked at an experienced batter. So, appeal there. The short leg looks slightly excited.
The season started with Mark Stoneman opening because they got Rocky back, didn't they? Rocky Stoneman back.
And it didn't really work out, did it?
Didn't really work out. But that was probably what they were looking at. That you get someone like him in who's got all that experience, and who's been there, done that, got the T-shirt. but didn't quite work out.
No.
So Dan Lawrence is coming into the attack for the final over before tea from the hotel end. 16 championship wickets this season for Dan Lawrence with his off breaks. He's often come on at difficult times and broken a big partnership as Dan Lawrence. Does give it a proper old tweak as Dan Lawrence.
Well, he has to with that action, doesn't he?
He does. He certainly does.
He looks like a throwback from like the 1800s, doesn't it?
Well, his arms and legs go absolutely everywhere.
But it comes out nicely.
It does. He's a good bowler, Dan Lawrence, and he's got a fair amount this season. So he's going to be coming in over the wicket to Middleton. And his first delivery, Middleton's on the back foot, just pushes this down quietly to backward point. As I say, Ralphie Albert also playing. He's out there at deep backward square at the moment, making his championship debut for Surrey.
You excited to see him? How he goes?
Absolutely. I think what an opportunity it is for the young man. They've gone with Chahar and Lawrence to start off with, as Lawrence is in, and Middleton's playing this one off the back foot, rolls away into the offside. Ollie Sykes is under the helmet at short leg. It's normally Ryan Patel who does that job, so I should think he's delighted to have a bit of a break. Yep, have a bit of a break at mid wicket. Nice afternoon now as well. Sun's out again. As Middleton plays this one off the back foot.
That's why I made sure I was quick runner.
Yeah, so you know how to do that.
Yeah. Tried it once, not for me.
Well, gone are the old days as well, where sort of they were extraordinary. When I remember when Nasser sort of stepped down as captain, and then his first game back, he was at short leg. Then Gooch ended up there as well, and so it used to be like that. But these days, it's a very specialist position, the old short leg.
I think Gatgo in there as well. In that infamous Ashes tour.
And also, he also dropped an absolute sitter in there as well. I think it was off Ian Salisbury out in India at Silly Point. And he claimed that he lost it in the sun, but I'm not sure he did. That was sort of that was his whole. I lost it in the sun, but I'm not sure he did. And again goes Lawrence, and this is pushed away off the back foot by Middleton. Rolls out there towards extra cover. Sibley comes around to do the fielding. It's Nasser now. I remember Nasser not looking best pleased to be in there at short. He didn't last long in there at short leg.
He was a gun sort of cover point at one point. Nasser. That's got to be a bit of a come down from grace, isn't it? Yeah.
Hell of a fielder, Nasser. As over the wicket again goes Lawrence. Low full toss. That one, I think he's just trying to fizz that in under the bat, but that'll be tea. And Surrey do have a wicket. That of Ali Orr caught down the leg side off Tom Laws for 31. But still, Michael Carberry, Hampshire session, because of course they've knocked Surrey over for 147 and have reached tea trailing by just 103.
Absolutely. I think overall it's been a good day for Hampshire. I think they've needed it in the last couple of weeks. It's not been the easiest time, but I think if you gave them this at the start of the day, they would have chewed your hand off. I mean, it's from a Surrey point of view, it's all looking very flat out there, isn't it?
Yes.
Doesn't appear to be much happening off this surface now that looks very good for batting. It's looked good for batting really from all day. It's just they just sadly didn't really probably take advantage, but and it looks really hard work for these bowlers. And they haven't really got it right, I would say, overall. But maybe look, they've got to go in now at the tea break, have a bit of a rethink, have a chat, reassess their plans, and I would suggest come out with much better energy and verve than what they've had in this session.
Michael Carberry, thank you. Michael Carberry, of course, will be back with us after the tea session, but at tea here at the Utilita Bowl on day one, Hampshire go to tea 44 for 1. And that is in reply to Surrey's 147.
Mark Church with us. Welcome back, Amelia.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Yeah, hello everybody, and yeah, what a lovely day we're still in now.
Yes, we are. It's as warm as it's been for quite a while. I think we've got a few emails to get through, and we'll do that for you. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Just as we wait for, is it somebody behind Matt Fisher's arms? Is there a door open? Is there something reflecting off the pavilion? I'm not quite sure, but we're just about to get underway.
Thank you. As Fisher comes in from the pavilion, and he's going to come right arm round the wicket, and it's bowled, and it's beat the bat a little bit and carried through to the keeper there. Middleton on the non-striker's end, and Gubbins on strike. Gubbins yet to get off the mark, but he's faced 10 balls. Middleton 11 off 38. Hampshire trail by 103. So Fisher just standing at the top of his mark. He's none for 8 so far. As he comes in and bowls, and this is defended, and an attempt at a sort of a cut shot out onto the offside, but stopped. So no run.
Right, should we get through some emails?
Let's.
Right, okay. This is from Stuart Stamp, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I have abstained from messaging this season, but feel now is the time. After seeing you at Trent Bridge interviewing Nick Gubbins after the match, that was the one-day cup final last week, it would very much look like Carbs was the apprentice to your mentorship. He's talking at the moment, right next to me.
As Fisher comes in again, and this is bowled and defended by Gubbins.
If this is the case, I'm right behind you. Carbs gives an awesome insight into your light-hearted commentary. It's nice, isn't it? Hope you're recovered from the travel up and back, and you looked as tired as I felt. Oh, you were still in the outfield. Thank you very much, Stuart. That's made me feel a lot better.
Yeah, you did have a considerable amount of
Yes.
travel to do in a very short space of time, but last game of the season now at home for Kevin James. So
Yes, last game for you as well, Amelia. It'll be sad.
Yes.
Your
Fisher,
first season.
Fisher in and defended by Gubbins. Yes,
You enjoyed it?
very much so. It's been great. Learnt a lot. Seen some good cricket. Seen some bad cricket, but mainly good, which is nice. But yeah, been good. I've been watched the men, watched the women. Seen some great stuff.
Yes, we've seen some finals this year between
have.
them, haven't we? 3. Unfortunately, all on the losing side. If you include the Southern Brave women, that's 4 finals that have all been played and lost.
2 for the women that have lost, and 2 for the
Yes.
men. But we're in the final, so that's still good. As Fisher comes in and again defended by Gubbins. Quite the skilled man at defending.
Well, I'm just trying to work out how many finals there are in total. So there is the T20 Blast and One Day Cup for the men. That's 2. For the women, there's the County Cup, there's the Vitality Blast T20 and the 50 over, so that's 3. And for the 100, there's 2.
Yep.
So there is a total of semi-finals, and teams here have been involved in 4 of them.
Not too bad at all. You can't knock that at all. Fisher, last ball of the over, currently a maiden. Gubbins still on strike. It's a start and defended, and it will be a maiden. And Gubbins will yet to open his account. Hampshire are 44 for 1. We've got some more emails there, Kev.
We have Ken Bryant, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, says, thank you for all the great summer of commentary up and down the country. Good luck to the lads in missing the drop to the 2nd division. Lovely to hear Paul Terry. What a great player he was for Hampshire. Looking forward to being here at the Utilita Bowl tomorrow, says Ken. Well-deserved thank you to AD and Keith at lunchtime for their time here at Hampshire. Hope to see them tomorrow to say my thanks. Well, I think AD will certainly be here. I'm not sure about Keith Barker, but it'd be nice if he hangs around this week. But yeah, that was a lovely presentation to both those, of which, as I said just after lunch, that all the team and the staff all made their way onto the outfield, as did several of the spectators gathering around, and yeah, a lovely moment. Both presented with Hampshire caps.
Oh,
framed.
lovely. Oh, wow. That's lovely.
Yeah, it was nice. Spoke to Keith Barker afterwards. That interview will be going up on the Hampshire Cricket website at some point. Had a chat about everything during his time here. All right, so here's a new over, and he's wrapped on the pad. There is Fletcher Middleton. Big shout. Led mainly by James Taylor and the fielders behind the stumps. They were convinced with that shout. Let's have a look if you're watching the live picture feed. Here's the replay. And
Going down leg.
yeah, it's going down. That's leggish anyway, angled in, and it's pitched and just gone a fraction more as well. So yes, I think that would have been slightly harsh if that had been given. So James Taylor, it is one of those 4 changes in the Surrey side for this game. 24 years of age. In again and bowls. Oh, it's an inside edge there. As the ball trickles away on the leg side, and folks comes around to field. Now, Chris Hutchins has also emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Great to hear you and Paul Terry talking. Great memories of seeing you guys through the 80s and 90s. He's attached a picture from 1992. This will be interesting. Ah, there's the Hampshire team of 1992. Look at that. And the old pavilion. Well, one of the old stands.
Oh, wow.
So I wonder if you can recognise any of those, Amelia. David Gower,
Yeah.
bottom left. Tony Middleton, that's me there. That's
No.
Raj Maroon.
Yeah.
Yeah, your goddad.
Yeah.
Is it now what you call it?
Godfather.
Godfather, that's
Yeah.
the one, yeah. There's the Hampshire team of 1992. Mark Nicholas, captain. There's me. Back row, always on the back row, me. Never allowed in the front. Malcolm Marshall, next to Mark Nicholas here, Reg. Tony Middleton, David Gower.
Tony Middleton, no relation to
Cardigan Connor, who we were talking about earlier.
Kev. Tony Middleton, no relation
Yes.
to Fletcher.
Yes, his dad.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, that's all. And Paul Terry there, next to Mark Nicholas,
Oh,
who we've just been
fantastic.
talking to. Yeah, that's lovely. Thank you for that photo, Chris. That's really nice, that. I'll take a copy of that. I don't think I've got too many of those, actually. Now, we've got a break here, and they are changing the ball again.
Again. It's surprising.
This is bizarre, this game, because we've actually forgotten about changing balls this season. This is the 3rd ball change today, it is. It's been one of those seasons where actually the balls that have been used have been okay. But today, clearly, the ones we are using aren't okay.
I mean, in the first ball change was somewhat understood after 3.5 overs, because Alior was on 25 and he'd been clattering it into the advertising boards and the in the seats and everywhere. And you thought, yeah, okay, it must have been a bit beaten up. And then the new ball came out, and let's just say Surrey weren't very happy with the new ball.
No.
Straight away, Captain Folkes was sort of moaning at the umpire quite quickly. And yeah, now he seems to have gotten his way, and their new ball has arrived.
Certainly has. Now, I like this email, and this is a very good. Mark Church will enjoy this one, because this is a very good putting 2 and 2 together and making 4. This is from David Strange, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. A very disappointing innings from a Surrey perspective, but at least they scored a maximum break 147 in honour of Jimmy White. That's a pushed out square on the offside, who, of course, Jimmy White is Ralphie Albert's granddad? Granddad, is it? Yes, there we are. So very well put together, Mr. Strange.
Indeed. We like that. We like a bit of symmetry.
He also says they don't look very much like snookering Hampshire. Yeah, that's not quite as good, that one. He spoilt it by... He didn't have to add that last line. Right, here's James Taylor. Bowls, and Middleton's off the back foot, strokes that out into the covers.
.44 for 1, Hampshire. They've had 15 overs. Kevin James just trying to get through as many emails as we can.
This one came during the chat with Paul Terry, so apologies. Sometimes these emails come through a little
They
bit
do,
later
yeah.
than they
I think
should
the
do.
Wi-Fi drops in and out.
Yeah, so apologies. It's Simon in Cromer who... come back to that. Taylor's in and bowls, and Terry... It's a little bit low on him, so he just bends as he plays that shot. I was privileged enough to be at the above game when Mr. James and Mr. Tremlett had a huge 8th wicket partnership. That's right, that was at Somerset, many moons back. Would you be so kind as to let us know what you chat about between overs when sharing a huge partnership? Never having experienced that feeling. I'll be honest with you, we don't talk about much, really, because that's the time to sort of just switch off for a little while, just for a few seconds, and then back on it. at the start of the next over. So believe me, some of those chats really aren't worth worrying about. That's generalisation, but that generally what goes on. That's pushed out square on the offside. Taylor's bowled his first over, and it's a maiden. And Hampshire are 44 for 1.
Well, I can say from the women's semi-final between Georgia Adams and Mary Taylor, when I asked about their big partnership, and Mary Taylor said, we were genuinely just talking about how to get off this pitch as quickly as we could in the rain. She said that's all we were talking about. She said, how can we do this in as quickly as possible?
Exactly, and it's twofold really. One is, a little bit of a G up sometimes, but you do, when you're batting, and the intense concentration that is required, you do need to switch off. Just the art of batting is switching on, switching off, switching on, switching off, and knowing when to do it. And sometimes between the overs, that's the time to just go right and gather thoughts for the next over.
So we've got Fisher in again. A little cloud has just given us some relief up here as the sun's just dipped behind it and giving us some shade as it's starting to get very warm up in this commentary box. It'll be a matter of moments until it's out again, but for now we've got just a little bit of a break, as so have the fielders. Dot ball for the first of the Fisher over. His 6th. Oh, he's 7th, sorry, he's done 6 already. So he's going to come in again. Gubbins is on strike. Right arm round the wicket, and this is worked away on the leg side. That's very nice. It's going to run away for 4. And Gubbins is going to open his account with a boundary after facing 16 balls.
Well, it doesn't matter really. He can just stay out there like he did last week out at Taunton. He just dropped anchor. Wasn't worried about runs. It's all about occupation of the crease here, because Hampshire have an awful long time in which to build a sizable first innings. They do not need to worry too much about run rate.
Absolutely, and it does also drop their trailing rate or number by into the double figures, only to 99 now. They trail Surrey's 147 that they made in their first innings, and this is bold, and it's left alone by Gubbins and carried through.
Now, do you remember Peter Collins' email earlier when he said that every time he tuned in, something was happening, and when he tuned out, it was better when he didn't watch and listen. Well, he has emailed again. It was a little while ago, actually. I missed this one, so apologies. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, thanks for reading out my dilemma. I think myself and Carbs just said go and lie down in a darkened room and lock the door. That's right, that was wrong. No wickets have fallen since I resumed watching, he said, and listening.
As Fisher comes in again, and this is blocked by Gubbins.
Have turned off now in the interest of Hampshire Cricket. So if you read this out, I won't hear it unless I replay the day. When I turn back on at stumps, I fully expect Hampshire to be 150 without loss. Well, unfortunately, it won't be that.
Yeah.
Let's hope it's 150 for 1, but it won't be 150 without loss.
So, Fisher just taking a little bit of time. Quite a wide sort of curving walk he's taking on this next ball as he begins his run up in bowls, and this is pushed through the covers beautifully by Gubbins, and that will run away for 4. But Gubbins just decided to just push this rate on a little bit. He's opened his account with 2 boundaries, and that also brings up the 50 for Hampshire, 52 for 1 in the 16.5 overs that they have been out there facing the Surrey bowling.
Well, that's a good start. I think everybody was looking at this wicket and saying, 47 all outs, is it doing a lot? It's not really. It's just not very good Surrey batting, to be honest. Some very good Hampshire bowling.
As Fisher in and defended by Gubbins. That was very nice. I don't know what Kevin James is doing. He's waving his arms at me. I think we're going to have a rotation, and I'm going to make way for Michael Carberry.
Thanks very much, Amelia. We change over on my right-hand side. Paul Williams has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, last year, Lita and I were lucky enough to spend a few weeks in South Africa, touring the garden route and visiting Cape Town. We met up one day in Port Elizabeth with Adi Birrell, and we had a very enjoyable time finding out from him about life that he will have again after his time with Hampshire ends at the end of this season. As in comes Taylor and bowls, and that's a nice drive through back of the point. That'll run away for 4. Middleton moves on to 15, 56 for 1. The area where he has his farm is beautiful, and I can see why he will enjoy his time. I'm sure many Hampshire fans will agree that he is very approachable and loves to chat about our great sport. I want to thank him for his commitment and help over the last 7 seasons, and hope to get to see you again, he says, in the Eastern Cape. That's nice, isn't it? Welcome back, Cobbs.
Thank you, mate.
He's going to be sorely missed, Mr.
Yeah,
Brown.
done a great job, hasn't he?
Well, hasn't he just? Yes, but 7 years, I suppose, these days is a long time, isn't it, to be head coach, as Taylor comes in and Middleton pushes it out to backward a point.
Yeah, you don't often see it in modern sport, do you? Someone sticking around that long. But yeah, he's done some great work for the Hampshire team. He's got them close to the title a few times. And Red Bull cricket, I think, it's been amazing. We went for a few years of really challenging, so to see the great work he's done, and say very approachable man. I've met him a few times, always good to chat to.
Yeah. It's pushed away on the leg side by Middleton. He moves on to 16, 57 for 1. I think he's genuinely sad at leaving. I suppose he's at a point in his life, I suppose, where he just wants to spend more time with family.
Yeah, I think you have to bear that in mind when you play county cricket. It is the county cricket meal, as they say. You're as a head coach, you're there every day, traveling home and away. You spend long periods of time away from home, away from families, friends, and time seems to whiz past before you know it. So you've got to respect that.
That's right. Taylor's around the wicket to Gubbins, who leaves that one alone. I mean, it's hard enough, isn't it, when what you know as a player and myself as well as commentating, that it's hard enough when you've got a base in England, travelling up and down the country there, knowing bases abroad as well.
100%, yeah.
But he has done a great job, and it's just a shame that this year, well, they missed out on the T20 final, which would have been nice to have a trophy to celebrate with AD this year. And well, let's keep our fingers crossed that he doesn't leave with Hampshire dropping down to Division 2.
Yeah, true.
Because I don't think he deserves that. Oh, that's nipped back. He could leave. I haven't seen much of James Taylor, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I was just talking to Marcus Churchoff here about James Taylor. Quite likes him. He's been around a few years. Looks a tidy prospect so far. It's just getting the ball to just sort of nibble around that off stump again. And the new age come round the wicket bowlers to left-handers. Left-handed Gubbins.
Playing his 15th first-class match. As that's outside the off stump, doesn't come back. This one left alone. 57 for 1. He had 26 wickets at 41 apiece in his 14 matches so far.
Yeah, you imagine those figures will improve over time, over years. Still fairly young. How old is he?
24.
25. He's a young pup, as they say. Yeah, but yeah, it looks a good prospect. Tall man. Good bustly action. Gets nice and tall. Hits the deck. Not sure what pace he is, but it looks like he's getting it through to the keeper. Okay. This is where you learn to bowl, isn't it? First class cricket, flat pitch, not much happening. Your back's against the wall.
That's what you find out.
Absolutely, you've got to find out about players. It's Middleton rides that one down to the short third man from Fisher. He's played nicely, Middleton, so far, and he's gutsed it out. It's not been easy. He's not had loads to feast off, but he's digging in. 16 off 47 balls. Gubbins, say, newer to the crease, 8 off 24 balls. Run rate respectable at the moment, 3.17. So it's a good start from Hampshire. I think they'll take this. Plenty of time left in the game. As Fisher begins his run into the crease, past the keeper into Gubbins, who plays forward to one up to I suppose you'd call it a catching mid-off sort of position. Rory Burns seems to have taken himself. Look like Rory Burns. Yep.
It's the opposition, isn't it, where you just push at it.
Yeah. So maybe that's the plan, just to hold one up in the footholds. Sorry, not Rory Burns, Ollie Sykes, beg your one. Yeah, get one to sort of push at one, isn't it? On this slow surface. Fisher comes in again. Nice bustling run up into Gubbins, who again is forward. Pushes at one on the onside this time. Fielded by Patel, who's giving the ball a rub on his flannels.
Did you enjoy your time at Surrey?
I did, yeah. It was a tough baptism. It was like playing for Man City, you know, great team littered with international players and playing, you know, at the peak of their powers. So as a young professional coming through, it was very, very tough to break in. As Fisher comes in again to Gubbins, who's getting short of a length ball, nicely on the back foot, punches it up to Ollie Sykes at short mid off. Yeah, very, very, very tough break in. Played, I think, 8 first-class games in 5 years on the staff. A lot of good players around me as well. So I suppose it taught you to be hungry and know that you had to come in that first team, having played really, really well. So it wasn't easy. You certainly weren't given opportunities. You had to learn to kick the door off the hinges, which became synonymous with my career almost. Oh, and Gubbins flashes at that one wide-ish outside the off stump from Fisher. Throws his head back in disbelief. But that seems to be the kind of day Surrey are having at the moment. Nothing much is going their way. And it's another 4th for Hampshire. So a little bit loose from Gubbins. Yeah, but yeah.
You averaged 41 in those 8 games. I mean, you get rid of a player that averaged 41.
Yeah, I mean, look, that conversation with Keith Medlicott, who was a coach at the time, was a difficult one. Look, I grew up a Surrey boy. I came through, you know, under 11s right the way through, and it was difficult. I'm not going to lie. All my friends were there, guys that I grew up with through the youth system. It was very and at a time, you know, you didn't often see players moving counties. As Fisher's in again to Gubbins, who plays out the over. Yeah, you didn't see players generally didn't move around at those times. We're talking, you know, just before the millennium or just after the millennium. So it was a very tough decision. I was only a young fella then. I hadn't really moved out of London at that point. But I realised that at that point, actually one of my best friends, Scott Newman, had just broken in, had a breakthrough season. So I was now 4th open on the list behind two other gentlemen who weren't bad players in Mark Butcher and Ian Ward, who just broken through the England setup. So Scott being the next one in, and I was number 4th open on the list. You know, I had to make that decision to move to Kent. Some might say it was a brave decision, but I always think those things moulded the player. Really, you have to be ambitious.
James Taylor, right arm over, starts a new over. That's worked off his legs into the gap through mid-wicket, and that might just go, and it does. Nicely timed by Fletcher Middleton, slightly over pitch there from Taylor. Middleton moves on to 21, and Hampshire 66 for 1. The deficit is 81.
Yeah, that's meat and drink for Fletcher Middleton. You'd say he's generally a leg side dominant player, and you come anywhere around that middle and leg line, he's going to work you through that gap, and that's almost the ball he was been looking for. Yeah, as I said, at times, you know, it taught you to be hungry. So I knew coming in. You look at my average there, 40. You know, I think that's what stood me in good stead.
Also off the back foot, hits that out into the covers.
When you do approach other counties, I remember in the same way when I came here from Kent. You know, Paul Terry, who you had on earlier. You know, those conversations were easy because you're coming in with not loads of games, but they can see that the games you did play, you scored runs, you didn't let anyone down. You're not coming here averaging 19, for example. So those conversations are a lot easier. And that's what you had to do back then. You had to score your runs, and you know, second team cricket was exactly the same.
Taylor in again. Forward is Middleton.
But you know, but what you did do, you spent a lot of time in second team cricket, which would be half the crowd that we have here at certain times. So you know that as well. So you have to learn to self-motivate yourself, to always keep your standards high, knowing that if it's only one game you're going to play for the season, you've got to be ready. There was no time for sulking and, you know, getting down about it. You had to keep your standards high because you just had to be ready.
Yeah, that's for sure. Taylor runs away from us, bowls to Middleton once more. Middleton is forward. Hits that up to mid-off, finds the fielder. And there's no run. I'm off at the end of this over. It's going to be Mark Church to join Michael Carberry. Steve Clark, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, what's the criteria for a pitch penalty? Just quickly changing the subject. Well, you're definitely guilty until you prove yourself innocent. That's how it works. Hampshire unable to avoid that 8-point penalty. I think the thing that grates a little bit is the fact that Somerset only were deducted 4 points for a game that finished before tea on day 2, and the game here in question finished just before lunch on day 3. So work that one out. That's pushed out towards back of the point, and there's no run. To be fair, I think a part of it refers to the fact that Hampshire were previously deducted points 2 seasons ago. So that comes into the equation. That's basically how that works. But it's not good. It doesn't feel like a completely watertight system. Maybe, who knows, it might change in the future. But right now, let's hope that those 8 points that Hampshire have been deducted will not cost them come the end of the season. We very much hope so. 66 for 1 as Taylor comes in and bowls to Middleton once more down the line of leg stump. Rats Middleton on the pad. They run through for a leg by. And at 67 for 1, Michael Carberry is staying on commentary, and he'll be joined by Mark Church.
Thank you very much, Kev. Yeah, good start again from after tea from the Hampshire pairing of Gubbins and Middleton. Middleton just starting to get into his work now from a slow start. 21 from 15, sorry, from 31 balls. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. 21 from 54 balls.
Well, he's played very well, hasn't he? Because we discussed it earlier. He just let Ali Orr get on with it, and he was quite happy just to sit at the other end, take on Matt Fisher. Played Fisher with a huge amount of respect.
Yeah.
And now he's getting his rewards for hard work at the start. Is Fletcher Mills. I would have thought every player now, from a Hampshire point of view, is thinking cash in, because it looks a good pitch. It's not a huge amount going on out there at the moment, is there?
Fisher begins his run into Middleton, drives up the ground, and Fisher gets a hand in it, almost deflecting it onto the stumps, and there's no run. Yeah, and also I think from a professional pride point of view, you've not had a great season with the bat, the Hampshire top order. I mean, this is again, you know, A.D. Burrell, you're looking at players, or whoever the future coach is, you know, you're looking at future, you know, who you're going to keep, who you're going to retain. You want to see who's got showing that character now to stand up in moments like this. Is a great opportunity as Fisher comes in again to Middleton, who's sort of half back, half forward to a good length ball, pushes it out to gully. Yeah, you want to see, you know, what young players are made of, and you know, it's all about character, who can bounce back from you know, say a stodgy season or season that hasn't really gone your way. And you're looking at the likes of Middleton's, you know, top order openers. You know, it'd be an area that I'm sure they'll be talking about or discussing in the winter, because to be fair, if you're going to win championships going forward, you have to have a good opening pair. As Fisher comes in again to Middleton. That was a lovely delivery, wasn't it?
Mobile.
Beautiful delivery. Just held its line from around fourth stump. Middleton, again, just not really getting his feet going. Just poking at that one outside off stump, almost feathering it through to Folkes.
Well, you look at Burns and Sibley as an opening pair now, and they've played so much together now. You know, England now a couple of seasons with Surrey opening the batting, and the number of times they go out with 15 overs remaining in the day and then walk back with 30, 40 on the absolutely, it's gold dust.
You can't put a price on a good opening pair, in my opinion. I mean, I think it settles the dressing room when you have that familiarity of two guys walking out there. You know they're going to do, generally across the board, they're going to do a good job. I think it gives your middle order that comfort blanket to some degree. Plus, I'm sure your fast bowlers are very happy because they can put their feet up for a day, get rest up. As Fisher comes in again to Middleton, bowls, and again driving up the ground. This is good from Fisher. I like what he's cooking here. He's bringing those stumps into play. He's prepared to pitch the ball up. Set a quite straight field, so that's always a sign that this pitch isn't the quickest. He's not going to bother banging it into the surface. Now that I've said that, he's going to get pulled for six.
Yeah, he's going to bang one in and end up on the nursery ground, isn't he?
Yeah, But usually when you see those close catches offside, leg side, you know, he's generally thinking LBW bolds. He comes in again, past the umpire into Middleton, who again drives and again looks good. No runs, can't pierce a gap at the moment.
Well, what he's doing is he's bringing the stumps into play, which is what he always does. And last week against Nottinghamshire, he bowled a spell where he took 3 for nothing in 2 overs, and they were all LBWs. And the reason was he was hitting a good length and just nipping it back. And it was a terrific spell of bowling. So, when you were at Surrey, the games you played for Surrey, who would have your opening partners have been then?
So I had Nadeem Shahid,
Yep.
Ian Ward
Yep.
for one game, John Batty potentially, I think.
Did you and Newms open together?
No, funny enough, not at first class.
No.
We second team, we opened
Yeah.
a lot. Yep.
As around the wicket then goes James Taylor from the hotel end, left alone by Gubbins. And then when you moved to Kent,
Yeah.
Carl Key would have...
So I opened with Rob Key
yeah.
because Dave Fulton had that unfortunate accident with his
yeah.
eye. So I opened a lot the first year, batted at 5. I think I only played half the season second year, but did very well batting at 5. And then didn't play I don't think I played a first class game the third year, and then coincidentally left and came here.
And then your opening partners here?
So it was...
You and Mr. Lum.
No, way before that.
Oh, way before that, wasn't it? But
Yeah.
you and Mr. Lum were a pair for a while.
No, so it was so in Championship cricket it would have been myself and Jimmy Adams for
Of course. it
pretty
would
much
have
10
been.
years.
Yep.
And occasionally it would have been Michael Brown.
Yep, which we were just talking about.
Yep,
Just talking about
my good mate
Mr.
Michael
Brown,
Brown. Yep. So we opened up a few times, but a lot of the time, once Brownie left, it was me and Jimmy for
Yeah.
a number of years.
And that combination, I'm talking about Burns and Sibley in a settle opening pair, and if you've done it for 10 years with someone, you know each other's games inside out, don't you? As Taylor is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah.
And you've been in those situations so many times together. So there's an art form to it. You can't just throw anybody in to wander out there with the days, the end of the first day and 10 overs to go, and you've got to go out there and be there in the morning. There is an art to it, isn't there?
Yeah. I think you have to be quite a phlegmatic character as a opening bat anyway, because
Around the wicket goes Taylor again, and forward goes Gubbins. Turns this one into the
yeah,
next side.
you deal with sometimes a lot of tough decisions at times. You know, things happen quickly with the new ball. As I say, you could be thrust in there with 6 overs to go, 15 overs to go. There's not a lot to gain, and I think the masterstroke really was when late great Shane Warne put himself and Jimmy together. Really, I grew up playing a lot against Jimmy in youth cricket, so I knew of him, and I think we were at similar points in our career as well, where
Taylor's in. This is the attempt to just pitched up a bit more, but it's nicely put away by Gubbins. And that'll race away for 4. Just put it up there. And Gubbins has jumped onto the front foot and driven it away very firmly. Lovely shot from Gubbins. He's on 16 and Hampshire 71 for 1.
yeah, a little bit disappointed with the effort there at extra cover, being honest. I think it was Ryan Patel. Must have looked a little half-hearted, that dive. I didn't feel there was a real willingness to get him in behind it. But yeah, lovely shot from Gubbins. It was really in the slot, wasn't it? Just had to find the gap, and she truly did. Yeah, to get back to your point about opening the batting. So that was the first master stroke, I think.
There's driving again is Gubbins. Chahar, I think, is in there. Does the fielding on the bump ball. End of the over. 71 for 1, Hampshire.
Yeah, and I think, I'm sure if I asked Roy Burns and Sibley the same question, I think it's very much a thing where there's no ego. I found. So Jimmy, why I enjoyed batting with Jimmy, there was no ego. I don't have an ego. There's times where Jimmy would go off like a train, suddenly look, in the first 20 minutes he's on 20 runs, I'm only on 2. And on those days you're happy to sit in and say, look, hey, I'm giving you the strike, you're hitting them well today. On other occasions it'd be me going off like a train, and Jimmy was that kind of guy. He was happy to just, again, because we look at your successes, your success is responsible for my success, and vice versa. And I think that's why the partnership went so well and for so long over the years in both red ball and even in white ball at times. We developed a really good understanding. We're both quick between the wickets as well. You know, we loved running at oppositions as well. We got to a point where we didn't even have to call. We just knew that the ball, dropped the ball at the feet, and it was just a quick look at. I just knew he was already. You could just feel it. It's a feel thing, I think. From just batting with someone as Chahar comes into Middleton. That's a lovely delivery. Just turned a little bit slower through the air, and that one just turned off the pitch. Well taken by Folkes. He's got lovely hands, Ben Folkes.
Well, I was going to say,
it just swallows the ball, doesn't it?
The other thing to watch with Chahar bowling is Folkes keeping.
Absolutely. Comes in again, a little bit flattered delivery. See, that's the area for me, I think, sorry to go off topic with Chahar. I know he makes his exploits through IPL, but I would love to see that delivery go in there again, you know, tease Middleton again, throw it up there, let him drive at one net. That's the area.
That's it.
Just in there.
Well, what's fascinating with Chahar, so he's played 28 first-class games, and let me get this right, 87 wickets. 24 first-class games, 87 wickets. So he's along the same sorts of lines as Sai Kishore. That's the googly.
That was the googly. Not
But-
sure he picked that.
But Kishore took a little bit of time to get going for Surrey. But when he did, and that was really the pace as much as anything.
Yep.
It's totally different, obviously, to franchise cricket.
Absolutely. Yep.
But the one thing you do notice with these Indian spinners is ball after ball after ball is landing on the same spot. And we were having a discussion of, and Chahar is probably the same as Kishore or any of them. In the course of their lifetime, be it in the nets or in the middle or when they were younger, how many balls do we think they have bowled and just bowled and bowled and bowled? And we were saying it's complete and utter muscle memory now for them. And you could see it with Kishore at Durham in the second innings. I think he bowled 47 overs, I think it was.
That's a shift.
Where are we for Kishore? 41.4 overs, 5 for 72.
Decent.
And he just put every ball
On the same
in
area.
the same pot, and there was no fuss and there was no bother. And that over there from Chahar, that was his third over that he's bowled. As you said, there was a little bit more flight in that as forward comes Middleton to Taylor, and this one's pushed into the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think, as I said, he's bowled very well, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's, 3 overs, 5 for no wicket, but, you know, going up 1.7 and over. I was just looking at the pace and how he's going to get dislodge Middleton, and you can see clearly wasn't expecting that one to turn. He threw it up. I would have just liked him to go in there again.
As goes wider of the crease to Taylor. This is pushed up towards mid-on.
Simply on the basis, I think Surrey have got to keep thinking wickets. The way you're going to get off the park, you've got to take 9 wickets, bowl Hampshire out. If you sit in against Hampshire at this stage now, you feel Hampshire will just go past them, and it's just a case of how much do you want.
No time.
And I don't think you can, in Surrey's position, I don't think they can think like that.
Yeah, and Hampshire under no time pressure after
Exactly
what they did with the ball. As forward goes Middleton.
And I'm thinking sometimes because of the amount of short form cricket IPL these guys are playing, you get conditioned to just bowling quite flat, quite quick, and maybe that works in India on certain pitches. It responds, you know, you get that quick spin. Here in England, it's been quite a dry summer. You know, we haven't had much rain only in the last early part of the month, so it's quite slow. And I think sometimes you have to be brave and throw the ball up a little bit, entice, you know, make the ball spin.
So here's a short ball, and that's pulled off his hip by Middleton. He jumps all over that, and that is away for 4. Very nicely put away by Fletcher Middleton. Just dropped in by James Taylor. He's on top of that and putting it away. Middleton moves on to 26. Who, when you and Jimmy were opening for Hampshire then, who predominantly would have been sat at 3?
Good question.
Because we always say, right, you need an experienced opening pair, right? You need an experienced opening pair.
John Crawley.
Okay,
John
so
Crawley
Jay
did it for a number of years.
So Jay Crawley, but what all I'm saying is, for that number 3 as well, if you've got an experienced opening pair going out there, yeah, there'll be 1 or 2 times that they do go early. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
But also, in those situations as well, you can relax a bit and think to yourself, well, actually, these two know what they're up to.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be out there opening. I'm gonna be batting at 3, and I think that's so important.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's certain times where I've done the number 3. So I remember coming back for my blood clots in the lung in 2010. So I didn't want to disrupt Liam Dawson, who was having a very good season opening in my absence. So I said to Giles, look, I'm happy to come when I come back in if you want me to bat 3. And it proved a bit of a master stroke.
As Gubbins drives,
Shot.
good looking shot again, and the chase is on for Ralphie Albert, but he's not going to get to that. That is beautifully put away again by Gubbins, and that's over the boundary rope and away for 4. I'm going to pick this conversation up with Michael Carberry because I'm fascinated by all this. Of course, when Kevin James batted at 3 for Hampshire, protecting the likes of Gower, etc., didn't you, J-Mo? He knows what it's all about as well, batting at 3. Away to my right at the moment is Mr. Kevin James. I can't remember, we were looking at another one of your stats that you've never really told us about the other day. It was very impressive. No, it wasn't that one, it was a particular game, and you did something spectacular in it, and I can't remember what it was. But it was another one of those ones that we hadn't realised. It came up in conversation on commentary. I don't know why. We were looking something else up, and the scorecard came up. Here is Chahar coming in over the wicket, and this is punched off the back foot by the right-handed Middleton, and he will pick up a single. He moves on to 28 now. Welcome back a minute. Sorry about this.
That's okay.
But I'm
no
just
worries.
I'm trying to remember what it was that Kevin James. It was something. It wasn't a game at Chesterfield. It was somebody who was in the commentary box with us, had played in that game, and we were looking theirs up, and then we went, oh, I wonder how J-Mo got on, because it was a Hampshire game, and you had a very, very good game. But I cannot remember what it was now. As settling himself down over his bat is the left-handed Gubbins, as over the wicket goes Chahar to him, and Gubbins turns this one off the stumps down into the leg side. So Hampshire 82 for 1. It's all in reply to Surrey's 147 after winning the toss and batting first this morning. Not what they were looking for, as it hits the pad of Gubbins and rolls back up the pitch, and there's no run. I'll have to ask Kevin Howes, because we both got very excited on air that we'd found another one of your stats from another game where you'd had an absolutely brilliant game, as Gubbins turns this one up towards mid-on, and they will pick up a single. Gubbins moves on to 21. Hampshire move on to 83 for 1. We did last week find Roland Butcher's one stumping when he kept wicket, which wasn't in the game I was expecting. As in over the wicket comes Chahar. That's short. That's pulled by Middleton out towards deep mid-wicket, and he will pick up a single, and that is 1 more to the total. But you see, I mean, Kevin James does keep very quiet about his stats.
I know he did.
But don't get him started on them. That's the thing. He keeps very quiet about them. But if you get him on a roll, it's one we found it. We found his benefit brochure.
Yes, we did. I think I was here for that match.
That was marvellous. As down the wicket comes Gubbins. Smeared that.
Yeah, when the
Gubbins
club
wasn't
brought it
quite
over.
to the pitch of that, and they'll pick up a single out there towards deep mid-wicket. 1 more to the total, 85 for 1. Am I right in thinking there was a lovely tribute to you from Bobby Davro, or have I made that up? Was it Bobby Davro? Yeah, there was. Lovely tribute from Bobby Davro for you in his benefit brochure.
Yep.
Yes.
Gary
very,
Lineker was
very
in
good.
there.
And then there was also in the back, which I took a photo of. Not sure I've still got it, but the first class of one-day stats of K. James, but in a graph form.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, very nice it was. Very, very, very nice. A couple of seasons where the blocks were quite low down, but then there were others where they were very high up. It was a genuine Manhattan skyline. But yes, Bobby Davro tribute. That's not everyone's got one of those, I have to say.
Absolutely. Well, looks like we're going to have Taylor in to bowl again from the hotel end. He's 1 for 22, so he's going to come in. round the wicket, a right arm, and that's defended up and he got a hand on it, but wasn't able to quite hang on to that. Gubbins on strike, Gubbins on 22 or 41.
Should we have a look at elsewhere?
Let's.
Just because we're sort of into the nitty-gritty of this. So Somerset 274 for 5. So in the live table, both Essex and Somerset have picked up a point. So Essex are now 151, Somerset 176 in the live table.
As Fisher comes in, Taylor comes in again, and that's just carried through to the keeper.
Hampshire are on to 145 with their 3 wickets today. Well, they're 9 wickets today, but 3 bowling points. Now, this is the interesting one, because Nottinghamshire was Surrey losing 3 bowling, but picking up no batting points. It's making life a bit easier for Nottinghamshire, and they have Warwickshire 149 for 5. So Nottinghamshire now have extended their lead to 15 points at the top of the table. It's up to 15 points at the top of the table now.
Taylor in again, bowls, and this is left alone by Gubbins.
So yes, 149 for 5, but on the brink of a second bowling point to Nottinghamshire. Worcestershire are all out for 123, so that means that Sussex now have 153 points. And Yorkshire and Durham at 245 for 6, which means Yorkshire have picked up a couple of points. So Yorkshire are on 148 now, Hampshire on 145, and Durham still stuck on 140. That's the key one.
Taylor in again, and that's blocked up into the air by Gubbins. He needs to be careful on that one.
So at the moment, as we stand, there is now a 5-point gap between Hampshire and Durham. Although Durham are 5 runs away from a first batting point.
Right.
So there we are. That's the live updates on Division 1. In Division 2, we already know that Glamorgan and Leicestershire are coming up. So Glamorgan all out for 265. Lancashire are 6 without loss in reply.
As Taylor starts his run up again, round the wicket, Gubbins still on strike, in and bowls, and this is driven. A little bit of a mistake there in the offside, but no run.
Derbyshire 330 for 2, so they're having a good day. Reese is 116 not out, Wayne Madsen 99 not out, against Kent that is. Middlesex 325 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Ben Geddes has made 60, Lewis Deploy has made 141. That's at Lords.
And final ball of the over for Taylor. Bowls, and this is well left alone by Gubbins. 85 for 1 at the end of the 26th over.
And Leicestershire 360 for 7. So Leicestershire 360 for 7, the champions of Division 2 against Northamptonshire. Stephen Eskenazi 129 not out, having made that move to Leicestershire. So 15-point gap at the top now between Nottinghamshire and Surrey, and at the moment a 5-point gap between Durham in the second relegation place and Hampshire 1 place above them.
It's all very tight. Well, that's the second maiden for Taylor. He's none for 22 at the moment. Hampshire on 85 for 1, and they trail by just 62 for the score.
Hampshire in a terrific position here at the moment. Shahar is in, and this is pushed by Middleton off the back foot straight up towards mid-off. It's the most glorious evening now. It really is. Blue sky, sun, very nice as Shahar is in, and Middleton is beaten on the outside. That's a lovely bit of bowling. Folks as quick as a flash, flicks the bails off, but again he's just given that one a bit more air. There's Chahar, nicely bowled by him. Middleton's gone for a little walk towards square leg. In comes Chahar again, and Middleton's digging this one out off his toes up towards mid-on. Chahar is into this now. Doesn't matter how good a bowler you are, it's going to take you a little bit of time to get used to the pace and the pitch, and this is his first game of championship cricket ever. Well, that's short and that's whipped by Middleton, making sure he's on top of that, and they'll pick up a single. Left-handed Gubbins will come back onto strike. Notice that Chahar under his jumper is sporting number 71. That's the number he's picked for Surrey.
sporting number 71. As over the wicket he goes to Gubbins, and Gubbins just kicking this one away into the leg side. Gubbins just waits for the field to settle. There's a short leg, a slip and a leg slip. It's quicker from Shahar, and he'll just jump onto the back foot. Will Gubbins work it away through the offside, through backward point, pick up a couple of runs, and they will come back for 2, and that ripple of applause is for the 50 partnership, I think, between Mrs. Gubbins and Middleton. End of the over. Done it very nicely so far, these two.
They have.
And just trailing by the 59 now. We've got another 19 overs to go on this first day, so they're manoeuvring themselves into a very good position here. At the moment, they're ticking along nicely. Probably going at just over 3s and over, really, 3.26 and over. So with 19 overs remaining in the day, let's call it another 60. You know, they could have a lead of 10 by stumps tonight, which
absolutely
you'd settle for.
Yeah.
Especially after losing the toss and the opposition decided to have a bat first.
To go into night 1 leading is quite brilliant to bowl everyone out as well. Well, it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling at the hotel end.
Yep, Dan Lawrence, a bit more off spin.
Yeah. So, comes in, he's going to come right arm over the wicket, and to just cut away. They're going to go for a slow one, and the fielder in the deep's going to come and field for that.
I do apologise. I was premature with my 50
I think
partnership because that is the 50 partnership. There you are, that's reading into the future, isn't it?
Don't worry, I think some people down below us were a little ahead of themselves as well. That's applause. In the 27.1 over is the 50 partnership, 89 for 1. Lawrence just waiting, he's not quite happy. I think someone in his eye line was moving.
Yeah, Folks is still trying to get this field right. He's just trying to get Rafi Abbott into the right position at extra cover.
So in comes Lawrence, right arm around the wicket. Quite a dazzling display of arms and limbs, isn't it?
Well, it is. There's a lot of moving parts from Dan Lawrence, but when he gets to the point of release, he's actually in just about the right spot.
Yes.
But it's mesmerising at times
Is
watching
that?
Dan Lawrence's approach.
It's quite a good distraction technique, as that one comes in again and it's pushed into the offside. No run by Gubbins.
He's a good spinner. He's Dan Lawrence, 16 wickets this summer in the championship.
So only one gone from this over so far. Gubbins still on strike, the left-hander. As Lawrence is in, and this is flighted and defended.
It's nicely bowled.
He's hitting a really nice length, just always keeping the LBW in play.
He would love to get one just to turn a touch and bring slip into play.
Lawrence in again, bowls. And this one just drifting onto the leg side, but not quite enough to carry to anyone waiting under the lid. One more ball of the over left, only one gone from it so far. Dazzlingly warm evening here at the Utilita Bowl as Lawrence comes in. Oh, and there's an LBW shout, and he's been bowled. And Gubbins will have to go. Absolutely castled him.
Well, it's a good bit of bowling from Dan Lawrence, and funny enough, I just consulted my notes, and he got Gubbins back in the game at the Kia Oval, caught at leg slip.
Gosh.
But that is a nice bit of bowling. He's gone onto the back foot, and he's played for the one that just comes in on the angle, and it hasn't, and it's hit the top of the off stump. It's a lovely bit of bowling, that from Dan Lawrence. He's done it again. He's broken a partnership. He tends to do this. Does Dan Lawrence. Gubbins goes for 24, 89 for 2. I'm going to leave you now in the very capable and sure hands of Mr. Kevin James.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, well, Gubbins and Middleton, they seem to be creating a lovely partnership. 50 just had gone, and Yeah, unfortunately, Gubbins goes for 24. Middleton still remains opening batter, but Gubbins, who is known for being able to drop anchor and steer the ship, has gone. And Toby Albert has joined him. Hello, Kevin James.
Hello. Yes, it's another example, isn't it? Nick Gubbins this year and having quite the season he had last year, averaging 27. He's out for 24. Yeah, and that's been sort of, it's typical of the way Hampshire's season is going with the top order batters. Alior 32, averaging 20 this year. The batters are getting in and getting out. For me, the wicket's doing okay. It's not too much of a problem. It's just, the batters just can't seem to go on. And
yeah, I don't think it's a dissimilar wicket than we've really seen the rest of the season.
No, it's all right.
Yeah.
It might have done a little bit this morning, but you expect that early September, middle September. Start of a new over from Chahar here as Middleton hits one off the outside half of the bat as it goes out square on the offside. Yeah, it's just, there's still plenty of time for players to get in and what have you, but you just hope that somebody will get in and make a biggish score as it's played quietly out on the onside. We've got a few emails here, haven't we?
We have. I haven't been able to get to them, unfortunately.
Do you want to do them and we'll discuss them, or do you want me to read them?
No, you can read them. Yes, they're mainly aimed at you, mainly for you anyway.
No, not at all. We're one team as Middleton works Chahar out to mid-wicket. The deficit at the moment on the first innings is just 58. And Linley Owen on Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Ben Brown's captaincy, the subject. Says, almost every bowling change has brought instant results. Nice glove work too, she says. Let's talk about the Hampshire innings. Yes, it did seem to go... Well, we said at the time, it's one of their better days of the season. That's driven firmly out to extra cover, but fielded. Middleton remains on 31. But you'd probably say that now was the right time to have a decent day. But they need to back it up with a good day 2 and a good day 3. Surrey won't just roll over us. That's quietly played out in the offside. Maiden over for Chahar, 6 overs, none for 12. And Hampshire currently 89 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, comparatively, when Surrey lost their second wicket, they were 25 for 2. So Hampshire are 89 for 2. So you'd think that's the deficit that you want to sort of keep remaining at, if not even more. Not the deficit, I don't know, what's the reverse word for deficit, that you're ahead and something?
In front.
I'm going to use it, but yeah. The look Kevin James has got me as if, that really made me giggle. True. They're in front by.
Yeah.
Why overcomplicate it?
Lead by.
Yeah, they're lead by. Thank you. There we go. As where's the media guy at the club has just told me it was the lead as well. He's obviously listening. Thank you, Wes. Appreciate that. It's very hot up in this country. It's very hard to think sometimes. It's very warm.
It has been this afternoon,
It's
hasn't it?
very warm. I had to put sun cream on a minute ago. My cover is laughing at that, but I'm fair-skinned, Michael. Lawrence comes in again, and this is just worked away. Still 89 for 2. Sorry, I'm not sure. Is it my over or yours?
No, you can do this. I can't remember.
Neither can I.
I can't remember. But well, it's yours, Amelia.
I don't know that it is. Lawrence coming into Albert. Right arm over and bowling, just turning that away again. Still 89 for 2. Albert yet to open his account. Faced 3 balls from Lawrence.
He's a very deceptively good bowler, is Dan Lawrence. He has a sort of flight. Yeah. He's got the action that goes all over the place.
As this one's just defended again. Yes, he is.
He's got lots of arms, bit of leg, but the ball sort of comes out and it just seems to have a little mind of its own from time to time. It's great shape as it comes out of the hand. And the odd one turns as well. He is a most deceptive bowler.
He comes in again, right arm over and bowls, and this is again defended. 1 ball left of the over. He's 1 for 1. What an amazing bowling figure that is. As he comes comes in, last ball of his over. Flighted and driven, but defended, and they'll just get the 1. End of the over, 90 for 2.
16 wickets this year for Darren Lawrence, make it 17 today. I'm surprised at that average actually. It's 45 per wicket, which is high, and it's high for a spinner. But I've seen him bowl quite a lot over the years, especially for Essex and also for Surrey, and he's a better bowler than he looks. Yeah, most definitely. I think one of the reasons he went to Surrey, I suppose somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but was he wanted to do a bit more bowling.
Yeah, fine.
So you can see why Michael Carberry is making a different gesture, not just the bowling. I think you can all guess the gesture he's making. 90 for 2 as Chahar from the pavilion end bowls with his leg spin, and Toby Albert gets a big stride in that one. Just a reminder of the score at 90 for 2, as I say, 57 runs behind Hampshire, and we have just under 16 overs left in the day for Hampshire to make it a very, very good day 1, as that's played quietly on the leg side by Albert. Let's go through a few more emails, shall we? Chris Tregoning, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Quicker one edge through the slips. Not sure it carried. It went quickly though. It's going for 4. And Albert moves on to 5, and it's 94 for 2. Another great season of commentary, and thank you for providing that for us, Hampshire fans, and looking forward to hearing you all again next season. It's been a season of ups and downs, but we've had some great moments. Fingers crossed we can stay up and secure our Division 1 status. Thank you to Adi Birrell and Keith Barker for the past several seasons. I'd say that was a very nice presentation at lunchtime to them both. As Albert pulls that away on the leg side, that's going through 4 through mid-wicket. That's a better shot, a more confident shot from Toby Albert.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's looking very comfortable all of a sudden out there. Those last 2 balls, 2 boundaries. I mean, the first of the boundaries, arguably, it wasn't the best shot in the world, but it went. But that one definitely was a sign of confidence.
It was. He moves on to 9 as the sunshine continues to beat down here on this Utilita Bowl ground. That's played quietly back to the bowler. Joe Summerton on the emails, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, Amelia, I think your opposite to deficit would be surfeit.
That's it. That's the word I was thinking as well. Thank you,
See,
Joe.
Joe always comes up with
Thank
the goods.
you.
Quick single out in the covers, takes Hampshire on to 99 for 2. There we go. Joe to the rescue.
Yes, thank you, Joe. I knew there was a direct opposite. Good to see that people are listening to all my mistakes. But thank you, Joe, for picking me up.
Peter Collins back on the emails. He was the one that we advised, myself and Michael Carberry advised to go lie down in a darkened room and lock it and throw away the key and not watch Hampshire ever again. Peter says, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, my jinx seems to be working the other way around now. Hampshire losing wickets while I'm not watching, and prospering while I have the coverage on. Missed both the Hampshire wickets, the second whilst I was taking in a food delivery. So I'm staying focused on watching now, he says. There we go. Complicated? Yes.
Lawrence in, and this is worked away on the leg side. And a big round of applause echoes around the ground for the 100 up for Hampshire. 100 for 2 in the 31st over. So Lawrence retrieves the ball, and he's just giving a little shine, making sure his field is set. He comes in over the wicket. Middleton on strike. This again, just driven to mid-wicket. Hampshire now trail by just 47. If you're just joining us, sorry, we're all out for 147 just after lunch. As Lawrence comes in again. Bowls, and oh, this is left alone and carried to the keeper. Kevin James dancing with a little bit of a... Even Michael Carberry thought that was a bit tight.
It just came back a fraction, didn't it?
Yep. That was a little bit too close for comfort for anyone supporting Hampshire there. Lawrence just wanders to the top of his mark, does a little jog and starts his movement, I'm going to call it. That's blocked.
Several movements.
I said to Mark Church earlier, I said, it's a dazzling display of limbs.
That's very true. That's a good description, yes.
Yep.
Every
Limb that could move is moving.
Correct.
All at the same time. As Lawrence comes in. Bowls shorter delivery, and this is whipped back to him, and he'll do his own fielding. Still 100 for 2. 14 overs left in the day. 2 spinners on. It's moving nice and quickly as Lawrence in again. Cut away by Middleton, and this will not get for 4, but they'll get back for 2 if they run well, and Middleton does. Bit of an overthrow as well, so they're very safe. Moves the Hampshire total on to 102 for 2. They need 45.
Ron Headley has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Loving listening to your commentary from the Utilita Bowl. Really hoping Hampshire win, but keep the match alive until Friday, because we'll be making a visit to the Utilita Bowl for the second time on Friday as part of Ron's march with the England Cricket Seniors and for the Bob Willis Fund. England's Cricket Seniors have raised £75,000 over the past 3 years, with 41 walks supporting Ron's march. Ron, well, he was diagnosed with prostate, should get that right, prostate, and bone cancer in 2018, and had to decide how to cope with it, with walks in Buckinghamshire, followed by walks in every county, playing over 60s cricket, as in comes Chahar and bowls, and Albert's off the back foot, steers that into the gap on the offside. Hampshire move on to 103 for 2. Followed by walks in every county, playing over 60s cricket. He has raised 100,000, including gift aid. We will be delighted if you can inform the Utilita Bowl crowd that we'll be walking on Friday morning before watching the day's play. Forward is Middleton. You may want to have a chat and find out about the amazing invitation that Ron has received to take a team to Rome to play the Vatican cricket team in aid of prostate cancer awareness. The most amazing invitation. Well, that sounds amazing. We will definitely give that a mention again.
Absolutely.
On Friday mornings. That's driven by Middleton out towards extra cover.
Well, I think at the moment there shouldn't be too much worry. I think this game will still be going on Friday if Hampshire can stay batting.
It's whipped away on the leg side by Middleton. There is a deep mid wicket. 104 for 2 are Hampshire. Email here from Ralph Brooker, who's in France. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. A miserable season for us may finish up doing Notts a favour. With Mo Abbas there, who'd begrudge him a championship that you may feel he should have had with Hampshire? Good point. Turned away by Albert on the leg side this time, and he moves on to 13. Hampshire 105 for 2, trail by 42. Nice lot of emails. Thank you very much today. Still 1 or 2 more to get through before the close of play.
Indeed there is.
Chahar bowls, Middleton's off the back foot, cracks that into the offside, but there is a deep cover as well. Well, there is a little bit of turn out there for Chahar, but it's quite slow turn, and the ball just sort of holds up a bit in the surface, so difficult for him to really find enough of the purchase to really put the batters under pressure. 106 for 2. Should we do a commentary change?
Sure.
Michael Carberry will come in alongside me. Thank you, Amelia. I hope I've got that right. I've got it right the way round. This one's from Mick Bicknell, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. From Mick in Bournemouth, it says, "My apologies if you've already covered this point. I know that Hampshire didn't need Scott Curry, as it happened today." That's right, he didn't get a bowl. Here's Lawrence. Forward is Middleton. But were you surprised that he didn't get a bowl? We were coming up from Bournemouth tomorrow to watch the match. Thank you for your commentary. Of course, that's when Scott Curry's from down that way. Well, they didn't need him in the first innings. They might need him in the second, Carbs, mightn't they?
Absolutely.
Just
Not
so
hope
that,
just yet.
that's right. It just so happened that all the bowlers that we used were doing a mighty fine job. It's played out on the onside. 3 wickets for Fuller, 3 for Washington Sundar, 3 for Kyle Abbott.
4-day game and all that.
That's
Still a lot of
right.
time left.
Oh yes, plenty of time for him to get in the game. Lawrence bowls and comes pace down the wicket, does Middleton. It's smothers that one. He's actually got a very good arm, isn't he? He bowls with a full 360-degree arm, which just makes that ball, when it comes out of the hand, probably a little bit of a mystery, doesn't it? Because there is some shape there, isn't there?
Yeah, and he's prepared to throw the ball up a bit as well. I like the pace he's bowling, Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, in again, and off the back foot, Middleton steers that to mid-wicket.
And also, I think the other thing I like with Dan Lawrence bowling as well, he's a bit of a throwback to old school spinners. They're bowling outside the off stump. You see a lot of spinners now, they're bowling too straight. He's actually throwing, getting the ball outside Middleton's off stump.
Certainly is. In again, and Middleton again comes down the wicket, strikes him on the pad.
So he's always creating that indecision of whether the ball will turn or run on with the arm, so the batter can never really be sure whether to play, whether to leave. You see a lot of batters, particularly in this game, hanging on the back foot and getting done on the crease. You saw with the likes of Gubbings.
Lawrence again goes for the sweep shot. It's wrapped on the pad, is given out. Umpire finger still up as Middleton turns and walks back to the pavilion. He goes for 35, Hampshire 106 for 3.
Yeah, not a particularly good shot from Fletcher Middleton there. Do you think just succumbed to a bit of pressure? It was the arm ball pushed through from Dan Lawrence, and Middleton just having a good swipe across the line when he really didn't need to. He was playing nicely, just hitting the ball up the ground. And again, it's another Hampshire batter getting in, getting a start, but not going on with it. And it's just synonymous really with what we've been saying all day, really, in regards to the Hampshire batter season. They've got to. It's something they've got to address, really, haven't they? It's happening too often, and and that's you say a needless wicket at this stage. You really be looking at the board at this stage. 12 overs to go. Fletcher Middleton having spent 99 balls at the crease. You want to be setting your stall out to be there tomorrow, where you can really cash in on these tired Surrey bowlers. But it's not to be.
Yes, Ali Orr for 32, Nick Gubbins 24, now Fletcher Middleton 35, all got in. And all, I think Ali Orr was a little bit unlucky. I think got down the leg side. I think you can say that that is particularly unlucky. Nick Gubbins on the crease a little bit to Dan Lawrence.
I said I haven't seen Nick Gubbins for a few years, but I've definitely seen some changes in his batting, his setup. He seems to be batting quite a long way across off stump to all bowling, and it's a bit of a concern to me because I think again you run the risk of playing across a straight ball, which essentially he did, and then Fletcher Middleton adopting the same approach, just having a swing across the line when he was playing nicely, hitting the ball down the ground. Isn't heaps of turn, so there's no reason really. With mid on, mid off up, you'd think the better shot would be to try and use your feet, hit down the ground, force those two fielders back, especially to Dan Lawrence. But,
yeah, I always think if in doubt, you look to play straighter. The shot is mid on, mid off. Mid off, but certainly mid on, mid wicket, constantly, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But, it is from what we've watched Fletcher Middleton quite a lot. We know he's quite a strong bottom-handed player as Laws comes back into the attack to Albert, who turns this one off his legs, pushing hard for 2. He's going to get there. Well, good running from Albert there.
What it does mean, of course, if they lose another wicket tonight, they're kind of losing an advantage that you thought they could have quite easily have built, or certainly laid a foundation for tonight, ahead of tomorrow. And he can't. Each wicket now, he just feels as though they're losing that.
Yeah. For me, you got to look at. Look, batsmen you're going to get out, but I think you're looking at it's the freebies. Shot. That's a great shot from Albert off the back foot. Laws dropping short. Albert just punching that one back with a point for 4. Yeah, I think what you're looking at as a batting coach, I'm sure Jimmy Adams, the batting coach, will be looking at how many times have they been got out versus how many times have they got themselves out. And I think the season suggests that a lot of the time they've not really been got out enough, and that's whether that's putting a bit more pride on your wicket and recognition of the game situation. 12 overs to go, you don't really want to be losing, as you say, losing that advantage that you've worked so hard to get into. Again, pushed up the ground by Albert for a well taken single. You know, these are the areas of the game, I think, when you want to be a championship winning side. You know, you asked me about my time at Surrey. I mean, you know, I was fortunate to be part of that championship winning side, a dominant side for many, many years. And, you know, these are, yes, there were England players, you could argue, but, you know, there's a process to becoming an England player, as you know, and you know, they do those things well. You know, the batters used to score big runs, put opposition teams under pressure. Laws bowls that one to Ben Brown, plays it nicely up the pitch for no run. But yeah, look, as I said, it's not all doom and gloom. I think there's obviously some good young talent coming through the Hampshire Academy. We've seen that in the white ball stuff, the likes of Albert, who had a fantastic T20 campaign. And but you know, for me, this is where you learn the real game. You know, 4-day cricket, where you've got to display your skills over a period of time, with slips and gullies behind you as a batter, does make the difference. As Law comes in again to Ben Brown, who stays on the back foot and just punches that one to open his account. Gets his first run. I think this, from a Surrey point of view, this is an important spell here for Laws. He hasn't, say, quite got it right. He's tended to be a little bit spray gun today. You know, he's gone for a few boundaries. You know, I think they'll want him in this spell to, you know, if it's going to be a 4 or 5 over spell, you would think, you know, you want him to really tighten the screw, maybe even take a wicket here. You know, what a finish to a not such a great day, but I think they would have taken that going into tomorrow. 4 down for not many, you know, still behind by 30 runs. Law comes in again to Albert, who's nicely behind that.
Email here from Eddie Howarth, Cubs, you're included in this as well. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Please, can we have your thoughts, both of you, on the departure of Keith Barker? Do you agree that he's sensationally talented, and if he'd been able to stay fit, would have made a fantastic contribution beyond the excellent contribution that he actually did make? And have Warwickshire made a sensational signing, or is he going to struggle to play next year? Thanks for the great coverage, says Eddie. Well, just for figures, 56 first-class matches for Hampshire after he signed in 2019. Didn't play 2020 because of COVID year. Figures, 179 wickets at 24 apiece. He actually averaged 25 apiece at Warwickshire, so he slightly improved there. He batted, he averaged 28, but of course he was batting lower middle order. So your thoughts on that, actually, Cubs?
Yeah, look, played a lot against Keith Barker when he was at Warwickshire. Yeah, good bowler. I think for where Hampshire cricket was at the time and is now, I mean, he's going to be a huge loss. I said before, you feel as though the bowling unit is missing someone of his experience. They lost Abbas from last year. Barker was very much a part of that trio, wasn't he?
Comes Lawrence with his off spin. Forward is Brown.
Yeah, so to lose Barker as well, it's going to be a huge loss. And you've seen it at points this season where it's been, you know, Carl Abbott has had to carry this attack on his back the whole season. He's 38. It's not easy to do that game in, game out. So I think, I'm not sure what conversations took place.
It's worked away, and Brown will move on to 2, or will he move on to 3? Well, as the ball goes out to deep mid-wicket, 116 for 3.
Yeah, I wasn't obviously privy to the conversations between the club and Keith Barker, but for me, I think, yeah, I mean, it's just as a former cricketer, I mean, you certainly want to lose his experience. So I'm not sure if they've got someone else lined up or what took place, but he will be missed, no doubt. He's been a great contribution.
Lawrence bowls and Brown's on the back foot. Well, at some point, Hampshire will put up an interview that I did with him at lunchtime today on their website, so look out for that. It's going up on the Solent Sport X feed at some point. That's Solent Sport, I think tonight. It'll be on BBC Sounds, so listen out for that and hear his take on, so let's driven back to the bowling no run, his time at Hampshire, of course, his thoughts on that move, and also his thoughts on the year's ban. that he had up until July this year. So that's all in that interview.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to listen to that.
There was some interesting things he came out with. So as I say, look out for that. And perhaps let us know your thoughts tomorrow if both go up on those platforms that I've just mentioned. They should do. Let's play it out on the onside. That's the end of the over, and Hampshire are 116 for 3. They trail on the first innings by 31.
Yeah, they're just slowly creeping, they're inching their way up to the Surrey score. Hampshire, the important thing now, they've got to really start to think about building a partnership of note here. There's been a few glimmers, but now this is the time. These two at the crease. Got young Toby Albert, who's a young talent coming through. Ben Brown's been around the traps a lot longer. He's got a captain. He's got to stand up, play a knock, make sure that they don't give up the advantage that was well created by the bowlers earlier today.
Yes, I don't think the bowlers would be too happy. It's one of those, isn't it, really? You never try and create a bowler versus batter situation, but they are there sometimes. And yeah, I think the bowlers, when they walked into the dressing room, thought, well, we've done our job, guys.
Over to you.
Now it's you.
Yeah. Flat wicket. It's always get on, isn't it?
Is it you? It is you, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
There's a nice delivery there from Laws. This one nipping back, well left.
A puff of dust out there.
Yeah, just a little bit of something there, wasn't it?
Mike James has emailed, no relation, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or none that I know of. Any ideas as to whether we'll be appointing a new coach from within the club or bringing in somebody from outside? Personally, I do not know at all at this stage.
Yeah, as Laws comes in again to Albert again, squaring him up a tad, but managed to, good enough to get that squeeze at one down to third man for 2.
I also have news from Hampshire about the interview with Keith Barker they're going to put up. Wes tells me, the media man, that the interview will go up on their channels after this game, probably Friday or Saturday. So there you are.
Watch this space.
Yes. Carves, I know you'll be itching to listen to that, won't you?
Absolutely, mate.
You will, mate.
I'll have it on. Don't you worry, mate. Sure it'll be a good one. Laws comes in again to Albert, who tucks that one off his legs to mid-wicket. Diving, tumbling stop by Ollie Sykes. No run. Yeah, it should be interesting. Yeah, a lot of change happening at the club. It'll be interesting to get some thoughts on next year. I know there's a lot of excitement for some upcoming stuff for next year. Toby Albert punches another one up to cover. No run.
Sorry, Carves, go on.
No, go.
No, please do.
So it's good. Good start to this spell. Second spell from Laws. Seems to have found his straps from this end. So it was guilty of being a little bit too full his first spell. He's just sort of locked in on a line of length. That one just outside of stump to Albert again. Left alone for dot ball.
Yes, well, Toby Albert's another one. I think it would be nice that he got a score to finish the season. Just, I mean, he's had a fantastic T20 season. He really has broken through a sort of the ceiling with that, and very much a main part of the T20 side now. That championship-wise just needs to kick on. And he's played 9 of the matches, averaging 19. He's a better player than that.
Yeah. Law comes into Albert, tucked that one off his legs to deep square leg, picked up by Taylor, thrown in for 2. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I watched his knock against Durham, playing with Chris Lynn. It was awesome to watch, and you can see why the hype was around Toby Albert. You know, he's a tall man. You know, I would say almost like a very young James Vince when I first met him. Tall, long levers, hits on top of the rise, very well, good ball striker. And yeah, sometimes remember it's 2 different games. White ball cricket, there's no slips and gullies to worry about. You can play with freedom outside that off stump. You know, this format is very different. You know, teams keep their catchers behind the wicket for much longer periods of time. Ball swings around early season, so
So
Well played by Brown.
that's worked up to mid on. Start of a new over from Darren Lawrence. Michael Carberry staying on. Mark Church is coming in alongside him. Mark's getting a nice little tan there. He looks disappointed actually. He's had to come out of the sun.
Yeah, he looks like he should have those they sort of reflector pans underneath the chin. So Darren Lawrence begins another spell of this 7th over into bowl. Galloping run up. Nicely played by Albert.
Yeah, it's not been a bad half an hour for Surrey. Lawrence has bowled nicely, picked up a couple of wickets to, well, in Brown a fresh batter, but Albert's still building his innings.
I mean, you wouldn't have thought this on day one that Dan Lawrence 2 for 8 off 6.3 overs.
Not at all, but I think at times he's under-bowled by Surrey, Dan Lawrence. As I say, he comes on and breaks a partnership more often than not.
So he bowls a probing line, doesn't he? He's
does.
very much like Graham Swan, was he? Like Graham Swan would always talk about bowling it outside off stump, you know, creating that indecision, the one that spins, the one that doesn't.
He's thought as well with Dan Lawrence. If you've got your setup for bowlers, he must be quite a difficult chap to set up, because it almost looks like he's about to release it a couple of times and then he doesn't, because those arms and legs go everywhere, don't they?
Yeah. And also there's a slight delay in his action as well. It's almost, which is I can imagine why he's done well in white ball cricket as well, isn't it? You can see almost the batter's feet, are they going to come, and he can just hold himself back a little bit.
Well, the best I've seen at that, and I didn't realise how good he was Mitch Santner when he was playing for Surrey in the T20. Oh, he's a master at that. He really is. And yeah, he is a mighty fine cricketer. Is Mitchell Santner? He really is. I was saying to you earlier, I think Surrey have also missed Nathan Smith.
Yeah.
Now, Nathan Smith was sort of signed up overseas, arrived. Kemal Roach played the first 3 games, I think it was. Then Smith arrives, and then he got injured in the break. His last game for Surrey, I think I'm right off the top of my head, was the game against Worcestershire, which Surrey won, and he picked up wickets in the 2nd innings. Then he went away with New Zealand, got injured, and hasn't been back. And I think they've missed him. I really do. He really added to that Surrey bowling lineup, and also he could bat, and I think they have really missed Nathan Smith in the time that he's not been here. As Tom Laws from the pavilion end is coming into Ben Brown, the Hampshire captain. That's nicely played, little bit of width on it from Tom Laws, and Ben Brown's waited on the back foot and has cut that away down to the 3rd man boundary, rope for 4, 125 for 3 Hampshire.
Yeah, this is the thing that would be frustrating Rory Burns, Surrey skipper at the moment, is that Tom Laws just, at the moment, just can't seem to, you know, restrain himself from that 1-4 ball and over at the moment. Can't seemingly build that pressure.
Yeah, he's sort of, he hasn't played consistently in the Championship this season, Tom Laws, due to injury at the start of the season, and then obviously the 100 as well. As in over the wicket comes Laws. Brown is chopping this one away down towards backward point, and there is no run yet. I'm just looking, Nathan Smith's last game was that game against Worcestershire away, and he took 6 for 38 in the 2nd innings, and that was when the Worcestershire pitch blew up on the 2nd afternoon. And sorry there, actually, I thought those wins away with the Kookaburra at Durham and Worcestershire would prove to be pivotal. As this one's on the hip of Ben Brown. He's tucking this away down towards the fine leg boundary rope, and that's away for 4 more. And that's the problem that Tom Laws has at the moment. First delivery was cut through backward point for 4. 3rd delivery is just whipped off the hip down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, he's really struggled. I think it's something, just watching him bowl there, he seems to be almost, you know, a bit rushing through his action. He loses his front side quite a lot. If he was just try and hold himself up that little bit longer, I think he would, you know, help him a little bit with his lines going down the pitch. I think he's almost, you know, just bowling with his shoulder, really, just not really using that front arm. He's going away for far too quickly.
He's a hugely talented young man, but you tend to forget how young he is at times. Seems to have been around a long time, as this one's down the leg side, gets nothing on it. Brown tumbling folks, taking that one away to his left hand side. Elsewhere, Mr. Carberry, for our correspondence live table, away to my left, you are Somerset 304 for 6 against Essex. So Essex have a couple of bowling points, Somerset have picked up a couple of batting points. Here Surrey have a bowling point, and Hampshire have 3 bowling points today. As over the wicket goes Laws, and that's punched off the front foot, away through the covers, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. It means that Surrey have moved on to 190 points, and that Hampshire are now at 145. Well, there's something of a recovery from Warwickshire, because they're now 210 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. So Nottinghamshire have picked up the 1 point today, but obviously they don't need as many as they did, because Surrey didn't pick up any batting points at all today. As over the wicket once again is Laws. This is punched by Albert straight up the ground, and there is no run. So I'm just doing a quick bit of mathematics on this, that the most that Surrey could come out with now at the start of this is 19 points if they were to pull off a win and pick up 3 bowling points. That would take them on to 208. Well, Notts are now on 204. They only need 4 more points, because if it ended 208, Nottinghamshire would have more wins than Surrey, which is the tiebreaker. So they're in a very fine position now, Nottinghamshire. They need just 4 more points to confirm the title, and you'd expect them probably there to pick up a couple more bowling points, and then they'd only need a batting point, and they're there basically.
Stranger things have happened.
Oh, they have
friends.
mother cricket. Mother cricket.
So Dan Lawrence beginning another new over, just moving the fine leg a little bit squarer, even the square leg, everything going squarer, fine leg and deep square leg. As he begins his whirlwind approach, arms and legs flailing in bowls to Ben Brown, who's nicely forward for no run. Yeah, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, they have. They really have.
Things have happened. You just never know in this game. So Darren Lawrence again begins his approach. He bowls to Ben Brown, just nicely defended outside off stump. A little hint of turn, a little bit puff of dust. Well negotiated by Hampshire skipper. Lawrence in again to Brown. Just a little bit quicker, flattered delivery, but it was turned nicely by Brown, just turning the wrist on that one to deep square leg for a single. Brings Albert on to strike. These two playing nicely, just quietly getting into their work, knowing that just the 6 overs now to negotiate to close. Lawrenson again tosses that one up. Albert choosing to play that one off the back foot was foolish delivery. Jamming down on that one fairly safely. So again, turned around the corner. Well stopped by Patel.
Like, what? I've seen a little bit of Toby Albert in Championship cricket, but I've obviously seen quite a bit of him this year in the T20 with Chris Lynn. At the top of the order, he looks a huge talent.
Yeah, very good striker of a ball, isn't he? Say tall man, very imposing. Nice into bowl to Brown. Nicely. I watched his knock against Durham in the quarterfinals at Chester Street, and the first time I'd really seen him of any great length, and boy, was he impressive. You know, he really took them down from ball one. He was, you know, hitting over the top well. I think they had a ridiculous start where they were going at 12 or 13 and over.
And then he made those runs in the final, didn't he,
Yeah,
as well?
yeah, played very well. And yeah, I mean, as I said, it's the usual, I suppose, pathway now for a lot of young players. You know, they burst on our radars now through white ball cricket. You can play with that freedom, knowing that an edge isn't going to, you know, nowadays it's 4. The real litmus test is this format, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is.
It's the 4-day format. Can you pit your skills under, you know, over a period of time?
Yeah, Tom Banton's always the one I use as an example of that, because it's taken him, and I really like Tom Banton as a cricketer, and everything I hear about him as well. As in comes Fisher, back into the attack to replace Laws. It was a little expensive there in that little spell of 2 or 3 overs, so back they go to Fisher, and the first ball is just pushed away by Albert down to backward point, and you know, he burst onto the scene, and then I think everybody expected him just to take that straight into 4-day cricket, and he hadn't played a lot, but the little bits I've seen of him, and of course he got a 100 in the first game of the season, didn't he?
Yeah.
But he's learning his game now. He's learning his way of playing 4-day cricket. As in comes Fisher, and forward goes the right-handed Albert. Plays this up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, I think Tom Banton had a spell where he was almost just predominantly doing
Playing
white ball,
ball.
wasn't he? He was
Yeah.
going around the world. He was doing Big Bash. He was doing PSL, doing various leagues around the world. And it's interesting. I was having this chat with a great friend of mine, Carlos Brathwaite, the other day, and saying how hard it is when you're not playing red ball cricket to go in these tournaments now. Remember, you have to be ready. You can't take your time in 2020. You have to be ready almost from ball one to be, you know, at your best.
As forward again goes the right-handed Albert. Plays this one into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, and as a batter, you know, it's about rhythm. You know, spending time at the crease to get into your flow. So it's a tough. I would imagine it's quite a tough gig if I was around in this era and just predominantly playing white ball cricket and relying maybe on a bit of club cricket to get you up to the standard of, you know, the intensity levels.
That's the point as well. These franchises are brutal. As forward goes Albert, and they have to be. This is played into the offside and there's no run. That you have one bad tournament, that could be you done. Now, if that happens, where do you go to find any sort of fault? And this is what Will Smead found.
Yeah.
And it was a fascinating article with him, because he's now back saying he wants to play red ball, and he couldn't find anywhere to play, so he went and played some second team championship cricket for Somerset and absolutely loved it. And suddenly, I don't know who gave him that advice at that age. It was not great advice, really. As over the wicket comes Matt Fisher once more, and this one's left alone by Albert outside his off stump.
I think, do you think it's like usually, as it is, tends to be, people get overexcited. You know, he burst on the scene with 100 in one of the franchises. Everyone thought, oh my God, this is going to be the... And people get overexcited and they think, oh, this is going to be you now forever and a day. You're going to continue scoring 100. But as I said, the game's a lot more difficult now because everybody's game is on a laptop, phone.
Well, and also, I was about to point my phone at you. And if you're one of these youngsters that plays your first T20 game and gets 100, you know it's going to go round the world very, very quickly.
Absolutely.
As forward goes Albert, plays this one back up the pitch to Fisher, and there is no run. Michael Carberry, thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
What a joy this has been today to have Mr. Carberry alongside. I think Amelia Clark is coming back. My live update and table correspondent is away to my left, still waiting to do an update, I think, on the table and what's happening. So he may have to go live, table correspondence away to our left. But yeah, it's a really interesting one, that, and I think it's difficult for these young players these days. If they do burst onto the scene in franchise cricket, they could even get signed up straight away. That's well bowled by Dan Lawrence, because down the pitch comes Ben Brown to him. He just did him in the flight there for a second, but Brown got a bit of pad on that, otherwise he would have been stranded. Surrey would dearly love another one tonight. Hampshire still in a great position. They only trail by 15 as Lawrence is in and forward goes Brown. Welcome back, Amelia. What a lovely night.
It's a beautiful evening. It's like a summer's evening. No one would know it was the middle of September. Middle of September. It's absolutely stunning. Most of the people in the ground have now moved to sort of our corner of the ground to stay in the sunshine.
To be in the sun, which is very sensible. As Dan Lawrence, over the wicket he goes to Ben Brown. Brown will nudge this one down towards short fine. And there is no run.
So with 4 overs left, or just over 4 overs left in the day, they trail by 15, do you think?
You'd be happy with that if you were. You'd be over the moon. Absolutely. Even if they lost another one tonight, they'd be over the moon.
Yeah.
Because you've lost the toss. It looks a good pitch. As over the wicket goes Lawrence. And Brown has just worked this one down towards mid-on. They'll pick up another single. And you've not the opposition over for 147. Goodbye, Mr. Carberry. Been an absolute joy, my friend. And we will see Mr. Carberry very, very soon. And even though you've lost the 3 wickets, as onto the back foot goes Albert, turns this one into the leg side. The pitch isn't going to change much tomorrow.
No.
The weather's meant to be the same, and you really are just looking to cash in here. And ideally, put the opposition out of the game with the bat and have a lead of 400 by the end of your first innings. As here is Lawrence tosses this one up, and Albert's just pushing this one out into the offside, and they'll pick up a single. 134 for 3, end of the over. What have we got? 4 to go today.
Yeah.
And with the runs not being what Hampshire would have wanted from their top order, now's your time to cash in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now's your time to cash in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think these two will obviously be, trying to see out the day and see out as much of tomorrow as they can possibly do. And yeah, as you say, you just want to be putting just numbers on the board, adding to that total as much as you can.
Well, Michael Carberry summed it up when he said, I would have been thinking about a nice little 250 not out here to finish off the season, boost the average a bit.
Absolutely. And probably if he was out there, it would have been.
Yeah, well, a hell of a player, he really was.
Fisher in, and this is worked off the hips very nicely by Albert, and I think that will just about run away for 4. There's a man chasing, but he's not going to get there. That has very nicely gone off into the leg side.
Yeah, nicely tucked away. He hasn't bowled any of those today, Matt Fisher, just got a bit straight, and Albert just worked it very nicely over the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4. Now he's gone, we can say. The other thing he was hard done by, I think, Michael Carberry, was opening the batting for England, because when he did it in that Ashes series, that was against Mitchell Johnson.
As Fisher comes in again, that's left alone.
Who, anybody out there, or anybody who saw that, or anybody who faced it, they say that from Australian bowlers, Johnson was as quick, if not quicker, than Jeff Thompson in that series.
Yeah.
And you look at Michael Carberry in amongst the carnage there, and he did pretty well against that, because Johnson bowled the speed of light. He was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. And yeah, Michael Carberry did pretty well.
Fisher in, and this is defended back.
What was I listening to the other day on the radio, a test match special about that, about Mitchell Johnson in that series, and they were saying it was the quickest they'd seen. Quickest, absolutely relentless. And that horrible left arm over. But Michael Carberry, amongst the carnage, did well. Amongst the carnage. Really good player. Brave, gutsy. And on his day as well, could he play his shots?
Fisher in once more and defended up is Albert. He's 30 or 45. He's gone that quite quick.
And that was after, of course, Mitchell Johnson had the series in 09-10 where it went everywhere.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what the famous Barmy Army song was for him. but he just clicked in that series, and oh my goodness. He bowled. They say, oh, people bowl rockets in the speed of light. He genuinely did.
Yeah.
Bowl rockets at the speed of light, basically.
Fisher in again, 2 balls left at the over, and this is just pushed into the offside, and that's very nicely, and that's gone for 4. That's a great little shot there from Toby Albert. Just worked it around the corner, pushed it away, and a few hands on heads from Surrey perspective there.
Yeah, that's a bit frustrating for Matt Fisher. He's been very good again today.
He has.
You know, he's into his 11th over, and before this over with a couple of boundaries in it, none for 21 in his 11th over on a pitch that, as I say, isn't offering a huge amount for the bowlers now.
It's almost bookended by boundaries, but there's one more to go. 143 at Hampshire. As he bowls, and this is defended, and that'll bring up the end of the over for Fisher. Albert on 34, Brown on 15. Got a matter of 3 overs left. Hampshire trail by 5. Surrey put up a score of 147.
Which they did indeed. So just back to the other scores around the country. So Warwickshire 231 for 5. I'll tell you what will annoy Surrey. And as Michael Carberry and I were saying, mother cricket can be strange at times. Just imagine if Notts didn't get it right in this game. And Surrey had been knocked over in their first innings for 147. And at the moment they're struggling to take a 6th wicket because Warwickshire are 231 for 5. Now Chahar is coming into the attack again from the hotel end of the ground. Sussex 228 for 5 in response to Worcestershire's 123 all out. So Sussex have picked up 3 points today, so they move on to 153. Yorkshire Durham, this is an interesting one from a Hampshire perspective as well, as Chahar is in, and his first delivery is to Googly, and it's just pushed away by Ben Brown. So Durham today have picked up 2 batting points, so that takes Durham up to 142, and Yorkshire have picked up 2 bowling points, which takes Yorkshire to 148. Hampshire have moved on to 145. So that means I'm getting the live table correspondence just giving me the thumbs up there as Brown will pick up a single, which means now Hampshire, having started the day with a 2-point lead over Durham, now have a 3-point lead over Durham. There you are. So it's a point in profit today for Hampshire as this is pushed away by Albert. And they'll pick up a single, 1 more to the total. I'm not sure it'll quite make a Saturday night game show, this, the live table updates. But there we are, we're at that time of the season. What have we got after this over? 2 to go today.
2 to go.
As Chahar is in, and forward goes Ben Brown. Pushes this one quietly back up the pitch. Chahar has sort of eased himself into his first day, hasn't he? Had a bit of a bat, and he's having a bit of a bowl. As forward goes Brown. Plays this one away into the offside. Sorry, haven't got too far to go to get home tonight, of course.
No.
Stroll back across the ground. As this one's tossed up and drilled by Brown. That's a lovely shot. Off the front foot. And that's going to race away for 4. That's a really nice shot by the captain. And away for 4 it goes, and it means Hampshire have a lead. They lead by 3 on day 1.
It does also mean that they have brought up their 150.
Indeed it does. As Chahar in again, and Brown is forward. And playing this one out into the offside end of the over.
Yes, I've heard from many visiting teams how, if they can stay in this hotel end, how lovely it is that
it is
wander over.
But what I do remember is, and it was amazing to get the test matches on during COVID, it was absolutely amazing, but I speaking to some of the players afterwards, it was difficult.
Yeah.
Nobody else at the ground, and if you'd had a bad day you couldn't go anywhere.
No.
So it wasn't like you could go and sort of sit in the bar and have a drink with the rest of your teammates, or go for a walk around the ground. To go straight back to your room, the first thing you saw when you woke up the next morning was the ground again.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's fair. I think also if you're having a bad day, you think, oh, I'd quite like to maybe just get some, distance, go back,
Yep, go for a wander.
Yeah, if you want to go for a wander, it's somewhat limited here.
But no, it's a lovely facility. It really is. Beefy's still down there, is it, J-May?
It
The
is
old Beefy's
indeed.
for breakfast. Yeah, with the pictures of Beefy. Very nice. Very nice. Won't be long, of course, until we'll all be heading off to J-Mo's.
Yes.
Of
That's
an
going to be the
evening.
new one.
Yes, that'll be good. Enjoy that. I was thinking more 7 o'clock. Yes.
So Fisher coming in from the pavilion end. Bowls, and this is just struck nicely into the offside. I think that's going to not. It won't quite run away. Chasing fielder was on top of that nicely, and they'll just get the 1 for it. 152 for 3. They now have a lead 5.
Yeah, no, I think any side would take this. As I say, you lose the toss, opposition decide to bat on what looked a good pitch, and it's a good pitch, and the sun's been out most of the day, and you're headed towards stumps with a lead of 5 on the first day. I know you've lost 3 wickets, but I think anybody would be happy with this.
Absolutely. Bowled and defended, and there's a big shout by some of the Surrey fielders, but nothing comes of it.
And it's a good partnership, this, from these two as well. Because when Middleton went 106 for 3, so they've got them into the lead, they've taken them past 150. But as I say, the game plan here from Hampshire should be now to bat once in the game and try and knock Surrey over a second time. And get yourself a big score with a not out.
Absolutely. Here comes Fisher and bowls, and this is ducked out the way by Albert.
But I did like Michael Carberry's comment there of I'd have been looking to end the season with a nice little 250 not out, because
Yes.
it doesn't do the average any harm, does it?
Not at all.
And I went through the numbers last night myself, and they have been a bit short of runs, Hampshire. So this is a good way to sort of put your marker down, and with a new coach coming as well.
And 250 would have been an extra batting point.
It would get very true, very true.
As in comes Fisher again. 2 balls left of the over. Defended. Oh, yeah, Albert, he does a little dance around.
It's nicely bowled again from
That's
Fisher.
a great line. 152 for 3, our Hampshire. So I throw my pen somewhere. Not even sure where that went. I'll find it in a moment.
Kyle Abbott was the pick of the bowlers today for Hampshire. But as I say, to knock the opposition over, and the key thing is there as well, when the opposition with the toss and decide to bat, and then you knock them over cheaply.
Fisher in again. Bowls, and this is sort of helped on its way around the corner by Middleton. They'll think about 2. They're not. I shouldn't say one bit of a misfield there. They probably could have got it, but best the risk not taken.
Yes, we've got 1 over to go today. 1 over left. Minnie's just a pen.
What? It was in my hand.
Yes, you dropped
I
it.
dropped
I
it.
can see it. It's under all those wires.
Oh, that's why I can't see.
There
It's
it
gone.
is,
It's
there
gone
it
that
is,
way. Right,
there
I'll
it
get
is.
that later.
Yes, there
Thank
it
you.
is.
I don't want to unplug something.
Hiding under the wires.
It's all right.
Oh, Kevin James is gonna.
Oh, thank you, Kev.
He's
It's
he's
sort of
like
under there.
this is like the gentleman when it's raining and there's a puddle who lays his coat down
Right, I'll get it.
for you so you don't get wet. But oh, that was brilliant. Sort of there. What Kevin James has done is he's sort of pointed out where it is, and that was very good, very good. So it is going to be Chahati bowl the final over of the day. And looks as if he's going to come around the wicket. But no, he's coming over the wicket, but from... Oh, I did say this is one of his tactics in IPL. So he comes from... He looks as if he's going to bowl around the wicket, but he's actually coming over the wicket.
Sort of cuts across
And he
the
cuts
umpire.
across the umpire and then bowls over the wicket. And this is cut
Interesting.
away by...
Yes, he had to
Albert.
pull out of his first run-up because Albert sort of pulled up because I think he wasn't sort of ready that he was actually coming that way. I think I can't blame him for that. It's a bit of confusion tactics there.
You sometimes see the quicker bowlers just turn around and come in off 4 or 5 paces just to try and disrupt the batter's rhythm. Here he comes again. God, he must be very supple to do this. It's forward again.
To get round the wicket.
Yeah, it goes Brown, because he's coming in on an angle, looking as if he's going to come around the wicket, and then he just bowls over the wicket. As that's tossed up, and Brown is forward, and that's pushed away into the offside. Ollie Sykes does the fielding. Made 16 today, did Ollie Sykes. Ralphie Albert on his debut for Surrey today. Chahard's in, and that one's cut away, but not timed at all by Ben Brown. So we've got 1 ball to go.
I think it's really hard at the moment because there's shadows across sort of the whole pitch now, especially down the wicket, and it's sort of the ball is kind of cutting in and out of the light.
Well, he wants an extra catcher in. That's Rory Burns for this final ball of this first day. And Chahar tosses it up, and Brown checks the drive into extra cover. Ollie Sykes does the fielding, and that means Hampshire will close this first day on 154 for 3. That after Surrey were all out for just 147 after winning the toss and deciding to have a bat. And Hampshire will go into day 2 with a lead of 7. It means that Hampshire have picked up 3 bowling points today. Surrey have picked up a bowling point today as well. And just very quickly, just having a quick look at what Notts are doing at the moment against Warwickshire. And Warwickshire is still only 5 down, 243 for 5.
Yeah, great day really. From a spectator's point of view, they've seen 2 innings. I think Hampshire did well to, as you said before, kind of be put into bowl and bowl at Surrey all out, and then to come out and end the day with a lead of 7, but a lead nonetheless. And to go into day 2 with 7 wickets in hand. It's great stuff.
It is indeed. And just checking with Mr. Kevin James, we're all good to go. So we will all be back with you tomorrow. Thank you for your company today, but at stumps on this first day, Hampshire have closed at 154 for 3. That's a lead of 7 from everybody this evening. It's a very good night to one and all.